Hello, everybody of the internet. I am Craig, otherwise known as FTFE, and I'm here to ask flat earthers to come and make a claim about the Earth being flat, and then back up that claim with evidence that we can scrutinise or test or just kind of laugh at you at. Because I'll tell you what, there has never been a single flat Earth argument that I have not been able to destroy without barely thinking. So the fact that the Earth is a globe must confuse a lot of you people. Really, you must get up every day and go, why is it round if it's supposed to be flat? Well, if you really think it's flat, come and prove it. Come on. I'll tell you what, let's quickly ask just Nathan Oakley what he thinks, shall we?
Hi, my name's Nathan Oakley, and I have been lying to people about the Earth being flat for a lot of years. I did this to hide the fact I have a small penis.
Oh, I mean, it's not really what I meant, Nathan, but if that's how you feel. Anyway, this is a live stream. If you're watching this over on the Red app, then you know how this goes. If you're ticked off, this is a new thing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play an intro so people have a chance to join. If you're watching this as a VOD, then you can skip forward and just ignore the intro. But if you're here watching live, there is a rule. The rule is very simple. While the intro is playing, you dance. If you don't dance, I will send Daniel Pratt to your house. You'll know he's coming from the smell. Anyway, get your boogie on.
Flat Earth expert Mark Sargent thinks the moon landing was a hoax.
Technically, the moon itself is a hoax.
Right, but betting with Sportsbet's new iPhone app?
I could do this standing on my head.
Thanks, Gravity. Sportsbet's new iPhone app. It's foolproof.
The FTFE show. Welcome to the FTFE show. Welcome to the FTFE show. Earth ain't flat, evolution is real. Chemtrails don't exist, vaccines work.
Oh, no audio on TikTok because I ruined it, so I'll sing. The FTFE show, woo! Yay! I'll figure out how to get audio on TikTok. I guess I didn't do that in advance. And we're nearly over with the intro. If you're dancing, that's cool. Yeah, I need to get good. I'm a professional, honest. Right, we are ready. If there is any flat earthers in the house, you know what to do.
Floating through space with a tiny sun.
Fight the flat earth. Here we go. Welcome to the show, everybody. This is going to be a 24-hour live stream. 24 hours, a whole day, once around our own axis of rotation. Not quite an entire day because the day isn't actually 24 hours. In fact, it's technically more than an entire day because of sidereal time. Flat earthers will be so confused right now, I understand. Captain Lee has already requested to join the live stream. I'm not sure if they're a flat earther, but the plan here is to let people in, and if they are a flat earther, they get to make a claim and we get to discuss the claim. It's going to happen for 24 hours. If no flat earthers join, then we're just going to cover some flat earth content and laugh at them, because that's all the flat earthers are really good for. But we have someone waiting to join, so let's get them in and see if they want to make a claim about the Earth being flat. Over on the Red app, of course, we have the Turtle Moose saying Nathan's balls are flat, and then we got Katsliana Verin with an insane donation of 50 memberships. If you've just become a membership over there, make sure you say thank you. Captain Lee is about to come in. I don't know who Captain Lee is. Captain Lee, hello, welcome to the channel. Who are you?
Oh, thank you. How you doing? 51-year-old male living in West Virginia, and been, I guess, researching flat Earth for about 5 years now. And so I just wanted to get on here and make a quick point, and I'd heard this, and I thought, man, you know what? We really did know dinosaurs and globe Earth existed before we knew how to write our name.
Yeah, so you're not a flat earther then?
No, I'm definitely a flat earther. I'm just saying.
You are a flat earther. Oh, well.
Yeah, but I wasn't always. But I wasn't always, and that's okay.
I mean, it's not really okay. You somehow forgot about all your education. Anyway, so if you're a flat earther, the rules are simple. You get to come on and make a claim, and then we scrutinize that claim. So what evidence do you have that the Earth is flat?
July 8th every year. Are you familiar with what happens on July 8th?
Yeah, it comes after July the 7th.
Okay, so on July 8th every year, 99% of the population sees daylight at the exact same time.
Yeah, that's absolutely no problem. Here's a globe. Here is the side you normally see, right? But if we turn it that side, you see the majority of the Earth is actually water. The fact that most of the population are in daylight is actually a prediction of our model on that day. That is because the majority of the land masses are currently facing there. And obviously the sun being 93 million miles away, we turn it that way. At that point, you literally see no landmass. But if it was facing that way, pretty much all the land masses are facing there. The prediction of the globe is that on that day, 99% of the population will be in sunlight. That is not evidence of flat Earth. That's a prediction of the globe that matches the globe.
Okay, and I understand where you're coming from, but is that globe sphere that you're holding, is that to represent actual map of our globe? Because it doesn't seem like they have.
Yeah. So this actually is. It has the scale on here. The scale is 1 to 150 million. So this is actually a representation of the globe with all the land masses in the position that they are on the globe. To scale.
That says that's scalably correct.
Yes.
Okay, because like when did they come up with that scalably correct globe, for lack of better terminology? Because like the globes we had in school, this is not for actual reference use.
No, the globes in my school literally said for educational purposes. You can get some that say not for educational purposes, but you can buy a lot that say for educational purposes. And you can know they're for educational purposes if they have a scale on them. And this particular one has a scale because this is to scale representation of the globe. What you just did there was quote a flat Earth claim that a bunch of flat earthers say without actually doing any research. Because all you have to do is go on Amazon, look for educational globes, and there's a bunch there. So did you not do your research?
I can spew all the flat Earth claims, and I can research, but who's to say the books that I'm researching in are correct? And that's where.
Well, that's why you test. Yeah, you test things. So what I did was I didn't believe what I was told. I tested, and I've literally measured the shape and rotation of the Earth. Turns out that they're correct to everything they say.
So
literally every single time a prediction is made about the globe gets it right, because the globe is the only thing that can accurately predict and explain every single phenomenon that we have, because the Earth's a globe.
Okay. So understanding that, then if I say, can you prove water or curvature on a large body of water? Can you actually?
Yes, the main surveyor, Jesse Kozolski, and a few other people have literally measured the curve over water. Jesse Kozolski did it over a lake that was 1.2 miles, showing that there is the exact amount of curvature to the water that we would have expected. Of course, you could also look at the transcontinental triangulation of the American arc of the parallel, which actually measured the continental United States and figured out the radius of the Earth because of the curvature there. The fact is, water is never, ever, ever flat. Water is always curved, and it's literally measured to be curved when at rest.
Then how's come the sun? Okay, then another question: How is it that the sun lights up the sky, but then when we appear to see the sun go over the curvature of the Earth and it goes out of sight, and now all of a sudden, like, outer space is dark?
Do you not know how seeing works?
I do know how seeing works.
Well, no, clearly not, because light doesn't light up space. Light lights up things that it hits. So you only see something when light hits that thing and then goes into your eyes. In space, there's nothing there. When light interacts with our atmosphere, it interacts with the particles of the atmosphere and can make it, illuminate, which is actually why we see the sky blue, because that is the particular wavelengths which are less absorbed. So there's no reason the sky should be bright when there's nothing there for it to reflect off of. You are literally just doing the flat Earth talking points that have all been debunked a billion times.
We're going by what we can physically see, like we can never physically see curvature because we can always zoom back in something that should clearly be over. No, you can't.
There's never been a case where ever, in fact, I have offered £20,000 that I have in stocks. I have offered that to anybody that can, hold on one sec. I have offered that to anybody who can show me a video of a ship going over the horizon bottom first and then being zoomed back. The only videos that are ever shown are ships reducing in angular size because they're too small to be seen and then being brought back in totality. Not once, ever has there ever been a video of something disappearing bottom first and then zooming in and that bottom coming back? Because that's not how perspective works.
It's done every day.
No, it's
done
not.
literally.
Then why is there no videos?
There's all kinds of videos.
No, there's not. There's literally not. Otherwise, someone would have
beer-
claimed the £20,000 that I've offered.
Well, you know that's great. Well, so with science and with books, they have an equal and an opposite explanation, and then they put it to a bunch of math problems, and they feed it to us. And
So you don't understand science, then that's quite clear because that's not how it works.
I get science, but
No, you don't. Clearly.
I
What's the
also-
first step of the scientific method?
But I'm also not an evolutionist either. Like I don't believe
Right,
in
so
evolution.
you deny basically all of science. Evolution is one of the most
believe
verified things in
I
science.
believe if we came from apes, the apes should have evolved.
No, we
as
didn't
well.
come from apes. We are apes. We are apes. Monkeys.
Well, why do
we
they show
evolved
us
from
in
the same
Why do
thing.
they show the Cro-Magnon person and then the ape, or the ape, then the Cro-Magnon, and then
They
us?
don't show. No, you're just misunderstanding what you're seeing. Every primate evolved from the same, common ancestor. So us, other apes, monkeys, they all evolved from the same common ancestor. It's not my fault that you don't understand the evolution of science.
Globe Earth does go against creation, but
what creation?
That our moon.
Sorry, you said it goes against creation. Which creation?
It does. The creation that we as a human race and animals and the like plants that we created by something.
Well, actually, I spoke to the flying spaghetti monster earlier, and he told me he created the Earth as a globe.
Sure, but it's
what you just said was a lie. To be clear, nothing about globe Earth goes against creation because let's assume that some magic deity created the Earth. There's no reason he could not have created a globe Earth.
What reason to exist if we hadn't been created? What would be the reason?
All right. You want to be special. That's quite clear. All right. You were clearly told.
You're wrong.
No, you do. You want to be special. You need a reason to be special. But here's the thing: we aren't. We are just cosmic coincidences. We exist thanks to a trillion chances that have equated to us existing. We exist,
then why worry
and
about
that's it.
why worry about what's right and wrong and what's good and bad?
Because I have morality, because I understand that making people suffer is bad, because I want my children to have a good life and a good existence. Evolution has afforded me the ability to do that. But anyway, you're avoiding the topic of the globe Earth.
So we're
wait, hold on. You're avoiding the topic of the globe Earth.
Okay,
the things that you've said about the globe
they
were
all apply.
wrong already. There's nothing that the globe can't predict. So things that you have said are not evidence for the
thing
flat
they tell
Earth.
us though. What about the 1,000 miles an hour that we spin at the equator? How is it that we don't feel that? There's
number
no
one,
wind.
you don't.
How
You
does
don't
the
spin.
atmosphere
Okay,
travel
let me
with the land
explain. Let me explain. Number one, you don't spin at 1,000 miles an hour. You spin at
barely
0.
let me
Now,
speak.
hold on. Yeah, well, every time you ask a question, I'm going to answer, and you just asked the question. So instead of then asking multiple questions, ask one question and let me answer, and then I won't have to overtalk you. Okay, simple. So you just asked the question about the 1,000 miles per hour spin. So now I need to explain to you why that's really dumb. You don't spin in miles per hour. That's a tangential speed. We spin at 0.000624 RPM. Right? At the equator, that means a tangential velocity of 1,000 miles an hour. Now, do the maths. The math says that makes a centrifugal acceleration of 0.03 meters per second squared. Now, what you need to do is minus that number from the downward acceleration caused by gravity of 9.81 meters per second squared. And at the equator, you get a downwards acceleration of 9.78 meters per second squared. The atmosphere moves with the Earth because the atmosphere was formed the same time as Earth, and it all rotates together thanks to gravity and friction and conservation of motion.
But it's not demonstratable.
It's literally demonstratable. The fact that it's happening is demonstratable. Gravity is demonstratable. Friction is demonstratable. Conservation of angular momentum is also demonstratable.
Would you agree that 1,000 miles an hour is 1,000 miles an hour and not put a tangential thing on it? I mean,
because it is a tangential velocity. That 1,000 miles an hour isn't very fast when you consider the size of the Earth. 1,000 miles an hour at the equator means that it's moved 15 degrees per hour. Let me show you with the globe, right? So let's say from here to here, that the globe would move that much in an hour, right? And that's 1,000 miles an hour. Now we are on 15 degrees. We are on the Earth, and it is moving That we are born here,
Yes.
our senses are based here. There's no
Yes.
reason why we would feel the Earth's motion because there's no evolutionary advantage for that happening. However,
I didn't ask
we
you a question about feeling motion.
we actually can feel the difference in the motion because at the equator and the poles you weigh different because the tangential velocity is different. It all matches the globe prediction.
Say I'm in a World War biplane, right? Where like Snoopy and he can stick his head out of the plane. If I'm going 1,000 miles an hour and I stick my head out, it's going to feel like 1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's because you're going through the atmosphere. The atmosphere is moving with us. A plane travels relative to this. Hold on, I was in the middle of a sentence. The plane travels relative to the surface of the Earth. And as the atmosphere is moving with the Earth, that means the plane travels through the atmosphere. Now, if we are in the atmosphere that is moving 1,000 miles an hour, we're not going to feel anything because we're moving the same speed as the atmosphere.
Okay. How is it possible that the atmosphere and the Earth, which are made up of one is gases and the other is solids, how is it that it can travel at the same speed?
Yeah, I already answered that. So the Earth, the atmosphere, everything formed at the same time. And as it formed, it was rotating. So it's all rotating at the same. Friction is also a thing. Gas has, friction between the ground and the gas will move it along. Plus gravity is pulling the gas towards the Earth. It all moves as one because that's how it formed. And there's nothing to stop the atmosphere rotating because there's no friction in space.
We're not in space. We're here. We have trees.
No, we are in space. We are in space. Everything is in space. The Earth is in space. The atmosphere is in space. So the atmosphere has no friction outside.
Then our atmosphere is space. Space. Then
everything is in space. Right,
and that's the only space we know of because we've never been to outer space.
Well, we literally have been to outer space. It happens all the time. In fact, Artemis 2 is literally going back to the moon in a couple of weeks.
Have you watched Elon Musk launch his rockets, and have you seen what they look like when they hit?
Yeah, they look real, and they've been tracked by amateurs. There's no evidence that it's fake, and the fact that it happens all of the time, you would need to prove that they're all fake.
Seems to me like Elon's trolling us. Like, look, there's a dome there.
Elon's never said there's a dome there. You're just saying, are you trolling me by pretending to be a flat earther?
No, he
because you're saying all the dumb things that flat earthers say with zero evidence. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to ask you again because you failed the question, right? I don't want to talk about the globe, okay? Do not mention the globe or anything the globe predicts. If you are a flat earther, give me evidence that the Earth is flat that we can scrutinize. That means an experiment that shows the Earth is flat and stationary, a measurement that shows the Earth is flat and stationary, or an observation that shows the Earth to be flat and stationary. Do not mention the globe.
I'm giving you my observation. Okay, here's one observation. Grew up on Lake Erie. I'm looking from the south shore, looking towards the north. I'm looking 13 miles. I'm seeing an island with trees roughly 60 foot high. Yes.
Yeah. And okay. So 13 miles. On Earth, 1 degree is 69 miles. So if 1 degree is 69 miles, what is 13 miles? Well, 13 miles would be.
Do you not go by the Earth curve calculator?
The Earth curve calculator says 1 degree every 69 miles.
If I was to be okay, so we are in a discussion, but my whole point.
And again,
of this,
again, you mentioned the globe. I'm going to ask you once more because you totally failed. Right?
I didn't say globe.
You Earth curve calculator. That's the globe. Right? You don't get to mention the globe. Evidence the Earth is flat. Seeing something 13 miles away matches the predictions of the globe.
If I don't get to mention the globe, then you don't get to mention your education.
Oh, I absolutely do.
How?
Because my education was about physics and nuclear engineering, and that means I understand physics, which you clearly don't.
Okay. So how do the physics not apply to a merry-go-round here? Then, but it applies to a merry-go-round, but it doesn't apply to us.
It absolutely does apply to a merry-go-round. So a merry-go-round will have centrifugal acceleration thousands of times higher than we have on Earth. Again, the centrifugal acceleration on Earth, because of the speed it's rotating, at the equator is 0.03 meters per second squared. A merry-go-round, or those gravitation machines that you stick to the back, the centrifugal acceleration is going to be hundreds of times greater than that because they're rotating much faster than the Earth is.
When Einstein, when he discovered gravity, right? Is that who supposedly discovered it, right?
No, you're missing a whole bunch of stuff like Newton and that. Einstein just explained gravity with general relativity and special relativity much better and more accurately than Newton ever did. What's clear straight away is that you've done zero research.
No, actually, like I said, 5 years. I've been searching.
What have you been doing for 5 years? Watching Eric Dubay? Because you've literally only spouted Eric Dubay talking points that have been debunked a billion times, whilst misunderstanding everything about physics. I don't even know
Eric Dubay.
That's a lie. You can keep lying all you like because you're literally saying Eric Dubay things, but you have literally just spoken the debunked points 1,000 times whilst misunderstanding physics. So there again. A centrifugal acceleration at the equator, 0.03 meters per second squared. Do you know what that means?
Yes, very, very little.
Exactly. So why would that be a problem?
It's not. I don't have a problem with math problems, and I don't have a problem with any of it. And I
don't have a problem with maths. Okay, I'm going to test that theory. I've got a triangle of sides 1, 1, and 1. What are the internal angles?
The internal angles? Was it an isosceles triangle? I mean,
it's very right. The sides of the triangle are 1, 1, and 1. What are the internal angles?
Well, that'd have to be so angular. You get a total of 360 divided by 3. Is that correct?
I'm sorry. Did you just say there's 360 degrees in a triangle? Please don't ever tell me you understand maths again.
Okay. Understand or either way. If you could say that, I'm ignorant.
I'll make it simpler for you. I've got a triangle of sides 1, 1, and 1. How many sides does the triangle have?
It still has 3.
Oh, well done. You got that one right. So you've got 1 out of about 10 right. Good job.
Okay. So my point is, and I know because I'm like just another flat earther guy, and I like to talk about this thing because I like to question things. But has our education system ever taught to have us question what we're reading, what we're actually being taught?
That's very important to question everything. I don't know what school you went to, but the school I went to literally focused on questioning everything. I'm not sure where or even if you went to school. It doesn't really seem that way at the moment. But my school literally taught about questioning everything, and that's why you test things, right?
But
back to the original question, which you still haven't answered. Okay. If the Earth is flat, can you please present a measurement or an experiment that can demonstrate that?
So what would be the other observation? Is that the sun does not look 93 million miles away. It appears to be slightly above the clouds with the crepuscular rays, and I'm sure
we've actually measured that. The sun is 93 million miles away. In 1964, it was measured by radar, and we've sent stuff there. The Parker Solar Probe constantly tested the fact that the sun is 93 million miles away. Anti-crepuscular rays actually debunk anything you were about to say, because that would mean somehow the sun goes underground.
What is an anti-crepuscular ray? Would mean all the rays would be in the same direction?
No, an anti-crepuscular ray is when the sun has set and you can still see the rays of the sun coming up from the horizon, which would mean if the Earth was flat, the sun has gone for a little bath in the sea.
Okay, so if I take my telescope and I'm
You haven't got a telescope, don't lie to me.
Actually, I've owned a few, but
no, you haven't. Don't lie.
No, I have. I bought a Celestron. I paid like $1,000 for a refracting.
No, you didn't, because you would have looked at things.
Why would I know about a reflecting telescope if I didn't buy one? Anyway, and I have
clearly
bought
you've never
one
used it
from the hobby store. I did.
Clearly not, but you can keep lying. That's fine.
You know what? I believe you're an intelligent person, so I would.
I am. I know I am. You're not.
I wouldn't go so far as to lie to you because I would be exposed.
I've already exposed the fact that you've lied. You said you were good at maths, and then I asked you what the internal angles of an equilateral triangle were, and you went, let me quote what you said. That was what you said.
But why are your behavior?
Because what I like to do is expose stupidity. And so people can see that being flat Earth makes you dumb.
You expose it by ridiculing me?
Oh, absolutely, yes. That's all flat Earth is good for, ridiculing. Because what happens is once they get ridiculed, if they've got any sense of intelligence, they will go, shit, maybe I shouldn't think those stupid things and I wouldn't get ridiculed.
Do you treat your child that way if they don't know better?
No, I teach them, and they listen. The thing is, they listen, right? My kids are smart, and they listen.
But I am listening.
Well, no, you're just ignoring everything I'm saying.
No, you're asking me questions, and I'm saying it. But what you're saying too, I'm listening.
Well, I've still asked you for any evidence the Earth is flat, and you've not given me any yet.
I just said it, and you can debunk it because science proves otherwise.
No, well, there's okay. So quickly,
and the education.
Wait, hold
otherwise.
on. Quickly, there is no such thing as scientific proof. Are you aware of that?
Oh, absolutely, I am. Yes.
Well, then why did you just say science proves things?
Because you're using it for your argument.
Yeah, it's called evidence, not proof. There is no such thing as scientific proof.
So your evidence comes in a book that's presented to you and everybody else, and we're all
my evidence comes from the fact that I've measured the shape and rotation of the Earth personally.
So, really?
Yeah.
Okay, so you did that how?
With a pendulum.
A pendulum?
Yeah. See, because I went and did a physics degree at the University of the West of England.
Pendulum that swings back and forth proves this? It's like that one in the big building?
It gives evidence, yes.
Where it spins. I've seen that building where there's a giant pendulum in it. And
which
that's
building? Because there's lots of them. So what you're talking about is pendulum.
I didn't know there were many of them. I know this one was pretty grand.
So what you're talking about and what I'm referring to is called Foucault's pendulum, which we can use as a demonstration of the Coriolis effect. You will only get a Coriolis effect on a rotating body. Now, the interesting thing is that if you're on a rotating sphere, the Coriolis effect will be different. The force applied by the Coriolis effect will be different depending on your latitude on Earth. Meaning that if you swing a pendulum back and forth and you let it swing for as long as it can and you measure the drift from a straight line path, get the angle, apply Foucault's sine law, you can literally calculate your latitude on the planet. And when I did that at university, I found out that my latitude was in Bristol. Turns out my university is also in Bristol, so it was right. At the same time, a sister university in Brazil was doing the experiment, found out that they were in Brazil. Weird, huh?
That is weird.
Literally a measurement of the shape and rotation of the planet.
The easiest way to prove flat Earth, or your way, would be to go over the North Pole or over the South Pole.
That's been done lots, yes. One More Orbit team did live stream the entire thing. Last year there was literally polar orbits done in space, and they recorded the entire thing. So yeah, that's been done. Plus a bunch of friends of mine went to Antarctica in December 2024.
Okay, so Buzz Aldrin himself, and I've watched this video and a couple other videos, but one in particular where he's being interviewed by a little girl.
And all the talking points.
No.
Right, I know what you're going to say already, and the entire interview.
What do you say to that?
Well, the entire interview was about going to the moon, and then she asked the question, "Why haven't we gone back?" And when she said, "Why haven't we gone back?" is because I want to know that. That's my question. Because we haven't. He was talking about the fact they haven't gone back. The entire interview was about going to the moon and being on the moon, the things he saw when he was on the moon, how they got to the moon, what they did on the moon. And what he said was, when asked, why haven't they gone back, he said, well, that's an adult question. That's my question, because we haven't. We haven't gone back. And that's right. And he's right. They haven't gone back. But
what did he say? What did he say after that? Well, what did he say after that? Because we're not going to take it out of context.
What did he say after that? Tell us.
He said because money.
Yes, exactly, and that's the exact reason NASA's budget was slashed after the moon missions.
Yeah, and then he said, and then asked why we didn't go back and why we couldn't.
Because of money.
Go back.
But now we are. Literally, right now, as we are talking, Artemis 2 is taking the 4-mile journey from the construction factory at NASA to the launch pad. And then on February the 6th, I believe, it will launch into space to go to the moon and take humans further away from Earth than they have ever done before.
Do we need helium to get to space?
Helium is a very good thing to help us get to space. It can cool electronics. It can be used as fuel. NASA are the largest users of helium in the world, mostly for storage.
So you know what a flat earther says?
A flat earther says, oh, well, that means helium balloons. But that's because, and let's be clear, you're not stupid because you're a flat earther. You're a flat earther because you're stupid.
So, okay, and then why, if we didn't use balloons for satellites, why did Chinese have a spy balloon? Why didn't they just
Because
use
there
their
is such
satellite?
thing. Well, because sometimes you need it closer to Earth, and there is such things as weather balloons and monitoring stations and spy balloons and everything. But that they can
like-
exist as well as satellites, and we know satellites exist because we use them every day.
So, like, other than cloud cover, what reason? And it's not like these satelloons are going underneath the clouds. So, other than cloud cover, why would they go so low tech?
Because they need different technologies for different things.
Well,
The fact that
and
there
then-
is satelloons does not disprove satellites. My friend on Twitter and on YouTube, Astronomy Live, constantly personally tracks satellites with his own equipment, and also offers flat earthers the opportunity to use his equipment to track satellites. And he's also going to track the Artemis 2 mission. Again, you told me you don't listen to Eric Dubay, yet everything you have said comes from Eric Dubay.
Okay, maybe.
Now let me ask you a question then.
Maybe the
Are you
content
aware of
creators-
Are you aware of the final experiment where they went to Antarctica to test if the Earth was a globe or flat?
Yeah, flat earthers were jumping all over that. I know that because, something was about, like they couldn't see his breath, so he went back and puffed on a vape. And then
Oh yeah,
blew
that
his
was a
breath.
flat earther. Witsit is literally a liar and lies
So they were
about
saying,
everything,
what,
even whilst being in
24-hour
Antarctica.
sun in Antarctica, that would prove that the Earth is not flat, obviously.
Yeah, well,
But-
it definitely disproves the azimuthal equidistant projection map as a map of the flat Earth. Now, the important thing about the final experiment, and a bunch of my personal friends went there. I was actually offered the chance before anyone else, but I couldn't go because of my leg. Before they went, they made a bunch of predictions of if the Earth is flat, this will happen. If the Earth is a globe, this will happen. And when they went there, they found out every single prediction matched the globe. The weight test, the shadow test, the angle test, the sun test, the fact that the sun was in the sky for 24 hours. They're, on MC Toon's channel and on the Final Experiment channel, Will Duffy's channel, there is a list of experiments that show that the Earth to be a globe. Every single thing matched the globe prediction. And the world's biggest flat earther came back and admitted the Earth was not flat.
If I did, that would be one great project to do to prove or disprove, but most flat earthers didn't believe it. And
Well, yeah,
and
that's
they
because they're
had-
dumb. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I don't think to question things is dumb. I just think to
You're
trust
right.
our
Questioning things is very important, but ignoring the
Yeah.
answers is dumb.
I guess dumb is a matter of perspective. So, like,
No, that's not perspective. Is you're dumb if you think the Earth is flat. It's
I've
simple.
been an licensed HVAC contractor in the state of Ohio for like the last 25 years. So I'm
That's very well.
familiar with pressures and temperatures and how we get pressure and how we get a vacuum. because
Okay, so
these are
how do we
things
get a
that we
gradient
do.
then?
Gradient, the only
Yeah.
way in my system is it's called a glide, and that would be because different things are evaporating at different temperatures.
So
and we
how
call
is
that
there a constant static gradient from 14.7 psi at sea level to practically zero as you go up?
And that would be pressure because of density, because of the volume of air, and that can be measured.
None of that explains the fact that there is a higher pressure. Look at my hands here, all right? This has a higher air pressure on it than this. And this
That's correct.
has a higher air pressure on it than this. That
That's
happens because there is a force pulling it down. That force is created by gravity.
Sure. So other than gravity, if gravity wasn't a thing,
Well, it is a thing.
Isn't that like the magic glue that holds the thing together?
Well, it's not magic, it's just a factual part of nature. I've also measured gravity.
So what is the vacuum of space? Do you have the measurements of that?
Well, it's not a vacuum, it's an extremely low pressure. And I literally
pressure,
have
no pressure.
measurements from a project I was involved in where they sent some up to like 35,000 meters, and the pressure was about
So-
10 to the negative 12 torr.
Okay, do you remember the movie where Arnold Schwarzenegger goes
Why are you
to the
bringing up
mall?
movies?
Oh, okay. Well, never mind then. I won't bring up a movie. All
No.
I'm saying is, like in the vacuum that is measured in space, because they say space is a vacuum in all the books. So why are we taking that out?
Well,
Because
okay.
that's in the book,
it's-
literally
yeah,
in
no,
the books that you
Yeah,
read.
no. Okay, so in physics, a vacuum is basically anything of a lower pressure. That's the
that-
literal physical definition of a vacuum.
Okay, so
in
outer
physics.
space is a slightly lower
Not a
pressure.
slightly
Is
lower
that what you're
pressure.
It's an
you know,
extremely
space
lower
is an
pressure,
extremely
according-
low pressure. Yes.
Extremely low.
Yes.
Okay, so without a container, what contains the pressure
Gravity.
against the vacuum? Gravity against air?
Yeah, gravity. Well, air is mass, and matter, and matter has mass, so the air is affected by gravity and pulled towards the Earth.
But an air doesn't light up, right? Unless there's like particulates in it, right?
What has that got to do with gravity? Nothing.
Nitrogen. So gravity is space and time, according to Einstein. You got to bend space and time to get gravity, right?
That's an explanation of how gravity works.
Like how a black hole works, similar to that, right?
Well, a black hole is a consequence of gravity. Yes.
So would you ever consider, with your education, would you ever consider questioning it, or do you?
Yeah, I did. I measured it to test.
Have you ever tried to be like a flat earther?
Yeah, I did, and I tested it.
You tested it.
Yeah, I measured gravity, I measured the shape, and I measured the rotation. I didn't just believe, I tested.
But I mean, doesn't the rotation match up to the flat earthers too? Because on the Gleason's
there's-
map, if they left us both of those hands, it perfectly represents and can easily
There
demonstrate.
is no rotation on a flat stationary Earth. The Gleason's
No,
map, otherwise known as the
that's
azimuthal
correct.
equidistant projection map,
Which
has
would-
been
which-
debunked.
which-
and
which would
interesting.
mean-
One sec. Interestingly, the Gleason's map, the patent for it, he explains how it's an extortion of the globe.
Gleason himself said that. Yes.
Yes.
Obviously, and he had to.
Well, it was in
Because
the
he's-
patent
he's-
for it.
It's going against the whole system that he knows is going against him. But why does it say as it is? Practically, scientifically, and practically correct.
Because it works as a timepiece.
It works perfectly too.
Yeah, because it works because it is a projection of the globe.
And then you know why what flat earthers think, because they go with their senses and they're like, you know what, a pond has to have a bank, a river has to have a bank, a lake has to have a bank, so the ocean has to have a bank.
Well, the gravity holds it. Actually, gravity holds the Earth, all the water to Earth.
Sure,
that's it.
sure. Which again, that's what we're all taught, and I have
Again,
only,
I tested it. Gravity is a fact. There's literally not a single scientist in the world that would disagree that gravity exists. Now, I have a very good friend called PhD
Are you
Tony,
sure?
whose
Are you
job.
sure?
Shh, I'm talking. I have a very good friend called PhD Tony, whose literal job is to use gravity to find minerals and oil underground, and he gets paid a lot for it. More importantly, I was a nuclear engineer in the Royal Navy. And submarines use a system called gravity gradient navigation, where we literally use gravity to navigate submarines underwater.
I think it's awesome where you've been and what you've done. I think that's pretty cool, and I'm not negating that fact. I don't think you're, I know you're an intelligent person, and I know you have the ability to retain knowledge. I understand this, and
I wish I could say the same for you.
And that's okay. That's okay. I mean, I've done a few things. I haven't been in the Army. I'm a licensed mariner. And
just one second. I just got to quickly respond to someone in the chat. Tyrone Cunningham, one Neuronic Amrek says, false Craig, a vacuum is defined as an area entirely devoid of matter. No, it's not. You should probably study physics, because what you just said is completely wrong. A perfect vacuum is something defined as an area entirely devoid as matter. A vacuum in science and physics is not completely devoid as matter. It's just a lower pressure area.
Can we recreate the same exact pressure on Earth in a container as
No,
it
because
is?
you need Earth to make the amount of gravity that Earth makes, and you can't have Earth on Earth.
So here's just, this is just my simple way of thinking. It's like,
It's
if
very
gravity
simple, I
is
agree.
if gravity is so strong, and an elephant to come off of the ground takes so much force, and that gravity is that powerful to hold that elephant to the earth, how is it that a feather just lightly floats down? I mean, think about it.
Air resistance.
You can put a math problem to
Yeah,
that,
yeah,
but how
air
does that
resistance.
how does it make sense in your head? Though, if
Multiple
gravity is
forces.
that-
Are you
if
unaware that
gravity-
multiple forces can exist at the same time?
So you see how
I just asked you a question. Answer the question. Are
Sure,
you
sure.
aware that multiple forces can exist at the same time?
That's true.
Okay,
Yeah.
now a feather's mass
But I
is
didn't-
so
but I
light.
didn't
Wait,
say
let
on
me
a
answer the question.
merry-go-round.
Let me answer the
didn't
question.
say on a merry-go-round.
I didn't mention the merry-go-round. Let me answer
Okay.
the question. A feather's mass is so light and its surface area so large compared to its mass that the force created by air resistance is a lot stronger relative to its mass than something like an elephant. If you, however, drop a feather and an elephant in a vacuum, they would both fall at the same speed.
Sure, but we don't live in a vacuum. All I'm saying is if the gravity is that powerful, why is air now all of a sudden a stronger force than the gravity?
Because gravity is right. Do you know what the Newton's law of gravity is? Would that answer your question?
No.
Okay, Fg equals g m1 m2 over r squared. This means that gravity creates a force that is proportional to the product of two or more masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between them. That means that gravity is affected by the mass of both of the things. So the mass of the Earth and the mass of the feather are what creates the force. Now the acceleration is the same, but the force is a lot less. Which means that the force created by air resistance can counter gravity a lot easier.
Then why
which is exactly the reason why a butterfly or a fly can fly against gravity, because its wings can create a force that can counter the small attractive force between Earth and the tiny thing.
So without electromagnetism or static electricity, can you explain why the feather wouldn't suck to the elephant then, if the elephant is way more massive?
Yeah, because the Earth is way more massive than the elephant, so the feather is being way more attracted to the Earth than. However, to answer your question, things are affected by other mass. But could you maybe turn? We're getting an echo from you, so could you turn down what you're using?
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah. So now there's no, it's still getting the echo from you, but anyway.
One second.
There is an experiment called the Schehallien experiment where they literally tested if gravitational force exists apart from the Earth, where they hung a plumb bob off the side of a mountain, measured the deflection away from the vertical towards the mountain, showing that the mountain also had a gravitational attraction as well as the Earth. Obviously, the Earth was the main force, but there was a slight deflection towards the mountain. An elephant has hardly any mass compared to the Earth. So if you drop a feather next to an elephant, the force created by the Earth is much more massive, so that's what it's going to be attracted to mostly.
According to the Earth, the elephant and the feather are such minimal numbers that it shouldn't matter in regards to gravity.
Correct. That's why they go towards the ground, because the Earth is the most massive thing. So that's where everything is being attracted to.
It's just
everything has mass attracting mass. Now, have you heard of the Cavendish experiment?
Cavendish? No, sounds like a rich guy though.
Well, he was very rich and very eccentric, yes, and he literally tested if there is sideway attraction by hanging a balance beam on a wire with masses on the end, and then putting more masses next to it and attract by twisting and you measure the torque on the wire, and that matched the gravitational attraction. Actually use that to measure the Earth as well. Weigh the world technically. So we know that mass attracts mass. And we can isolate the fact that small masses can also attract smaller masses. But on Earth, the main thing they're being attracted to is Earth, because it's bigger than everything on Earth.
So you've read a lot of books, you've got a lot of education, but you don't consider the Bible a viable sourse?
Oh God, no! The Bible is literally the Bible is just a plagiarized book of previous religions. Were you aware, for instance, that the Ten Commandments in the Bible are literally just the Book of the Dead from the Egyptians?
No, but I am aware that all.
Are you aware that Noah's flood is literally the tale of Gilgamesh?
Well, and if that's the case, I mean, who was Gilgamesh, right? So he was
but this is way before the Bible or Christianity was ever thought of. The Bible is nothing to do with science. It's not a history book. It's not a science book. It doesn't tell you about the shape of the Earth. It is a book written by sheep herders who knew nothing about the world.
No, nothing. And then we have all these buildings that I mean, I don't know of anybody today that can go down and build these old courthouses. Nobody knows how to do that. And then they call them founded.
What do you mean no one knows how to do that? We could build literally anything that was built in the past.
So why don't we?
Because we build better
Why are
buildings now that are more effective and cheaper.
Why are
and-
those? Well, why are those buildings still standing? And why are the buildings like the same type of architecture found in every country? Like when did that period happen?
That's just literally not the case. This is just another famous talking point.
It
There
actually
not
is.
the
If
same.
you look,
I
these
have looked.
particular
And I have
buildings-
looked. Let me be clear. I have looked, and the claim
I
that
wish I had
the
a
same
laptop.
architecture appears all over the world is just a claim with no evidence.
I wish I had a laptop to show you the buildings that I'm talking about, but they have the horizontal lines in them, and I see them all
I'm
over
sure
the
multiple
place.
people can make horizontal lines at the same time. But
Just like pyramids that
again,
have been
these are
found
just
on
their
every
debate
continent.
talking points. You've been on the stream for about 30 minutes, and you've still not given any evidence or tests that the Earth is flat.
According to you, so
You
I
haven't.
go with visible and demonstrable things like okay,
Nothing's
what about
demonstratable about
the
flat Earth.
pole star? Why does it not move? You're going to tell
It
me it
literally
moves
has
when
moved.
No, they tore down the Georgia Guidestones. I get it, but I can go out
okay,
here.
so
I could
there
get
is
on
the
the
celestial.
mountaintop.
There is the almanac.
Can I
that
finish?
Well, you asked the
okay, so
question. You asked the question. Do you want me to answer the question, or are you going to
Sure,
say
go ahead.
something else before I get to answer the question?
I wanted to add to the question.
Well, that
And-
would
and
make
that-
an extra question.
All right, well, go ahead.
Okay,
Man.
so yes, the North Star has moved, and it's been recorded as being moved over the centuries. You can literally check almanacs that sailors use over the centuries, where they have charted the changing positions of the stars, including the North Star. About 1,000 years ago, the North Star literally was not Polaris; it was a different star. And even in the time of the Georgia Guidestones, it shifted within that little dot slightly. You can literally measure the change of position of Polaris over years. Stars change constantly. Barnard's star, for instance, has literally changed its real position compared to other stars in the past 15 years.
How long has our calendar went right along with the stars? How many years has that happened? And why do these same stars? Because all the stars travel with us, right?
But they're not all the same stars. The stars have literally changed over time. That's why they kind of had to add an extra constellation most of the right. So we see in the night sky 5,000 to 6,000 stars. That's all we
Okay.
can see, and they are moving with us around the galaxy. So there's no reason why they should dramatically change. However, they do literally shift over time. And again, I just pointed that out with Barnard's star and real movement.
I have a really good question then.
Oh my God, is
If
that what it is?
Polaris is moving, and like you say it is, why doesn't it move drastically if we're moving in 8 different directions?
We aren't because Polaris is moving with us around the center of the galaxy. We just went through that.
No, what I'm saying is we spin around the sun, we spin around ourselves, we're hurling through, and we're at a tilt, and the tilt changes because of the Earth's wobble.
Right,
Why
Polaris
is
is
that
literally
that
in
star in
alignment.
the same
Polaris
exact
is in
spot?
alignment with Earth's axial tilt.
Mm-hmm.
So
are you
let's
gonna
say
tell
this
me
is
that
Earth, right? And
you're
you
going to
see my
tell
Star
me there's
Trek-
a pole.
do you want me to
South
answer?
Pole
Are you going to
star?
keep talking, or do you want me to answer?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Go
You
ahead.
see the Star Trek Delta here on top?
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's Earth's axial alignment. Polaris is up here. So no matter where Earth is in its orbit, you can always see Polaris relative to the North Pole. The fact that over the year there is a wobble of Polaris shows that we are orbiting our sun. What Polaris does is an exact prediction of the globe.
And there you go. So you got it all figured out. Hopefully, I got you some more people watching and listening and stuff, and that way you're
So
on
you
a
don't
good
have any
start
evidence
figure.
of the Earth being flat then? Just to
No,
be clear.
I have plenty, but like I said, you're always going to have something that a
Well, can you
textbook
pre-
is
right,
going to
can
tell
you
us.
present any evidence that the Earth is flat?
That can make they can have all these fancy stuff. I have evidence, but if you have your own evidence, then
Well, no, you don't have any evidence. You have claims.
no, I don't have any evidence from books that were given to me and
No,
taught
again,
to
I
me.
measured. Right,
Yeah, you
it-
measured. You
It's
got
very
a tape
simple.
measure out, and you measured to the sun and back.
We
I don't
did
believe it.
radar to do that.
Radar.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
1964.
so and radar, it goes around a curve too,
Well, yeah, absolutely, because it's electromagnetic waves and they refract.
and they refract in a
Yeah,
straight
but
line.
the fact that there is actually a radar horizon also disproves the flat Earth.
Okay, here's another one.
Let me,
Here's another
wait,
one. What
Wait,
about
before
the
you
moon?
wait. Again, Do you have a measurement of the Earth being flat?
No more than you do.
No, of course I don't have a measurement of the Earth being flat because it's not. I've got measurements of the Earth being curved.
I don't see it. I just don't see
okay,
it.
go to mc2.net/r.
Okay. I'm not able to at the moment because I'm just on a phone. But, okay, so if you want more evidence, so this moon produces its own light, and it produces a cold light.
No, there's no such thing as cold light.
Now I have done
thermodynamics.
that experiment. I have done that experiment personally, where I took two cast
So,
iron
do you
pans.
know what radiative cooling is? Yes or no?
Yes.
Explain radiative cooling.
It is the evaporation off of something, and then it moves, and it changed states of matter from a liquid
I don't know
to
what
a
you were talking
gas,
about there, but that's
and
completely
thus
wrong.
it removes a tremendous amount of BTUs. That's
no, everything you
evaporative
just said
cooling.
was wrong. So radiative cooling, the Earth gets heated by the sun as it is facing the sun. And as it faces away from the sun, that heat is dissipated into space. Now, if
I'm talking about the moon, not space.
And when you are facing away from the sun and you can see space and the moon is there, then you get light from the moon. Now, people claim that the moonlight is cold because they will measure the moonlight and they will measure a shadow. But if there's a shadow, that means that there is something blocking the heat escaping. So physics says that will be warmer in the shadow than in open air. That's why people that don't understand thermodynamics, what you're saying would literally require negative energy. There is no such thing as cold light. Thermodynamics disagrees with everything you are saying.
You're catching on, but again, you're using the books that are given to you. You're not using your
actually,
own
this has been
knowledge.
tested, by Sliced Arcane and by Astronomy Live.
You're relying on others to tell you what to believe.
Friends of mine that have personally performed the experiments.
I've got friends too. But
again, what we expect is that in the open air, it will be colder because if there's something blocking it, the heat can't escape. So here, the heat can escape. It's going to be colder. Here, where there's a shadow, it's going to be warmer. That's literally what we expect to happen. The concept of cold light is impossible. Thermodynamics disagrees. Thermodynamics is a law as well,
That's right. It is a law. You're correct. But again, it doesn't make sense that could be a reflection of the sun off of a
It makes
big
perfect
rock.
sense. It matches the predictions of that.
Whose prediction? That's what I'm trying to tell you. It doesn't
the prediction
make sense.
that physics says. You say it don't make sense because
if I
you
have
don't
physics,
understand physics.
Okay, if I have physics, I have a infrared heater. I have a pan. It bounces off that infrared heater, shines a little light, and then I measure that reflection back to me off of that metal. It's warmer. It's not colder.
Yeah, that's not radiative cooling. I've just explained to you why I just explained to you why it appears moonlight is colder because when it's in the shadow, heat cannot escape. We have gone through that. Do you have a problem converting short-term to long-term memory?
So that's okay. You can diminish me and say those things.
Oh, you're doing that yourself, my friend.
You know what? From your perspective, okay, that's fine. That's your perspective. I just wanted to get on here, and I know that you're well versed in what you're doing, and you've done this with guys like me. Oh yeah, many times, and you're really good at it. I'm going to give you that.
So just to be clear, you've got zero measurements of the Earth being flat.
No, you're wrong. Like I said, I grew up on a lake and I saw land that should have been visibly over the curve. And
what
saw
were the refractive
with my
conditions
own
during
eyes.
those days?
Well, they were good, conditions where the air was clear.
Did you measure the refractive conditions in the air?
I didn't have to measure. I could look at a map and I knew exactly what
a map won't tell you the refractive conditions. Light is bent by refraction. So if you are able to tell me what the refractive conditions are, we absolutely expect that light will travel around the curve because of refraction.
So refraction, that's. I already expected that because I've heard that.
You see these on my face? You know what these are? What are they?
Yeah. Those are magnifying your vision.
No, they're not magnifying my vision. That's not how glasses work. No, They are refracting the light coming into my eyes. We understand refraction. Now, when you are talking about the air, we need to use something called Fermat's principle, which would explain the curvature of light through a gradient. And when you actually take the measurement of density and temperature in the air, you can apply Fermat's principle to figure out how far light would go around the curve. And there has never been a time flat earthers have done that. However, when globe earthers do it, it turns out that it matches what we say. The fact that things can be seen further away sometimes and closer sometimes shows that light refracts through the atmosphere.
And it's good that you have this ability to, to absorb all the information and then regurgitate it, and that's great. I think
tested. They've been tested, not just regurgitating. It's been tested.
Okay, and so I'm going to end this so that you can get on to somebody else, and I'm just going to end it with this: is that what if in the end you defended the lie, and then
I tested it just to see there's no lie. I tested.
And there is a magic man in the sky, and
Magic's
you were
not
all
real.
wrong.
I'm not a 5-year-old. I don't need to believe in magic.
Well, you called it magic. I didn't. I call it.
You
creation.
literally just called it magic.
I was repeating what you had said earlier. But anyway,
so God is literally magic. Magic's not real.
It's been a good talk, and maybe one day I hope that you might consider these things. And have a great day.
So that you know, a triangle sides 1, 1, and 1 would have internal angles of 60. Well, he was dumb. That was fun. Right, so people on TikTok, feel free to join if you are a flat earther. I'm not going to bring too many globe earthers on because I don't want the panel to get too busy and too over talky and too shouty. But if you're a flat earther and you come on, don't just spitball a bunch of claims. Bring evidence and actually say things. I have brought on my assistant Rubiks because I've given them internet in the basement today. How is the basement? I hope it's not too cold down there today.
It's cold. He knows. He realizes you've been to Lake Erie and seen it, right?
Yeah. Well, I probably not, but he lied and said he's never listened to Eric Dubay. Yet every single one of his talking points was Eric Dubay. It was crazy.
Yeah.
Hey, Whatcast in the chat. How you doing, my friend? So people on TikTok, we've got like a goal thing. I don't know how TikTok really works, but TikTok asked me to tell you that if you gift me roses, then I'll get entered into some kind of competition. So if in the next 3 hours I get 19 roses, then apparently that's a good thing. I don't know how you give me roses. I don't know what's going on, but if you give me a rose, that's a good thing apparently. So yeah, thank you.
I don't know how TikTok works.
No, I have no idea how TikTok works either. Thank you. I just got a rose apparently. Way.
You got 14, 15, 16.
Okay, Philip Craft, I'm not going to let you in, my friend, because you're a Glober. I don't want to bring too many Globers in. E. Pelosi, I think they're a Glober.
But I can just be like here to moderate, mute as people needed.
Oh, that would be great. Yes, thank you.
I can mute.
Whatcast, as you are in the chat, I am going to make you a moderator. Because I do need some extra moderators.
For any reason, I can't do all that moderating stuff unless I'm on my phone.
I was going to make a moderator. I have no idea how to do that, so maybe not. No, Whatcast is actually already a moderator, so there's that. Right, going to catch up with a couple of super chats over on the Red app because being very generous over there, I do appreciate it. If you are a flat earther watching on TikTok or even on the Red app, I can open a Zoom call if you want to come in that way. Or if you just join over on TikTok, that's probably the easiest way to just get on this stream. We've got Katliana Varen, who's actually gifted 100 memberships, which is absolutely incredible. Thank you very much. Rubiks for $2 says, I'm FTFE and Rubiks is not captive in my basement. That was a lie. Yes, they are. Rubiks says, nice hat. Did you steal that from NASA? Yes. We've got the Turtle Moves for £5, who says, didn't the flying spaghetti monster create the earth as a giant meatball? Yes, well, in 5 days whilst heavily drinking. Emma, the cunt, just gifted 5 can't say that on TikTok. Gifted 5 memberships, thank you. Ravage, member for 8 months, says, look, Mum, I'm on YouTube. Mr. E-Man, gifted 5 memberships, thank you very much. Dan Deman, €2.49, says, again, someone who doesn't understand the globe. Yeah, I know. Dr. Apocalypse for £10 says, a merry-go-round rotating at 15 degrees per hour would be so exciting. Not the atmosphere question, it's just, why doesn't my soup stay still when my bowl rotates in a microwave? Rubiks for $2 says, sounds like he's from Ohio. Our schools are bad. Yeah. Mr. Present for €2 says, just padding the counter, thank you very much. Yeah, I've got a super chat goal over on YouTube. If we get to 50 in the next 2 hours, I will phone Cece. Ravage for €2 says, my 2 cents, or whatever these are, thank you very much. Mr. Present for €5 says, ask him about the final experiment. I did. Dr. Apocalypse for £5. Helium has also been used to pressurize fuel tanks on rockets, as it doesn't liquefy or freeze at the higher temperatures of methane and hydrazine. Yeah, there's a reason NASA use it, obviously. Mr. Present for €10 says, a question for this movie fan. Imagine Armageddon with Bruce Willis. Scientifically correct. Nobody would have watched it except nerds. Just as Deep Impact is Deep Impact is much better than Armageddon. Inciter for $20 Donkey says, have your guest tested cooling over a whole month? No, I did. Turns out they're wrong. And Hackram for $5 Craig, NASA need your bank details so they get your shield payment processed. It's all right. I spoke to Neil deGrasse Tyson earlier. That's all sorted. Thank you guys for gifting the roses and stuff over on TikTok. I really do appreciate it. TM sent a rose. Peter sent a heart. Rachbot sent a heart. Hasselblad sent 22 roses. Dexter sent 45. Thank you very much. Means the world. Let's see if we can get another flat earther on. That will be incredible. So we've just let in someone called Rabadabba. Hello, Rabadabba. Who are you?
Hi, how you doing? My name's Rab.
Rab. How you doing, Rab?
Not bad, not bad.
Are you the guy that tests the Iron Brew?
I test Iron Brew?
Yeah. Don't they have a tester?
I drink
called
Iron Brew.
Well, yeah,
No.
I'm pretty sure Iron Brew have got a tester called Rab. Anyway, are you a flat earther?
I wish I was, mate, because I drink it all the time.
Yeah.
I am.
Why?
Because I don't believe a thing that NASA say. I
Why?
think NASA just lied.
Why?
So do you remember the thing with Challenger 6? With that? When that happened, that spaceship that blew up and they found all the people?
Yeah,
Still alive.
do
Still
not,
alive.
don't say anything bad about that, because that's incredibly disrespectful to the people that died.
But they didn't die.
Yeah, they did. It's been
They're
no,
alive.
they're not. It's been disproven every single
It's not
time someone
been
says this is
disproven,
that.
right? Okay.
Yeah, it has. Yes,
But
it
I
has.
don't believe anything
Every
they say.
single. Well, I
The
don't
other
care
guy
what
that
you
you
believe. I
I
don't
know
care
you
what
don't.
you
You don't
believe.
care what anybody else says. You're very rude.
No.
You just speak
I don't
over
care what you
people. just
believe.
speak over
Beliefs
people.
are irrelevant. All right. We've been to the moon and we're going back in a few weeks.
You can say that if you want. Fair enough, mate. It's nonsense. Armstrong said it multiple times that he didn't go there. Not just that.
No,
one time
Armstrong
he
has
never
never
talked
said
about
he's
that
not
other
been
guy.
to the moon. Armstrong has never
Yes, he
ever
has.
said. No, he
He
hasn't.
has. He
No, he
has.
hasn't.
He
No, he
has.
hasn't. No, he
He
hasn't.
has.
No, he hasn't.
Yes, he has.
Prove
Yes,
it.
he has.
Prove that Armstrong said he never went to the moon.
Prove
Prove
it.
it.
What can I do? Go and get him to say it again. There's videos
Well,
out there
link me
of him saying
a
it.
video.
There's
Put in the
videos out there of him saying it.
right. Show
I'll do it after
link the
this.
video then.
I'm not going to. I'm on the phone. Obviously, I can't go through the phone whilst I'm on the phone. I will send
Yes, you
it to
can. You know you've got a right. So on your phone, there's this button, the three dots here. If you press that, you can go multi-screen and do more than one thing at the same time. So get the video and link it where Armstrong said, "I never went to the moon," and I will give you my YouTube channel. Oh, he broke his phone, didn't he?
Did he say that the Challenger mission was faked?
Yeah, because
No,
apparently
I didn't
nobody
say the
died.
mission was fake. The people in
My
it, there was nobody in
dad
it.
knew. My dad knew. Julius was an
I know,
experiment.
totally. There would be. All you
He
ever
went
seem
to my
to be.
dad's high
You seem to
school.
all know people that's done things and they're all close friends to you. The odds
Yeah.
of that are fucking second to none. There's no chance. You just talk nonsense all the
No,
time.
literally,
So-
some of my best friends went to Antarctica in December 2024.
I know that's what I'm saying. You seem to know everybody who's done everything. You seem to have done everything.
Yeah, I've been to Antarctica myself when I was
Why
in the
did NASA get
Navy.
the fucking Nikon 900 or whatever camera banned? Because you
didn't.
can zoom in.
They
So
didn't. That's a
listen,
lie. That never happened.
Well, see, if the fucking the sun's going down and it touches the horizon and you zoom in, it's no touching the horizon anymore. It's not touching
That's
the horizon.
never, ever,
That's just
ever has
distance.
someone, never,
It's just
ever,
distance.
ever has somebody zoomed the sun in once the bottom of it has disappeared.
I didn't see what. How have they know?
Because it's
I've
not
seen it being
happened.
done.
No, you
What?
haven't.
How have I know? So
Link
so
the
people-
video then.
Mate, there's fucking hundreds of them. Go and just type it in fucking TikTok.
I
The
already-
app that you're on the
I
now,
already
the
have.
app that you're on the now,
It
it's
doesn't
on- As soon as
exist.
it touches the bottom, you zoom in and you can. And even doing it with the ships meant to be going over the horizon. What a load of nonsense when you can't see
Okay,
your
so
eyes
no,
can
again,
only
that's
see
never
so-
happened. There has
your eyes
never
can
been
only see
there has
so
never
far.
been a time when there is a ship disappeared bottom first and it's been zoomed back in again. I offered £20,000.
Yes, it is. All you ever do is come.
Then why did no flat earther claim my £20,000?
So you're trying to tell me if I was hiding behind a wall, right? Behind a wall, and with refraction, you could see me if it was behind the wall.
Yeah, do you want me to show you a video of it literally happening? Because I can do that right now.
Behind a wall.
I can literally show things behind a curve being brought back up with refraction. Easy.
Not going over water. I'm telling you, somebody is hiding behind a wall, and there's a lot of dense air or whatever there. You can see what's hiding behind that wall.
Depends on the refractive conditions.
No. Repent. So you're telling me you can do it if they're perfect? If the refraction things are perfect, you can see somebody hiding behind a wall.
Not behind a wall if they're right next to it. If they're over a curve,
that's what you're basically saying. If it's going over the curve, you can throw a wall.
A curve isn't a wall; it's a curve. Refraction can make things go over a curve. Refraction can make things go over a curve. This is just a fact.
Up, they add up to it. May come up with mad.
Right? How come sometimes you can see further and sometimes you can see closer? Then when you look out at sea,
I'm not disputing the fact that there's no atmosphere there. There's obviously atmosphere there.
Yeah, and the atmosphere causes refraction.
Aye, obviously it does, but I'm telling you, if it causes
refraction can lift things up above the curve.
No, but mate, there's
yes.
No,
the curve's been measured, so yes, there is curve.
Mate, water can only be level, mate. You tell me why.
Level doesn't mean flat. Level doesn't mean flat.
Aye, it does.
No, it doesn't. Level literally means conforming to the curvature of Earth.
Fuck off, mate. I'm a plumber. I've worked with water for 30 years.
No, you're not. You're not smart enough to be a plumber.
Mate, I'm a heating engineer and a plumber.
No, you're not. Don't lie.
No, you're not. All you try and bring people down, see when they start saying stuff.
Why are you lying about? There's no way you passed any kind of education if you don't understand how refraction works. Of course, this is what you do all the time, mate. You can record this, mate. I can show you fucking certificates, mate. It's being recorded right now.
Bro. I know. Right. Well, that's good then. Yeah. That's great then.
It's actually being recorded on 2 different platforms.
Well, then it's all.
There are several hundred people watching you be dumb.
I know. I'm not being dumb, bro. You're the one that's dumb.
You're literally being dumb. You just said refraction doesn't exist.
How come bubbles can come up through water and that through
buoyancy? Buoyancy is an effect of gravity.
Whatever, right? And so, how did the apple fall off a tree? Was it
gravity.
Through density? Is it not just through gravity? No, it's just because that apple was more dense in there.
Density isn't a force. Density can't move things.
It's not that, mate. You just make up things that
gravity has been measured. Gravity is used to find oil and stuff underground. Right? Gravity is used. Shut up! I'm talking. Gravity is used to find things underground. Gravity is used to navigate submarines. Gravity is a fact of life. When I hold my phone up like this and then I turn it like that, gravity makes the screen change.
Whatever. See when a plane, I'm not disputing things don't fall. So see when a plane, say a gyroscope in a plane, does it not make a plane fly straight?
Which kind of gyroscope? Are we talking about a mechanical? Which kind of gyroscope? A mechanical gyroscope?
What kind it is? It doesn't matter.
Yes, it does. Are we talking about a mechanical gyroscope, which has things called pendulous vanes, which keeps it level relative to the ground? Or are you talking about maybe a laser gyroscope or a ring laser gyroscope that uses the Sagnac effect?
The army's just said there that they've got a laser that can shoot a boat 150 miles away. How can you
No, they don't. That's not a thing.
Mate, it's a fucking thing.
Okay, so the military literally use the rotation and curve of the Earth in their artillery firing calculators.
So the Panama Canal, that's fucking flat as fuck.
Prove it. Prove the Panama Canal is flat.
Prove it, mate. You can look at it. You know it is. You know
well, why can't you see one side to the other then? You can't. The fact that there's different sea levels either side of the Panama Canal disagrees with you.
Mate. It disagrees, mate. Has it got a heavy current through it? It's not got a heavy current through it, mate.
It's not flat. You lied and said it's flat.
It's
no,
flat,
it's not.
Bro. It's flat.
Water's been measured to be curved. Water has been measured to be curved.
See, 1/3 of the Earth is classed as flat plains. So where's all the curve in there? Then
there's nothing on the Earth classed as flat plains. That's not a thing.
There's nothing. No. You're so full of junk, by the way.
Okay, wait. Where is the flat plane?
Kansas is supposed to be flat like a pancake, is it no?
Oh, that's you just quoted a satire article. You realise that?
I don't care what that is.
Do you know what satire means?
Probably no. I'm not smart as you, mate.
You're not smart at all. Yeah, that's not. The fact that you don't know what satire means and you just quoted a satire article as evidence that the Earth is flat proves you are dumb as fuck.
Whatever, bro. Whatever.
So I'll ask you the same question. I've got a triangle sides 1, 1, and 1.
There's hundreds of square feet of fucking flat plains. Flat plains.
Where? Prove it. Where is there flat plains?
Shut up, mate.
Where is the flat plane? Where is this flat plane you're talking about?
So there's no flat plains. There's no plains.
There is no flat plains. No, there's no such thing.
Yes. So there's places it's called flat plains, and there's no flat plains. You're full of crap,
What
mate.
place is called a
You're full
flat
of crap,
plane?
though.
There is nowhere on the earth called a flat plane.
Whatever, mate. Whatever. You look it up.
Right, okay. Hey, Google. Well, it's not going to... You won't believe Google. Let me just... are you talking about the abyssal plains?
Fair play. Mate, there's loads of them over the world, mate. There's loads of places it's flat plains.
So
and
if you're talking about the abyssal plains, they are measured to be curved. The abyssal plains are deep ocean
of course, because you look at all the stuff that agrees with you.
meters,
That's
covered
all
in
you
marine
ever do.
sediments.
And then if something gets proved wrong, then you just make some mathematics that makes it all. No,
There's
it's
nothing
actually
that I've
because-
ever said that's been proven
So see,
wrong.
they say the world. See, there's not a real picture of Earth in space. How come it looks like a
there's
perfect
lots of
circle?
there's
How come it looks like a
there's
perfect
millions
circle,
of
but you say it's
pictures.
not a
There's
circle,
millions of real
it's a
pictures of Earth from
spheroid,
space.
supposedly. Is
There's
Earth a
millions of
spheroid?
pictures of Earth from space. Don't be silly.
So is Earth a spheroid or a circle?
The Earth is an oblate
Or is
sphere.
it pear-shaped or whatever?
The Earth is an oblate spheroid, like a pear, slightly wider at the south and at the
Well,
equator.
how come every photo's an exact circle then?
It's not. Every single
marble.
photo.
Right, it is.
Every single photo like this is an oblate spheroid, but the oblasity is so small that you really can't pick it up with your eyes. The difference
okay,
between the
aye,
equatorial and the polar circumference is 42 miles.
Whatever, mate.
Whatever, mate. You sound like a dickhead.
Now, you look like a dickhead. That might sound like one, but you look like one.
Well, I'm married.
What's that got to do, Ben?
Well, women like me, obviously.
So, mate, what, mate? One woman, fuck's sake, that's why you're married, mate.
Well, many women. I get like stuff from women all the time.
All right, aye, good for you, mate. I can imagine what they look like.
Hey, Rachbot, stand off in the chat.
Right, mate, you're not.
Right, so let me ask you this question. Could you please present me a measurement or experiment of the Earth being flat, please?
Mate, you can say that because you think you've done an experiment, mate.
Oh, I have.
At the end of the day, see when the guy done it in the first place, the fucking Roman dude or whatever, with a stick in the ground or whatever it was.
Roman.
Or whatever it was.
You don't even know what
Greek
you're
or
talking
whatever.
about. Right.
I know I don't.
Without
I know, but
deflecting,
I
without
don't claim to be a
deflecting,
pure
without
smart bastard like
deflecting,
you, but
without
you're just a
deflecting. Hey,
moron. I would rather
dumbass.
be like
Dim
me
dim.
than be a moron like you.
Dim dim. Without deflecting, could you please present me a measurement or experiment of the Earth being
But you're
flat?
deflecting. What do you mean without deflecting? You're deflecting. What you talking about?
Can you please present a measurement of the Earth being
So
flat?
you present one to me. You're trying to say.
mctune.net/r, the American arc of the parallel.
Aye, you're all lies all together, bro. That's all it is, mate. You're on one big team of liars, bro.
Well, this
Mate,
isn't
that's
his
why you'd
information.
rather get-
He got this from professional surveyors.
Oh, did he? Aye.
Yeah, the United States Geological Service, to be specific. So
Well,
I'll ask you again, because I can present countless measurements of the Earth being curved. Can you please present one single
because there's
measurement
millions
done
of
by a
all lie,
professional?
mate. The money
I was
doesn't
in the
get-
middle.
NASA
I'm
gets- how much
so
does NASA
sorry.
get?
I'm
How
really
many
sorry
million does NASA get a day?
dude.
Many million?
Dude,
Many million does NASA get a day?
I'm really sorry that the middle of my sentence interrupted the beginning of yours there. That's very rude of me.
Right, sorry.
Yeah. Shut the fuck up when I'm talking. Good boy. So, do as you're told. So, I'll ask you once more.
Shut up,
If the
you
Earth
muppet.
is flat, then a professional could have measured it to be flat. So, can you please present me just one measurement of the Earth being flat?
Mate, it's flat, mate. That's on it. And I don't need to predict.
Yeah. That's just the thing you've said. All evidence and measurements disagree with you.
No, just that NASA are liars, bro. They get about $75
We don't even need
million a
NASA.
day.
We don't need
They get-
NASA. We
no,
don't need
because it's
NASA.
them that fucking created it all. Because before that, mate,
No, we
they
knew
told
the
it
Earth was a
flat.
globe. No, NASA did not
mate,
create the Earth
you
being a
didn't
globe.
prove
We
it
know
by a
it's a
guy
globe.
sticking a fucking stick on the ground. Mate,
That
the
was
terrain's
easy.
different everywhere. The terrain's different everywhere. So it could be sitting at no level, it could be sitting on something else on a different side.
Yeah, there's ways to determine what level is, my friend.
I know, mate. And water
Yeah,
always finds its
gravity.
level, bro.
Yeah,
Put
and
water
level
in
isn't-
it,
level
put it
doesn't
in
mean
it,
flat.
It needs to have a container, bro. It needs to have a container.
Water is measured to be curved.
It's not curved.
Water is literally measured to be curved.
No, it's not, mate. Stop talking nonsense.
Well, the main surveyor, literally a professional surveyor, measured the curve over water.
And what's that got to do with it? It's level.
What do you mean?
mate.
What's
I
that
don't
got to do
give
with
a
anything?
fuck.
Measuring the
Mate,
curve of water disproves your fucking
So how
nonsense.
can you? So you're sitting on the water and you're measuring it whilst you're sitting on the water.
You don't need to sit on the water to measure it.
Or would you fly across the top of it then, flying across the sea?
You can use theodolites. Do you know what a theodolite is?
Obviously no.
No, you don't know anything, do you? So if I've got a triangle of sides 1, 1, and 1, what are the internal angles?
60.
Oh, well done. You obviously heard me say that before.
No, because you don't have the same shit, bro. He's all lie have the same hymn book, mate. Jesus
Not the
Christ,
same
mate.
hymn book, mate.
On the Bible, mate, it tells you the waters above and the waters below, mate.
The Bible
Obviously,
is
yours are
not
just
a
fake
book
because
that you should
he's-
listen to.
he's
The
just trying
Bible
to
is a
disprove
plagiarized
God.
book
That's
of
what he's trying to do.
nonsense.
He's just trying to disprove God. So you think something came from nothing?
I don't care about God.
You
No,
think something came
no,
from
no,
nothing?
that's
Mate, there's a creator, mate.
that's a
Mate,
straw
created
man.
it, bro.
Shit, stop
Whatever.
talking. Stop talking. Be a good boy and
No,
shush.
but I want to stop talking, you fucking muppet.
Be a good boy and do as you're told. Christianity is the one that says something come from nothing, not me. The Big Bang doesn't say something came from nothing. The Big Bang says that all energy that exists right now existed at the beginning of the universe. The Big Bang is not the start. The Big Bang is talking about the evolution of the universe. You, Christianity, are the ones that say that something was created from nothing because apparently God can speak shit into existence. Don't try and twist it round when you're the one that says something came from nothing. The Bible is a plagiarized book from previous religions. So we really shouldn't listen to what the Bible says because it was written by sheep herders several thousand years ago who knew nothing about the earth. You can unmute yourself now if you're smart enough to do it. You can unmute yourself if you're smart enough. I'm going to guess no, of course. See, he wasn't smart enough to unmute himself, guys. We've got JSS Tiger over on the Red app for $5. Says the flat earther who said a triangle with 3 equal angles is isosceles must be the smartest flat earther I've ever seen. Rosie says for $2, irony. I live in Scotland. I think Earth is flat. Yeah, I know. There's more hills in Scotland than anywhere else. In fact, we invented hills over here. The Mojek for $9.99 says, how can a flat Earth measurement as per Nathan Oakley give 90 degrees to Polaris at the North Pole and 0 degrees at the equator at the same time? Negative angles in the south? Well, that's simple because Nathan Oakley is a fucking idiot. Isn't that right, Nathan Oakley?
Hi, my name's Nathan
And
Oakley.
so I come
and I've been lying to
the North Stars in the
people
same
about
place
Earth
every night
being
then?
They're not.
Aye,
There's
it is.
literally...
So you could look through
6
the
years,
telescope,
6 months
see the
different. There's a
book.
different stars in the sky. Literally, there's stars that aren't there 6 months later.
No, the North Star's always there, bro.
Oh my god! Do you not realise that the sky is different 6 months later?
You're full of shit, bro.
Oh my god! Are you this dumb?
Mate, the North Star's there all the time, mate. I see it every single
Right,
night.
there is stars that are in alignment with our.
There
There is stars that are in alignment with our axial tilt, which of course
Right,
we can
no,
see all the time because
listen,
they're in
and
alignment with our
Scotland,
axial
see, as
tilt.
soon as
But
it's
why
dark-
is
see,
why
as
is
soon as
there
it's dark.
why is there stars that are different 6 months later?
Because the other stars move, bro. The North Stars doesn't move. The other stars rotate round, mate.
Rotate around what?
Rotate round the Earth, bro. Looking down on it, they rotate. We don't move, mate.
So
That
how come
rotation
there
up-
is
It doesn't move, bro. I see
in the
every
south
night.
how come in the south there is a different set of stars that rotate around
Because
a
you
different
can't
point?
see them from here because it's fucking miles away. Fuck,
Yeah,
you
so
can't see
how are
them
they
here.
rotating around a different point?
I don't go there, mate. I don't see where I stay, mate. I can see it every night. I can see it even as soon as it gets dark. It's dark
Again,
early in
answer the
Scotland.
question,
It
Dim
gets
Dim.
dark early in
Answer the
Scotland. I can
question,
see it
Dim
about
Dim.
5.
Oi.
No, listen to me.
No.
I can see it about 5. About 5
Right.
p.m. and then I can see it about 6 a.m. in the morning. Same place. Same place.
Right, I talk, you be quiet. Explain this. Why is there a different set of stars rotating around a different point in a different direction in the south? You can unmute yourself now. I apologise for this Scottish person. They're not all this dumb in Scotland, I promise you. Wait, he's just trying to figure out how to unmute himself. That might take a while. Thank you. We've got 10 out of the 20 roses that
No, the way
TikTok
getting
want
a
me to
drink of
get.
water. I wasn't even listening to you, you dumb bastard.
Yeah, those
Fucking
were
cunt,
almost
I'm
words.
talking.
Those were
Cunt, I'm
nerdy
talking.
words.
Right, sorry, apologise.
So why is there no measurements of the Earth being flat then? Simple question.
I've not got a clue, bro.
Because the Earth's not flat. Why does every
No,
measurement
it's
show
not.
the Earth being
It's not
curved?
flat, mate. It's not.
It's not flat, you're right. It's absolutely not. You're
It's
correct.
not. It's not fucking a globe.
No, you just said it's not flat and we're agreeing there.
Mate, it was a fucking slip of words. You do
No,
that
no,
all the
no,
time
no,
when
it's
people
what you
say-
meant,
people
it's what
say
you meant.
It's like, no, wasn't it, bro? Fucking.
I'm
mate,
not your
honestly,
bro. Don't call me bro. I wouldn't be related to
I'll
someone
call
as
you
dumb as
anything I
you.
fucking want, mate. I'll call you anything
Can
I want.
you, like, your accent is, like, really, really bad even for Scotland.
It's really bad. No, it's just a Glaswegian accent, mate.
It's a really bad Glaswegian accent. People in Glasgow are currently messaging me going, "We don't claim this guy."
I don't give two fucks, bro. Mate, I don't know them. I don't care.
Yeah, it's all right. Everyone in Scotland is disavowing you. In fact, they've asked you to leave. If you could just get out right now, they say. Scotland doesn't want you anymore. he left.
Good. We couldn't hear the Nathan Oakley video on TikTok.
Yeah,
so
right. Let me see if I can figure out how to do that.
just thought I'd let you know.
Yeah, so what's this one? Mike, no, that's... I don't know how to use TikTok. Audio mixer, right. So if we change this one to... Wait, if we add a NDI, audio source, where's the NDI source? I don't know if they're letting me do it. NVIDIA, I'll have to figure that out another time. Right, anyway, so flat earthers so far have failed to provide evidence the earth is flat. The best thing that last twat had was, "It's flat, bro." That was about it. What people being timed for out on YouTube? What's happening over there? Last thing you want is attention from globeheads. Yet he's in my chat getting attention from globeheads. Isn't that smart? Pardon me. Ella Yetz, who's been a member for 39 months, says Flat Earth claiming Panama Canal is level should check how many locks it has. I know. The Panama Canal thing always fucking makes me laugh. Biggs TG for £2 says, I know I don't know what I'm talking about. Flerfs, yeah, you're not wrong. Peck, who's been a member for 17 months, shut up, Peck, says this dude is like a character on Limmy's show. Alright, let's see if there's any other flat earthers that want to come in. If you are a flat earther in the chat of TikTok, please feel free to come and join. We've got Alex Engel, but I don't think they're a Flerf, although they...
Yeah, I'm a girl, but I just wanted to...
Hello, Alex.
Tell you a couple of things. First, I'm a huge fan of yours. I've been watching your YouTube debunks and...
I appreciate it, my friend. Thank you very much.
And I just want to say, I was imagining the last dude sitting in a Scottish pub, sipping on a pint, and all other patrons of the pub are like, "Oh, the village idiot is off his rocker again."
Yeah, absolutely. You're not wrong. That was like some of the dumbest stuff I've ever heard. And when they're like, "I'm a plumber, I'm a heating engineer," which one is it? Are you a plumber or are you a heating engineer? Why are you lying to me?
Yeah.
You know, these things require education and none of that. TikTok just told me I've had 50% of my live goal completed, which is incredible. Thank you very much, guys. If you want to help me reach my live goal on TikTok, then gifting me a rose is apparently what they want you to do. TikTok have these goals and like gamification things. So if you gift me a rose, it apparently will really help the channel. I don't know how TikTok works.
Roses and other gifts are basically super chats. They are giving you money they're TikTok in-game currency.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate every single donation that I get, be it on YouTube or TikTok. I am trying to set up also to be streaming on Twitch and Kick at the same time, although that's not quite as simple as what I'm doing now. But yeah, I want to say thank you to everyone that is watching. If you are a flat earther, feel free to come in. Don't do what the last two have done and just make a bunch of things, just say a bunch of things. Come in, make a claim and back it up with evidence. Give me a measurement. Give me an experiment. Give me an observation that cannot happen if the earth is a globe. Don't mention the globe. Don't say that this is wrong on the globe. Talk about the flat earth, because no flat earthers actually ever talk about the flat earth.
Yeah, and what I think, what I've always seen with these flat earthers is they never provide any sort of evidence, but we should basically provide unquestionable, undeniable evidence for our model. But for them, it's always Eric Dubay regurgitating, and it's nothing that I never heard that I did not have read in Eric Dubay's claims, or David Weiss or anybody else, and I think even Jaron is telling them a new one, and we know
Jaron is a fucking liar. First of all,
No, he's not. Jaron is one of the most truthful people that I know.
fucking liar.
Prove he's a liar.
Bro, let's go let's go watch one video together, okay? Check the high altitude balloons from the flat Earth, and let's see.
I've seen all of them, and every single one that has a non-fisheye lens shows a curve. Every single one.
There is no curvature on the videos, right?
Well, do you want me to show you a video right now of a high altitude balloon with curve? Because that's very easy. In fact, everyone listening to both TikTok and YouTube, go to YouTube and type in Mr. Sensible Mage 2. And that's literally a high altitude balloon with a non-fisheye lens that shows the predicted curve of the Earth at the height expected.
The normal people that have...
So not flat earthers then?
No. Flat earthers, they are normal people doing
No, they're dumb. They're not normal.
Why they are not normal? They are normal people doing experiments. They are doing experiments.
And no flat earther has ever done a high altitude balloon experiment showing the Earth is flat.
High altitude balloons, no curvature at all.
Except not. In fact, the last flat earther to send up a high altitude balloon showed the curve. Globeslayer, thank you.
Bring the video up and let's see together.
Just ask Globeslayer on X, but if you the main video is the best one, Mage 2, Mr. Sensible, high altitude balloon, non-fisheye lens, and you can actually see the information of the cameras that were used. Literally shows the curve of the Earth at the predicted.
You are a liar. That's a pro fisheye lens.
Except it's not.
Lens.
Except it's not, because it's got reference points to show that it's not curved.
You are a liar. You are a bunch of liars.
Except okay. So how about this? Right. Let's just do this very simple.
What about this? There's no curvature at all in high altitude balloons. Why you?
Except there is. There literally is.
There is not. Where I have seen the videos, there is not curvature
specifically.
At all.
Specifically, which video are you talking about?
Stationary, fucking flat.
Specifically, which video are you talking about?
Go in YouTube and write flat Earth high altitude balloons.
Yeah, and they all show curve. Yeah.
No curvature at all.
Except they all show curve.
Let's watch it. 60 people right now here. Let's watch it all together.
There's also like 400 on YouTube. And now here's the thing. Every single flat Earth high altitude balloon doesn't have a non-fisheye lens. All the ones the flat earthers claim show flat are 360 cameras or fisheye lenses. And in fact, when you look at them, they literally show the curve of the Earth. There has been 0 non-fisheye lenses sent up that show anything other than a curve. The fact that Mr. Sensible sent up one with reference points to prove that it was non-fisheye and got the curve at the predicted level, Mr. Sensible, Mage 2, go and look at it. You don't have to believe me, go and look for yourself. And then when Globeslayer, the flat earther, sent up his balloon, literally saw the curve of the Earth. So anyway, you're just saying things. Let me ask you the same question I've been asking all these other flat earthers. Can you present me a measurement that shows the Earth to be flat?
The measurement is the high altitude balloons.
The high altitude balloons, right? Well, right. Link one then. Link one.
Look,
and it will be an
right now.
observation
Let's
of the
see it
measurement.
all together.
Okay,
Flat
so
Earth,
you're in the
balloon.
TikTok, so you know you can go in the chat and post the link to that video. Do it right now.
I don't know how
And
to
Marvin,
use
I
this.
have another question for you.
But let's go
What?
on YouTube and let's see high altitude flat.
Go on
Earth
then.
balloons.
Go on then. Link me the video.
Let's go. No, you're right. It is gonna come up directly in YouTube.
Right, go on then. Link me the video. Do it.
Bro, I told you I'm not good in technology. So
Well, that's because you're
write
dumb, because you're a flat earther.
You can think whatever you want. I don't care. But write that video and let's see together.
Right, go on and link me the video. Show me the video that you want to see.
I'm telling
Just
you,
share your
click
screen.
on
Why don't you have
YouTube right
followers
now.
on TikTok to do that?
Is that very hard to click for you in YouTube?
But why is it hard for you?
Because I don't know how to do it in TikTok, right? Directly. I don't know how to
There's
do
a button. Press it.
it. I don't know how to do it. I'm
Well,
saying
that's
to you.
because, guys, we have a flat earther refusing to show the evidence I'm asking them to show.
You have seen your evidence yourself and still deny it.
Literally
You are
every
denying.
high altitude balloon ever shows the Earth to be curved.
Every high altitude
Marvin,
balloon
it's you
I've seen
are
so
denying
far,
evidence, but
it's
okay.
fucking flat,
Prove
stationary.
it.
Nothing
Well, why do
moves.
all measurements
No.
disagree with you then?
Nothing moves. You guys.
Oh, I've measured the
there are two
rotation of the
things.
Earth.
You
I've
either-
literally
you
measured the
either
rotation
are
of the Earth
paid-
myself.
You either are paid or brainwashed. There are two things.
Yeah, I am
Nothing
paid
else.
by NASA all the time.
Okay, so
Confirm.
I'm going down right now. Just accept it.
In fact,
So,
right now we
thank you.
have NASA in the chat, don't we, Rubiks?
Yeah, I'm an actual NASA show, technically. Technically.
Oh, sorry for. I wouldn't ask
did he
this
leave?
guy about the angles to Polaris and
He ran
about
away.
the parallax angle to Polaris. Yeah, I've seen it, because this is the definite proof for the globe outside of the final experiment and what Jaron does. But of course, Jaron is a liar and a shield and everything. They claim that, but like you said, Greg, he is one of the most honest guys I've ever seen coming from that.
The fact that
edge.
you're willing to change your mind when the evidence is presented shows that you're honest.
Exactly.
Sharon was the most honest of the flat earthers, which is why it's no longer a flat
Oh, wait, 1 sec. We have just reached the live goal on TikTok. That is incredible. Thank you very much. I really, really appreciate it. Everyone that has donated on TikTok, that means the world. I think we've got like 75 watching on TikTok right now, as well as the like 400 plus on YouTube. So that's fucking incredible. Thank you very much. This is open to flat earthers, right? Don't come in and just say a bunch of shit like high altitude balloons. Come in with the evidence. Give me a link. Give me an experiment, right? I can go and look at a bunch of high altitude balloon footage that makes the Earth look flat because it's fisheye lenses or it's a 360 camera or it's been cropped. But never has the raw footage shown that the Earth is flat. It always shows it's curved, especially the dog cam, which is one the flat earthers love to show. When you actually watch the whole video, you quite clearly see the curve.
Yeah. And what I've seen right now here on TikTok is I have a feeling that they never watched your whole YouTube debates. They seem to not know. They seem to not know you stuff there, because I can. The first points they bring up, I say, okay, you have debunked this shit years ago.
Yeah.
In the most heated debates against all of their heroes in the flat Earth, and they never apparently they never watch your stuff on YouTube or on the Red app. They never.
We've got Rabbit Abba in the chat. So he's just. Why can't I? It didn't even let me copy. Let me get this link up. So this is apparently Rab's evidence that the Earth is flat. Let's have a look.
Whenever people are first.
Oh my goodness! Right. Okay. So let's get this up for people to see instantly. Right. If I switch it to that, then that should show. So this is the video where he is claiming that it shows the Earth to be flat. Except it's kind of curving up. It's curving up at the edges there, which means that the Earth is actually a bowl. So clearly not flat. I would love to see the information to the camera. Let's check. No, there is no information about the camera used. And then he shows literal like space stuff.
Okay, that's.
Here's a nice one showing the curve of the Earth. That's a fantastic curve there. I can literally see it. Here's it once again. If I move this around, wait, not that one. You can see if I go to the edges, it's curving up at the edges. So according to this video that Rab has just presented me, the Earth is actually a bowl. Impressive, good job. He's actually given me a taboo conspiracy video, which is hilarious because taboo conspiracy is one of the dumbest flat earthers that there is. When he tried to disprove the globe with a flight plan, he forgot to include the fact that the globe fucking rotates. Rab, fail.
Yeah. Like I said, it's apparently they never watch your channel.
No. Flat Earth is dumb. Come and prove me wrong. Good job, Rab. I appreciate you showing me that the Earth is a ball. How does everyone feel about the fact that we live in a bowl? Is that nice to know? Yeah, I like it. Right. YouTube, TikTok, thank you very much for joining me today. We are in a 24-hour live stream. I've just somehow got juice on my glasses. Give me a second. This stream will finish tomorrow at 8 p.m. We are 90 minutes into it. I'm going to have to split it into 2 streams on YouTube. How does TikTok work? Is there a limit as to how long I can stream on TikTok?
No. I'm pretty much sure that there isn't. I have seen people streaming for a long time, for long periods. But you can't leave the app for a prolonged period of time. So if you need to use the restroom or have to take a break or something, then you have somebody to actually speaking like a mod or someone else to keep it going. Otherwise, it will shut down the live. But
right, okay.
If you have constantly input on or a discussion going on, it will continue as long as your device is holding on. As if you have a constant connection and you have constantly working, it will continue. But as soon as your device, you lose connection or otherwise there is some hesitation, it will go on teacup, like holding, and after that it will break.
Right, okay, so I think I have also sorted out the audio. So people on TikTok, tell me if you can hear this.
Hi, my name's Nathan Oakley, and I have been lying to people about the Earth being flat for a lot of years.
We can hear that.
To hide the fact I have a small penis.
There we go. I am professional, my friends. I've figured it all out. Right, so we are waiting for another Flat Earther to join. If no Flat Earther joins, we're just going to go over some Flat Earth claims, have a bit of a chat. Flat Earthers, you are welcome to join, but don't just join and say something like, balloon footage mean flat, without coming with evidence. And if you're going to come with evidence that is a footage from balloons, I need you to prove to me that the camera that is used is a non-fisheye lens. Because I can. If you go to Mr. Sensible, Mage 2, in fact, you know what, let's just do that. All right, Mage 2, Mr. Sensible. I'll bring this up on screen for everybody on both apps to see. I think if I do that, that should work. Wait, look at me, I'm smart. So this is Mr. Sensible, mission above globe Earth 2. What shape is the Earth? Now, I'm going to show you the setup first, so we know what we're looking at.
Yeah.
This is his thing, right? I just got to move this over so you can see. Right, so as you can see on the front here, there's these strings which act as a reference line. The camera over here on the right, looking at these strings, is a non-fisheye lens. Bob the Science Guy helped sponsor this and everything as well. So we know that if those strings appear straight, then the camera is non-fisheye. Right? That is very simple.
Mm-hmm.
So what we do is we go and we look, and here we go. The strings are straight. So we know that as it goes up, it's non-fisheye. So this is a non-fisheye lens with proof that it's non-fisheye. Now, if we look at the top here, we can see there is 2 fisheye lenses because there is actually 3 cameras on board. There is a fisheye lens looking up at the balloon. There is a fisheye lens looking at the back just for the pretty view. But the main camera is the one with these reference lines which show that is non-fisheye with proof that it's non-fisheye. And as it raises up in altitude, we get exactly what we expect to see. We get to where the money shot is, so we can just get over it. Right, here we go. There we go. Literal curve of the Earth from a high altitude balloon. Matching, not only is it the curve of the Earth, but it matches the predictions of what we expected. It's very simple, right? I think if we just go a little bit further on, he actually shows the reference of what we expected. Oh no, I can never find the exact point, but there he is. There's here we go. So This was a prediction based on the altitude. And as you can see, the curve actually matches the prediction of what we expected it to be. So a non-fisheye lens, high altitude balloon, literally showing the Earth to be curved as predicted. So any flat earther that comes along and says, high altitude balloon footage show Earth flat, bring your receipts. Here's my receipts. My receipt says you're all fucking idiots. We have someone else wanted to come in. Don't know if they're flat or not. My friend just left there, the other guy. Alex Engel.
Yeah, I had to drop because I had echo.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. That's very nice of you. Oh, someone was just about to join that looked like a flat earther, but they disappeared. Thank you everyone for sharing the live if you are. We have apparently a new goal on the live. Paper cranes, hearts, and hat and mustaches. And it says if I achieve my first goal, I'll sing a song. I didn't agree to that, but I will. I'll sing. In fact, you know what? If you don't donate, I'm going to sing. That's what's happened. I'm holding you hostage now. I will sing if you don't donate to me. Right, so multi-guest, we've got... they look like a Glober. I'm just going to check. If they are a Glober, I will just... the last one to join. Hello, my friend. Who are you?
Hello. And nice to talk with you. I have an echo. Is my fault? Yes, it's my fault.
I don't hear an echo, and I don't think anybody else does.
Okay, it doesn't matter if I'm the only one who has echo.
We've got a couple of super chats to catch up on the Red app. We have Peck. Will you shut up, Peck? Who's been a member for 17 months, says this dude's like a character on Limmy's show. Dr. Apocalypse for £10 says anyone can measure the distance from Earth to the Sun using a stick, a tape measure, a protractor, a stopwatch, a little bit of geometry and basic maths. With 2 sticks, you measure Earth's diameter. Well, yeah, but that involves a little bit of intelligence, so don't assume everyone can do it. Hackroom for $2 Australian. Whatcast, this is content gold. Great work, Craig. Yeah, Whatcast helped me set everything up, so thank you to them. Dihydrogen monoxide's been a member for 2 months. Says if Earth were flat, we would have pushed Donald Trump off the edge already.
Yeah.
Dr. Apocalypse for £2 says have
Greg,
some shekels.
You have to check the audio. We have all echoes.
Echo of guests. Right. I see.
On TikTok.
Right. Okay. That's because I am feeding you through the thing, which is then feeding back. So I don't have a way to separate that. But what I can do is I can do this. Right. Speak again for me. You shouldn't have an echo anymore.
Test?
Yeah. Right. So basically what I'm going to need to do is when I need to display sound, I'm going to have to change the mic coming in. So that should be better.
Yeah. It's now better.
Right. Yeah, it's because I'm streaming to 2 different platforms. I'm using my virtual camera to stream to both YouTube and TikTok, but I'm capturing the audio off of the TikTok studio, sending it to my virtual camera, so there will be a bit of feedback if I don't separate the mics, which means I have to change the mic when I need to display sound. Right, okay, cool, I've got that, that's no worries. We've got...
Nicole, we didn't got your introduction. Are you from the glob side or from the flat earth side?
I'm totally for the glob side.
Good man.
I'm not a flat earther.
So you're sane. You like that. You like sane people.
I came here just because I heard Captain Lee, I think was his name, was talking about the Gleason map, and he said that was real as it is right in the top side of the map. And I have to say that it's as I write before, it's a joke, because if you try to understand the distances between, for example, Miami and London in the Gleason map are half distance, for example, than Buenos Aires and Cape Town. And the distance from Miami to London are bigger than the distance between Cape Town and Buenos Aires, for example. This is the meaning because it's a joke. And then if you try, this is a proof that people doesn't know, but if you try to put the tectonic plates in the Gleason map and you put the plate boundaries in the Gleason map, you can figure out that Antarctic ring is almost covered by mid-ocean ridges. And there's a spreading ocean floor in the mid-ocean ridges. So that means that the ice wall must be broken into pieces. And they don't say that. It's very simple. You only have to take a ring, a metallic ring, or better, a ceramic ring, and put some stress, radial stress from the inside of the ring, and you will see that it breaks into pieces.
Yeah,
exactly.
This should happen with the mid-ocean ridges that border all the Antarctic continent and should border all the Antarctic ring. And the ring should break into pieces. And I don't hear any Flerfs to say, oh no, Antarctic ring is breaking and you can pass all over the fractures of the ring. I've never heard that.
No,
but this must be a fact.
Yeah.
So we just one more super chat to catch up on the Red app. We got Fred Frackle 6347 says for $2 butt plug. I don't know why. Right, so I think I have all the audio and everything sorted now. So let's do it. Let's ask the Flerfs once again. Flat Earthers, come and make a claim. Come and show us that the Earth is flat. Bring evidence. Bring receipts. I can debunk all of your nonsense. Let's see if we can get Rab back. Rab, please feel free to join again.
And I hope you get your another pint at the pub, Rab.
Yes. Absolutely amazing already that there's this many people watching and this many people sharing and joining in. I really do appreciate it. Of course, the Earth isn't flat. If you think the Earth is flat, then the education system failed you specifically. Rab lied and said that he was a plumber, which he then quickly changed to a heating engineer. I don't know why. Yeah. I mean, he would lie about his own lie. It's pretty crazy. Rubiks for $2 says Rubiks can have their freedom now. No. Hold on. Look, just because you're sending me super chats with the money I let you have doesn't mean you're getting out of the basement, all right? Will you stop crying, for God's sakes? They always cry when I say that.
Must be a crowded basement. You had Red Sweaterick there. I think Dave McKeegan.
Yeah, well, I had Dave McKeegan in my last house, and when I left, I filled the basement with cement. I forgot to take Dave out, so I mean, well, there's a clone, so it's all good. Yeah, I really love your humor. You're hilarious in that. But and I also appreciate that when you have your debates, you can be civil with the guys if they are civil towards you. But as soon as they cross the line, then comes out FTFE and exactly. I let them decide how it goes. Yeah. Just to check, the audio on TikTok is all good. Could the chat in TikTok let me know that there's no echoes? I literally just have to switch between mics when I need to display information from the other side. It should all be good.
I'd recommend using TikTok Studio.
Sorry, one second.
I'd recommend using TikTok Studio on the computer if you.
I am using TikTok Studio, but I'm using my virtual camera on vMix to send to TikTok Studio, but capturing the audio off of TikTok Studio to send to vMix to send to YouTube, which was then sending back to TikTok. So yeah. Fuzzy Bear asked for a link to the video. For some reason, I'm not allowed to post links in my own live. It says that's against the settings or something. So just search Mage2 Mr. Sensible on YouTube and you'll find the video that I was showing.
And did you just start a TikTok or?
Yeah, this is only my, fourth live, I think.
Oh, okay.
Or third? No, it's my third live, isn't it, Rubiks?
I think it's the fourth. The other night was your third.
Right, okay, yeah, no, this is my fourth live on TikTok. I've just kind of unlocked all the features, but I'm still trying to figure out how it works. So
then it can be the factor that you not have enough followers yet. Apparently.
I mean, I've got all the stuff open now, so I can do that. I just haven't quite figured out how to work it all yet, that's all. The Turtle Moves for £2 says £2 for Rubiks to create more weird goals on TikTok. Wait, were you setting the goals, Rubiks?
No, I have no idea what.
Can you do that?
I have no idea how TikTok works. No idea.
No. You can do that, but sometimes TikTok generates them for you on their own. It's
yes, Relentless. I do have the ability to share to screen now because I've got virtual camera, so I can share anything that I need to show receipts for things that I have to. For instance, right? Let me just quickly. Was arguing with someone called Emma the other day, and I wanted to go back to a point that they made just to prove what I was saying. So if I put that
are you streaming with TikTok Live or with OBS?
Well, I don't use OBS. I use something called vMix. Okay. I'm using vMix as my virtual camera through the TikTok studio. Right. So this is Paint. Emma was arguing with me about a very simple thing. So if we... Oh, that's not the right thing. We get a circle. All right. She was trying to say that there's no ramp. That the ground doesn't kind of curve up before it curves away. But I'm going to disprove that very quickly. So if we draw a line from the center out, and let's imagine that this bit here is the person. Okay. And let's say that they are looking at the horizon. So we draw a tangent to the horizon. So this bit's the horizon. Okay? So this is where the Earth...
good in TikTok.
Sorry?
We cannot see the where the two lines are
you have
all
to shift
together.
It a bit to
We
the
cannot
right.
see the
just like that.
The full. Okay.
There we go. Yeah. So this is the person's eyes up here, and they're looking at the horizon. This bit here is the horizon, which means that this is where the Earth curves away. Correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
So what does that mean this is? Does that mean the Earth is curving up to the point of the horizon? Yes, of course it does, because your feet are technically below the horizon if your eyes are looking at the horizon. If the Earth here is curving away, then up to the horizon, it's curving up. Now, obviously, that's a very small curve. It's only like 6 miles away, 3 miles away when you're 6 foot. But of course, because of geometry, if this is the Earth curving away, then this is the Earth curving up. And I don't know why she was arguing with me about that point.
Yeah.
It's very simple, right?
It's simple trigonometry and basically 4th, 6th, 8th grade.
Yeah.
Mathematics.
It's really not hard.
When I'm using this kind of arguments, I don't like to use the word up and down because many Flerfs think that up is north, and down is south. So I try to avoid this using as a synonymous because you know how they work. They always say, but I know that you said 2 lives ago that up is north, and yeah. I try to avoid to use these words.
Yeah, it's very hard when you're trying to, obviously in certain situations you have to use up and down as a reference and everything. But right, anyway, we have someone trying to join, and I hope they are a flat earther. I don't want at the moment any more globe earthers to join. Why is that button? There we go. Danuk 1952. Anyone know who this is?
No, I don't know many Flerfs of English. I'm on the Spanish side of the Flerf world, so I don't know many German. English ones.
Well, let's see who Dan is. Unfortunately, if they're another globe earther, then I'm probably going to ask them to leave again. Dan, hello.
Hello, Dan.
Yeah, hi, Craig.
Hello.
Who are you?
Hi. No, I'm a globe earther. I'm going to drop, mate.
Right, okay, no worries, thank you. Sorry, I don't want to get the panel too busy. I appreciate it.
Right, cheers, no problem.
Oh, I saw Gene Techman in the chat. Alright, Gene, please feel free to join, because Gene has the idea that our eyes are the limit that makes the horizon, which makes no sense because we can see things past the horizon and half hidden by the horizon, etc., etc., etc. Gene, I see you there. Do not be shy. You are welcome to join and explain to us all why your education failed you, basically. Yeah. We have the MOJEC over on the Red app for $1.99. I refuse to go on TikTok. My clock is round/digital. Yeah, there's never been a more wretched hive of scum and villainy than TikTok, but hey, that's where all the flat earthers hide.
If this guy goes to the live and he thinks that our eyes has a limit to look farther than the horizon, I would like to explain me how can I see an airplane flying 30,000 feet over me.
Or that we can see Polaris or Betelgeuse a couple of hundred light years away, or at a very good night, even the Andromeda Galaxy, which is 2.5 million light years away.
Aye, yeah,
or,
I know.
It's
incredible. But I know the answer they give about Polaris or Andromeda. They are all lights in the dome or something like this. But an airplane 30,000 feet above us is not something in the dome. It's just a plane, and it's farther than the miles that the horizon is.
Exactly. So here's what's going to happen. If Gene Techman refuses to join the stream, they admit the Earth is a globe and that they're gay. Simple. It's up to you. Gene, are you going to admit to everyone the Earth is a globe and you're gay, or are you going to join the stream?
And also, what I have found, that especially when you live close to an observatory like I do, it's an amateur observatory, but it's just a 10-minute walk over there, and I can observe Jupiter, Saturn, the moon through an amateur telescope, and it matches everything. And it's for free. And I'm quite sure that most observatories that are amateur run, you can just go on certain days in the week and just visit there and have a look, and you would have everything presented to you in your eyes. But
one sec. Can anyone please do me a favor and screenshot the chat right now where Gene Techman is admitting the Earth is a globe and he's gay? And they're saying, I can't join, I'm eating. Well, you could stop eating. That's a very simple thing to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's nice to know that Gene Techman admits the Earth is a globe and that they're gay. Just so everyone can always poke that in his face whenever he's live. Just make him realize that he told everybody the Earth is a globe and he is gay. Brilliant. Someone's messaging me. Oh, thank you. That would be you, Emily, with the screenshot. I appreciate it very much.
Yeah, that was me. No one important.
Yeah, there we go. Earth is a globe and Gene Techman is gay. See, says right there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you very much for all the gifts, everybody. We've had a paper crane. I don't know what that means. Is that a good thing? Apparently a crane's one of the higher ones. I'm not sure.
Also, the roses are worth 1 coin, and all other things are worth even more, and I think up to several thousand coins, which can add up quite a lot.
I do appreciate every donation and everything I get, guys. It means a lot. Also, TikTok really like it when you gift stuff to me. I get a bunch of notifications about how it's doing really well, and I think that helps push me in the algorithm. So if you could gift a rose or something on TikTok, it means the world. If you gift enough, I'm just going to get completely naked for you. I'm allowed to do that, right? Will I get shot? TikTok.
Probably not on TikTok.
TikTok shop.
Yeah.
Apparently, Gene Techman was live just now crying about Snellian eclipses, which, of course, are a prediction of the globe, because refraction is a thing.
Yeah. And
Craig has to NPC on a rose. Oh, is that when they do the NPC bot thing? I don't know. I don't know. That's cringe.
It's some stupid TikTok trend, but yeah. What I wanted to ask you.
Yes.
I figured out that you are from Scotland.
I live in Scotland. Yes. I'm an Englishman. Well, from a Scottish family that lived in England and now lives in Scotland.
Yeah, that I got figured out, but I was so Schiehallion is in Scotland. The mountain Schiehallion, which they did the Schiehallion experiment.
Yeah, that's very close to me, the Schiehallion experiment, yeah.
Which was one of the first, after Newton, they tried to figure out the gravitational constant.
Yeah.
And they tried it with the Schiehallion first and Chimborazo in South America, but
in Ecuador.
They couldn't figure out the mass of that mountain. Because you have to have a rough estimation of the volume of it, the density, whatever.
Yeah.
So it came then to Cavendish, who had kind of erased those variables by using spheres, and of course had it sized down so far that it was quite sensible. Also, he had to practically observe it from another room to not distort it. But this is how I even can do calculations with a calculator here, sitting in front of my desk, figuring this stuff out. It's simple high school or middle school math but no, gravity does not exist.
Apparently not. So we've got a Flat Albert in the chat. Flat Albert, it is an open panel. Feel free to join. If you are unable to join on TikTok, just send me an email, fighttheflatearth@gmail.com, and I'll give you a Zoom link, and you could just join that way. I'm a professional. I'm sure I can figure out that. Might have to stop echoing some. Oh my god, that'll make it really difficult. I'll figure it out, don't worry. Thank you, Box, for sharing the live. I appreciate that a lot.
Would it be better
Harry,
if I was on a Zoom side so I'm not taking up a panel spot and I can still moderate and everything?
Yeah, that would be amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you, Harry, for sending me that screenshot of Gene Techman saying that they're gay and the Earth's a globe. I appreciate that. The MOJEC over on the Red app for $4.99. I'm English. My brother-in-law is Scottish, but his last name is Welsh. Not in Welsh, but literally the words Welsh. That's quite funny. Did I just have a hat on my head? What happened then? That was weird.
This
Someone gave me a
is
gift.
some gift. Yeah, it's a gift they give to you.
It's actually quite impressive. I wish YouTube did stuff like that. It's a lot more fun. Flat Albert, come on. The panel is open. Feel free to join. Rab, if you're still there, let's go over the video you sent me from Taboo Conspiracy that shows the Earth to be a bowl, which is interesting because that's not the same. If not, Fight the Fire, is this a 24-hour stream? Yes, Average Glober, this is the 24-hour stream. We are currently 2 hours in, so there's another 22 hours of this stream to go. Now, I have with me here a decibel monitor. This is important because I have Karen neighbours, and I certainly hope they're watching this stream. Hello, Karens. How are you? The Karen neighbours do not like me existing or making noise. They complain about my dogs being in my house. Apparently, I'm not allowed to play with dogs in my own house. They complain about me speaking or making noise. So I have here a decibel monitor. And as long as this decibel monitor doesn't really go above, say, 95 decibels while I'm here, there is literally no way in hell that 4 walls away they will be able to hear me, because 90 is average conversation like this. And, you know, it's only, you see right now it's peaking at what, about 80, 85, look,
84.
right next to me, 85, okay? Which means that, like, three walls away, it's going to be picking up practically nothing. My wife tested it with me in this room, which you see has soundproofing all around, and she was just 1 wall away, and she had this in there. And at me shouting at the top of my voice, it peaked at 35. 35 is basically a whisper. So if my Karen neighbours ever complain about me being too noisy on a stream, even when I'm talking like this and it's just going to 90, there's literally no way. So this is also for Fife Council as proof, and for my Karen neighbours. Fuck you, Karen. Shut the fuck up, wind your neck in.
take care because current ear are better than Superman 1.
Yeah. The MOJEC over on the Red app for $1.99 says, want to borrow my disco speakers? Oh, for the Karens, that'd be fucking hilarious. I mean, I'm also a guitar teacher, right? Qualified. So I've been thinking about starting that back up just to piss them off. But I wouldn't, because I don't want to cause trouble. Right? I don't want to do things on purpose to piss them off. In fact, I am doing everything in my power to negate the amount of noise that I'm making. Literally, look at the room I am in. There is about 1,000 soundproof panels covering the walls, the ceiling, the door. And outside of this room, you can barely hear a word that I am saying. So if the Karens are complaining, then they're making shit up. And this video is proof of that. So if the Karens ever do complain, all I have to do is say, go to my 24-hour stream 2 hours in and look at the decibel monitor I'm holding next to my face. I'm going to shout, ah! 100, right? That's me shouting right next to me. There is literally no way 3 walls away that's going to pick up anything more than like 35, 40, which is a whisper.
Yeah, and without that soundproofing, it's basically a soundproof studio that you have there.
Yeah, exactly. So it was really fun. Let me tell you the story. So the other day, my wife and I would go to the gym 5 days a week. Our kids go to school. My daughter goes to school, my son goes to college, and then we go to the gym once they're sorted. So we're usually at the gym by like 9:30 in the morning. So we drove my son to college, and then we went to the gym and came back about 11:30. And as we got out the car, I'm going to call her Senior Karen because there's 2 of them. There's the Senior Karen and Junior Karen, right? Senior Karen opened her door, came out and started screaming at us in the street about my wife flipping her off. To be clear, that never happened. My wife hates confrontation, would not do something that would cause a problem, and literally didn't flip anybody off. Now, my wife is currently in the process of growing out her hair. So she's constantly doing this and this, brushing her hair. So the only thing that we can think of is that she was staring at us in the car, saw my wife do this with her hair, and assumed she was being flipped off. Okay, so that's one thing. Screamed at us in the street, which is, a bit antisocial. Also, while she was screamed that she would do everything in her power to have me thrown out of this house, which is literally showing intent for intimidation. And then 10 minutes later, when we're in the house, Junior Karen comes banging on the door. This video will actually be uploaded to TikTok tomorrow, I've decided, of Junior Karen, because fuck her. And basically, she started screaming at me and my wife at the door. We didn't go to her. She came to us, right? Started telling me that I'm a horrible person. She's looked me up online, which means she's seen the article that was written about me after I beat the fuck out of my junkie neighbour that stole my wife's bike and tried to break into my house. Which I went a bit far, and I was arrested and fined £400. Thank you for my chat for paying that fine, by the way. I do appreciate that. So that is, if you search my name, Craig McNeil, you'll likely find the news article about me being arrested and going to court. So they've seen that. And they're using that as kind of you're a horrible person. I've read all about you, blah, 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 ignoring all of the context, of course. So she stood there screaming at me, saying that I've got ADHD, which I don't, which is weird. Telling me that we don't exercise our dogs, which is strange because my wife literally posts all the walks she does of the dog on her reels on Facebook. And we even have a YouTube called Commander Riker where we used to post the walks of Riker. And what she says we do is instead of walking our dogs, we just throw a ball up and down our corridor and let them run up and down. Now, to be clear, if I was doing that during the day, so fucking what? I am allowed to make noise in my own home. I am allowed to play with my dogs in my own home. And yes, my dogs do sometimes run up and down the hallway in my own home. They get excited, especially when they're about to go out for a walk. They know it's happening, they get excited, they run up and down. Sometimes the dogs get the zoomy, they run up and down, right? It's a thing that happens. But no, apparently they've been told by the council that we're not allowed to play with our dogs in our house. And again, we were told that they're going to try and get us kicked out of here, which is literally them showing intent for intimidation using social housing, which the council really looks badly upon. You know, so the fact that these things, I've got this on camera, is a bonus. The fact that the Karens literally screamed that they were going to try and get us kicked out has fucked them in the ass. Because now, whenever there's a complaint, we can just go, well, look at the intimidation we've been getting, right? They made a complaint about us saying that our garden's covered in dog shit. It's not. Our dog shit in the garden, and then we pick it up because we're responsible dog owners. Now, there was one time where we didn't do it for 3 days. That was just after my mum died, and we were suffering mental health issues, right? So, we didn't, it was raining, the dogs went out in the garden, and for a few days, we didn't. So after a few days, we went out and there was maybe 10 poos in the garden and we picked them up, right? But apparently our garden is constantly covered in dog shit. It's not. We look after our garden. In fact, we landscaped our garden. And then they also complained about us charging our car, because we've got an electric car. All right, we're not supposed to run a cable across the ground. But, right, what we were doing was at night, after 10 p.m., we were running a cable. We got a box unit that reduced the current, so it wasn't more than it could handle. We ran the cable out of our window, and then we had one of these things where it's like a black like bump where you run the cable through to stop anyone tripping over it. And we had that out between 10 and 6 in the morning charging our car. Bothering absolutely nobody, of course. But they complained, and then obviously then complained about the dogs and complained about the dog mess, complained about rubbish in our garden, not true, complained about me streaming, no way they can fucking hear me, we've proven that. And we had the housing officer come round with a list of complaints, and we were like, we're literally the nicest neighbours. Like, we try to be friendly to everyone. Now, the interesting thing about these Karens is we're not the only neighbours that have had this happen to them, right? Our upstairs neighbour, a girl called Tracy, who's got 5 kids, during COVID, okay, Tracy had to leave her kids in the house for like half an hour to go to the shops. Because, of course, during COVID, you couldn't take all your bloody family to the shops with you. And what happened when Tracy left the house to go and get food for her kids? She threatened to phone Child Protective Services for leaving the kids alone in the house.
What?
I know, right?
Seriously, what?
Yeah, I know. And then a few weeks later, when the boys were playing with a ball in their garden, the ball went into their garden and they threatened to pop the ball if it comes in again. Now, here's an important thing in Scotland. There's no such thing as trespassing. That doesn't exist in Scotland. I could set up a camp in their garden and they could do fuck all about it, right? But the fact that a ball that some young kids were playing with went into the garden and they threatened to pop it, you know, and then apparently the woman that lived in this flat before us had some mental health issues or something, and sometimes the garden was a bit untidy, but they bullied her. They would come round and scream at her. There's also a couple across the road who are quite often fixing their car outside their house. They try not to get in the way of anyone, move out the way if it's needed, but they got reported because of that. When my neighbour Tracy was cutting her hedge, she got reported because apparently there could be birds nesting in there. When I cut down a tree in my back garden and for 12 hours the branches were lying at the back of my garden in council property, she reported me to the council for fly tipping, even though we were planning on processing that wood into firewood, and we did within 12 hours. So yeah, I have major Karens, and I really hope that they're watching this and understand that they can't win against me.
Yeah. That sounds like neighbors you don't want your worst enemy to live next door.
Yeah. The emoji says for $1.99, is she a flat Karen? Honestly, I think they're dumb enough that they could be flat earthers, right? Now, when I moved in, here's one of the most important things, right? When I moved into this property, right, I was very considerate, and I went round to my neighbours and I was like, look, I'm a YouTuber, and I tend to stream at night because most of my audience is American, and sometimes the streams go on for a while. I don't want to be an inconvenience, so please, if you ever hear me, or if I'm disturbing you, let me know, and I will take efforts to reduce the noise that's being made. Did they ever come to me? No. They went straight to the council and made a bunch of complaints.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
And I mean, if they had the bother to lock your fight up, they could have easily looked your channel up. You up there with your real name too, so they could see what you're doing. It's open for everyone.
Exactly. Rubiks says for $2, do they know you have a foreigner held hostage? No, they're not allowed to know that it's not even a basement, it's just a hole I dug, but they're not allowed to know that. Shit, they probably know that now. We have Dr. Apocalypse for £5. Nobody post Rubiks MSG to Trump or the White House, or the next thing you know, the Donald will declare war on Craig's house. Yeah, I've got oil under my house, so I'm pretty sure America are going to try and invade me quite soon.
Yeah.
Did you all find it interesting how the Epstein files were due to be released, but then they invaded Venezuela?
Yeah, and now about to invade Greenland.
Yeah. the invading Greenland thing is so stupid because Greenland have and Denmark actually, they have a rule where if there is an invasion that they think's happening, then they shoot first and ask questions later. They don't even wait for orders from command. If you're a soldier and you think your homeland is being invaded as part of the Kingdom of Denmark, you shoot first. That is the rule. So, I mean, Trump making all these threats about Greenland is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. Like, if he wants Greenland, then, no, it's not going to happen. But you don't make threats of invading a NATO ally. It's just dumb.
Yeah, it's... let's say I've seen toddlers who behave way more mature than the United States president right now.
Yeah. Oh, apparently Gene Techman ran away to a different Flat Earth panel.
Oh, yeah. There are a couple of those here.
Not all of them, Atlas. Not all of them. So, have we got any other Flat Earthers that want to join? If not, what I'm going to do is just start covering a bit of Flat Earth content and see what's going on and laugh about it.
Fariza, if you, the biggest idiotic thing about this protecting Greenland from Russia is that he said in one interview that he doesn't want to have Russia as a neighbor. Did he look at the other side of the map with Alaska?
I know, right? It's all dumb. Hackram for $5 Australian says, in Australia, nobody really gives a shit what you do in your own yard. Yeah, neither do I, right? People can live their life. And I have no problem with people just living their fucking life, right? And that's what I want to do. I just want to live my life. And to be clear, Karens, I am under no obligation to live my life silently. I am under no obligation to live my life according to your rules, Karen. I am going to stay here, and I am going to be your neighbour, and you're going to have to fucking deal with it. Debt said, apparently the more I talk about Flat Earthers, the more the algorithm will send it out to Flat Earthers. We have 2 people that have asked to join. Let's see if either of them are Flerfs.
Yeah.
Come on, come on. Terry Turbo, apparently. Terry Turbo. Let's see what Terry Turbo has to say. And here we go. He's joining now. Flat Earthers, if you are there, feel free to join. I do not bite. Yes, I do. But, anyway. Oh, no. I do not bite. Yes, I do. Anyway. Oh, no. I do not bite. Yes, I do.
Hello.
Terry, you're going to have to turn down whatever you're using because we can hear echoes.
Hold on.
Hello, Terry Turbo. That's better. How are you?
Yeah, just wanted to ask a few questions about, NASA.
Are you a Flat Earther?
Well, yeah, more on the side of Flat Earth, yeah, but...
Ooh, gross. Yeah.
I've been listening to what you've been saying.
Cool, right, well, before you do, I'll allow you to ask the questions about NASA. However, then you have to present some evidence that the Earth is flat that we can discuss, all right?
Okay.
Sound good?
Right. Fair enough, yeah.
Is that delay in the phone or your brain? I'm not sure.
It's because of the internet, I think.
All right, okay, anyway, Terry, please go ahead and ask questions about NASA. This is always fun.
Go ahead.
Because, there's just a lot of things that they've done that's been proved, to be, staged and that.
No, there's never been anything that NASA's done that's been proven to be staged. Never.
It's never been
Not
staged.
one thing I can remember has been staged.
There's literally nothing ever that has been proven that NASA have staged anything. That's just a flat Earth lie.
Well, they haven't got no actual real footage of Earth.
Yes, they have.
From
they have,
space. Like
they've got lots of.
They have.
That's a lie. They have all the footage of Earth from space. You're just saying they don't.
Why have they admitted that they reckon they've only got one, and this the one that's called the Blue Marble?
They haven't admitted that's the only one. That is the first. No, they haven't. You're just saying that. NASA get real images of space all the time, and they never say they're all fake. They've never said they only have one. That's a lie a flat earther told you, and you believed.
I listen to them say it
when
myself.
you're mentioning that one with the Photoshop, it's been a stitched image of actual photos or actual photographies that has been done by the satellite that was flying in patterns, and they had to stitch it together to get a full image because it was not far enough away to get the whole globe.
Yeah,
But
I think what you're referring to is...
8.
Yeah. I think what you're referring to, Terry, is the one image where Robert, the artist, said, well, it's Photoshop because it has to be. Because that one particular image did have to be Photoshopped because it was a bunch of strips put together. But never, ever, ever have NASA said they only have one. What do you mean they've been... It's detected... Oh, sorry, one sec. It's making me do a puzzle to keep the live up. So give me one sec.
Yeah. That's one thing of...
There we go.
TikTok,
Right, yeah. So Terry, that's just not true. NASA have never ever said they've only got one image of Earth from space. In fact, they release images of Earth from space all of the time. So does Himawari, so does the Discover satellite. So I don't know where you got that from, but it certainly wasn't NASA.
Well, another thing as well, like, I just think, like...
Pivot.
They've only been to the moon once, like, since this
they
whole time.
They went to the moon
like,
7 times.
They not gone back? Sorry?
They went to the moon a bunch of times, not just once.
And one of those attempts have been.
They said that they lost the technology. What a load of... That's... Come on,
yeah, all right, we've also lost the technology to make a Ford Model T. Right? The technology for right, so the rockets that were made back then, they were single use, right? And they were produced in a factory. That factory no longer exists. So to make that same technology that we used in the 60s and 70s would be a painful process. That's why we have new rockets, like the one that is currently taking a 4-mile journey to the launch pad so that it can go to the moon on February the 6th.
Yeah, Artemis 2.
Why have they not been there, like, up until they're going that?
Money.
Right.
After the initial moon missions, NASA's budget was slashed considerably. Back in the days of the moon missions, NASA got about 12% of the federal budget. Now they get less than 1%. Money is the problem. So what NASA have done in the past 50 years is focused on figuring out what space does to people in low Earth orbit. And now we have built new technology that is safer and better that we are using to literally go back to the moon. The thing is, technology doesn't just improve on its own. You have to constantly make the new technology. And in the last 10 years, space technology has improved dramatically. For instance, Elon Musk can launch rockets and reuse them, catch them with massive chopsticks. The Artemis rockets are going to be reusable, and we are literally testing the Space Launch System on February the 6th to go back to the moon. Money was the reason we haven't done it in a long time.
Exactly. And we have so many
footage
things
as well with NASA supposedly and being in space, and I've seen like bubbles.
No, you've seen what you've seen is paint chips or bits of NASA's suits or space suits. They use a sublimation cooling system, which is literally ice exposed to the vacuum of space, which can sometimes have bits come off of it. But there's never, if you look and say they're bubbles, you notice that it'd just be like one thing kind of going in a weird pattern. Bubbles don't do that. Bubbles would like go directly up and in a bunch of them. So when people say it's bubbles, it's not bubbles because bubbles don't act like that.
And also, it's always footage that has been recorded with a potato. It's so grainy and so bad that it can be anything.
Yeah. So just to clarify, there has never been anything that is proven to be fake that NASA have done.
And there's one more thing. I can't remember the name of the mission, yeah, but it was the one where I think it was 4 or 5 of the astronauts. They died during the launch when it exploded.
Yeah, you're talking about Challenger 6, and again, all that nonsense has been debunked. They're not the same people. They're relatives of the people, or people that look slightly similar to those people.
They look exactly the same, bro.
No, they literally don't. I've analysed every single one. I did an entire stream last year analysing every single one of those claims, and they literally look nothing alike.
And it's kind of disrespectful to pee on the people's graves.
Yeah, those people died. They weren't even astronauts; they were civilians. That was the first kind of launch that had a teacher. It had it was civilians, and they literally died. And it's extremely disrespectful to those people that died to claim they're still alive. The fact that people are going, oh, look at this, they're exactly the same. Oh, they did not age in the past 40 years either. You know, it's a ridiculous thing to say.
No,
I don't know if...
obviously they've aged, but you can still tell. Like through the facial features, obviously.
Except none of the facial features are the same. It's just what people say, but when you analyse them, they are totally different.
Terry, about what you were claiming about the people of the Challenger are alive, do you know who's Enzo Ferrari? Do you know who was him? Enzo Ferrari. The one...
Who, what, sorry?
I know him, yeah.
Enzo Ferrari is the one who make the Ferrari brand.
Oh right, yeah.
Do you know who is the soccer player or football player Mesut Özil?
Oh, Özil, the Turkish player.
Yeah, the German-Turkish player.
Yeah.
Check both faces, and you will say they are the same person. But they are not. Take a picture of both and tell me if they are the same person or not.
And
so that's the same situation. That's the same situation of the people of the Challenger and this other one who looks familiar than them.
Exactly, and
there's a lot of green. Green
Enzo Ferrari was
exposure as well.
Past before Mesut has even been born. Like that.
And so passed before.
And there's a lot of green screen exposure as well.
No, there's never any green screen exposure. That's just, again, it's people not understanding what they're seeing. For instance, there's one big famous clip that flat earthers push around that shows a guy fading in out of nowhere. That's because that's actually 2 different clips using a merge function, to show the 2 different clips. So there's one clip of just it there with no one there, and then as the guy's coming in at the side, it's just a merge transition. There's no one coming in. They're literally 2 separate clips put together that flat earthers have gone, oh look, it's CGI, but they just don't understand what they're seeing. There's been never, ever, ever any CGI or green screen nonsense that the flat earthers claim. There's a blue grid behind some people that is literally a physics experiment that they use to monitor how things move. That's not a green screen. You can't green screen blue grids. That would not work on a chroma key. So unfortunately, you've been lied to and you fell for it hook, line and sinker.
What about when they're letting go of something to float and it just drops on the floor?
That never happens.
Fake.
Yeah,
that's been fake.
So you can see it.
So there is flat earthers push around a clip of a guy dropping a hammer and it goes down, but it was a magic trick, he was just pretending and there's it going down.
There's more than one. There's loads of them.
But no, and a lot of the times when you push things and it moves, there is literally nothing that shows that they are fake. You'd have to also explain how things like all their clothes are floating and the chain they're wearing is floating and their hair's all floating. There's literally never ever anything, if you research what's going on, that shows that NASA has been fake. You just don't understand what you're seeing is the problem. And because you want the Earth to be flat and you want NASA to be fake, you never scrutinize any of the footage and you just believe what Eric Dubay tells you.
Yeah. And also, there is a 24-hour live stream on YouTube from the ISS where you can see its path and you can look up where the ISS will be over your location at one point of view. And you can compare these 2 things, that you can observe the ISS with your own eyes. Every time. it's just one Google search away. But no, this is what frustrates me about Flat Earth. You guys say that we have to be skeptical about everything that NASA or the government says. But every Flat Earth claim, you take hook, line, and sinker without questioning it, without even checking if it's true, if it's real footage, if it's altered of anything. But everything that the globe presents, must have been fake, this must have been doctored, that there must be manipulation, must be CGI, even if CGI in the 70s have never existed, aside of Pong, which were 2 lines and a circle, and that was the highest of gaming back then. And to get a CGI like what we are used to now, you would have a computer back then that would fill the fucking Olympic Stadium.
Right, so we any more questions about NASA, or can we move on to the portion where you present evidence of the Earth being flat?
Yeah. Talk about the Earth.
Yeah, so this is the point where you would present a measurement or an experiment that would demonstrate that the Earth is flat, or at least lead credence to that idea. Because I can give you countless measurements, countless experiments, countless observations that confirm the Earth being a globe. But this is your chance. Do not mention the globe. Do not mention experiments that talk about the globe. Do not mention what you presume to be problems with the globe. This is your opportunity right now to present evidence that the Earth is flat.
Well, that, like, the experiments, that I've seen.
Like what?
Like the distance that they are. Like,
what are you talking
there's
about?
meant to be so much curvature.
What experiment are you talking
There's
about?
no curvature there. I'm talking about, like, experiments from the shoreline out across the sea.
Which ones in particular?
Like,
using what equipment?
Michigan. Well, P1000.
So a camera can't detect if there's curvature.
No, but it can detect what's in front of it, and it's across the sea.
And it matches the globe
Michigan
predictions when you look at it. For instance, when you look at Lake Michigan, you see some at 60 miles away and half the buildings are missing. Either there's a curve or Michigan's been flooded and a bunch of people died. Now, the important thing to remember is on Earth, 1 degree of curvature is 69 miles. So, and light, when it goes through our atmosphere, because our atmosphere is a gradient, it refracts and it bends, which means you can see slightly further than the curvature of the Earth would allow you if there was no atmosphere. And there is days where you can see further, and there's days when you can't see as far, depending on the refractive conditions. Refraction is a well understood phenomenon. I'm wearing glasses, that's proof of that. Fermat's principle has been proven to be true, and we can use Fermat's principle to determine the refractive conditions at any point as long as we know the temperature and the density of the air that the light is traveling through. There has never been an experiment done that disproves the globe using lasers or cameras. Only flat earthers not understanding what they are doing. In fact, every single experiment ever done matches the predictions of the globe, because we have to take into account all the things the globe includes, and that includes the atmosphere and the variables that come from that.
That just seems like making up all this different stuff.
Which bit was made up there specifically?
We talking about like light bends and all.
Yeah, we know light bends. That's a proof. Just check. Right, if you go to hold on. So another friend of mine, Mick West, who actually programmed the first 2 Tony Hawk games, he did an experiment showing that laser light bends when there's a gradient. So we know for a fact that light bends. Light bends because of refraction. That's how I know my glasses work, because the glass is bending the light because of the different density, the different medium. And the atmosphere is made up of layers. There is a gradient in our atmosphere of pressure. That means that there is different densities, there is different temperatures. And when light travels through that, that makes it change the path. That light itself doesn't bend, but the path the light is traveling has changed because of the medium that it is traveling through. The atmosphere has refractive conditions. You have to take this into account when you're using radar, because radar is also an electromagnetic wave like light. So we have to use refraction to know what we're seeing. And if you don't take into account refraction, you're just going to assume that you can see too far.
Even you can do.
None of these actually do that. None of these observations actually do take that into account. Any refraction, it's always the same.
And even you can do something more. If the refraction can change with the temperature and with the pressure and with humidity of the earth. So if you are looking at the horizon with a P1000, for example, you can see that in different hours of the day, in the morning, in the moon, in the sunset or in the sunrise, and then in the afternoon, you can see that the distance you can see with your P1000 is different because the refraction is different during the day. This fits really good with the globe, and this doesn't fit really good with the flat Earth. If you take consideration of all the conditions, geometry of the Earth, atmospheric conditions, you will see that all the observation fits really good in a spherical Earth and not fixed in a flat Earth.
If you can see something at a certain distance and the curvature isn't making up for that distance, that's just simple facts, isn't it?
Yeah, but the fact that sometimes you can see further than others, right? You understand that. Sometimes when you're looking across Lake Michigan, you can see Chicago. Sometimes you can't. So why is it changing?
I think it's to do with the weather.
Yeah, the weather changes refraction, right? So sometimes you can see it, and sometimes you can't. Sometimes you can see more of the buildings. Sometimes you can see less of the buildings. Sometimes you can see that the buildings appear to be 3/4 underwater. What you can never see, ever, is the bottom of those buildings because they're behind the curve of the Earth. You are just right now here denying.
You can see the bottom.
No, you can't. Literally, no video of Chicago across Lake Michigan shows the bottom of the buildings. It shows half of the buildings literally underwater, which means either a bunch of people drowned and there was a flood that no one knew about, or there's something physically obscuring the bottom of those buildings. I'll give you a clue what's obscuring the bottom of those buildings. The curve of the Earth. Like, look at my finger here. You can see the whole finger, right? Now you can't. Why can't you see the bottom of my finger? Because it's behind the curve of the Earth.
Do you know the habitat reach observation in the Gulf of California? All flat earthers say that you can see this oil reach farther than it is, but many people went to the same place and did the same observation in different refraction conditions, and they didn't see the platforms as the claiming of the flat earthers. This means that
but that's not.
I said before.
If you're saying that, right, and then you talk about that's just one situation, isn't it? Like there's other times where I've seen it myself. I mean, and it's actual footage.
Well, yeah, but again, what were the refractive conditions? Did you measure the refractive conditions to determine what you should be able to see?
He left.
Oh.
He left.
Bye.
Obviously.
Let me catch up with a few of the super chats over on my Red app. I'm getting a bunch of gifts over here on TikTok as well, so thank you very much. Actually, there's a list of people, isn't there? We got Rachbot, Cologne, we've got Crepple Polly, They've all sent me gifts. Aladu has sent me gifts over on TikTok, thank you. And over on the Red app, YouTube, I'm just going to say it. TikTok's not going to get mad, I'm sure. We've got Hugh Jarse, who's been a member for 45 months. He says, me, I'll come on as a flat earther. Oh, you said flat earther. No, you're a fat earther, Hugh Jarse. You are the gravitational constant. You know that. Gregory Dillon for $2 says, I'll trade you neighbours for Trump. Deal? No, I think I prefer my neighbours to Trump, actually. They don't eat as many Big Macs. David for $4.99 says, Trump's dumb enough to attack himself if Denmark invokes Article 5 of the NATO treaty when the USA invades Greenland. Dr. Apocalypse for £2 says, isn't there a 24-hour live stream from the ISS? Yes, there is. We've got the Mojek for $4.99. Artemis is a long-term trip to the moon. Weeks, not days. Saw a presentation about it last night. Yeah, it's going to take... So I think they're going around the Earth for like 3 days. And then it's a 10-day trip to the moon, and then a 10-day trip back from the moon. So it's going to be about 3 weeks, I think they're away, which is impressive. Dr. Apocalypse for £2 says, Friday's Flerf Wordle solution is density.
Yeah.
Can somebody go and poke Gene Techman, who ran away to a different thing? Because that's hilarious. Right. So there we go. We've had quite a few flat earthers come in already. We are 2 hours and 40 minutes into the 24-hour live stream, which is incredible. That I've had so much support already. Over on the Red app, we've got 37 of the 50 super chats that we need for me to phone our friend Cece. Cece's all right, so we're going to see if they pick up. And we have a goal on the Red app, on TikTok, of 20 paper cranes, 4 hearts, and we've met the 2 hats and mustache, so thank you for that. So if you want to gift me anything on TikTok, then please do the hearts or the paper cranes, because apparently TikTok want you to do that.
So, and Cici is the guy with the grey hair that always posts from the car?
Yes, yeah. His hair is just amazing. Like, it's incredible. David 499 says, don't try to trick us with the curve hides the finger trick. You dishonestly used the wrong finger, you scammer. Oh, sorry. Should I have used this one?
Thank you, Jose.
The BRD.
Rubiks, feel free to come back into the TikTok stream, because I don't think I'm going to open up a Zoom, because I've been looking and I don't know if I can figure out how to route the audio for that right now as well. Right, so we want another flat earther to come in. Where's my Fred Perry cap gone? Oh, I'll just keep this one. We want another flat earther to come in, but when they come in, they have to present evidence. They can't just say things like, well, I saw an experiment of with a P900. You know P900s aren't magic, right, guys? Flat earthers. P900s and P1000s, in fact, they're mediocre cameras. They have good zoom, but their actual pixel density is pretty shite. The reason why the P1000 is no longer available for sale is because they released a new model. Just like the P900 stopped being for sale when they released the P1000. You know, this rumor of that flat earthers push of, NASA stopped Nikon using the P1000. No, they didn't. NASA actually had a deal with Nikon to provide cameras for them as well. At the same time, Nikon are releasing new models of cameras. There's no conspiracy there. Two things can exist at the same time.
Yeah. And I wonder why they never brought up Michelson and Morley. Also, if there is any experiment that could be used in their favor, it's this, but no one of them brought it up. Even if you all know that that was about data, not the rotation of the Earth, but I wonder why no one of them brought it up.
Oh, because that would debunk the Earth being flat, and they would get mad.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. There's my Fred Perry cap. I'll forever wear that one. There we go. Hi,
Rubiks.
Hey, Rubiks, welcome back. Obviously, NASA gave me this one, and NASA gave me this one. And they trigger the Flerfs. It's always fun. The Mojek over on the Red App 199 says, shame CC can't CC. You can leave.
Yeah, they were commandeered from NASA.
Yep, absolutely. The Challenger one always pisses me off. I don't want to get into that conversation, but it's so easy to debunk. Like, they don't even look slightly the same, these people. It like the pictures they post. Here's someone that's white with hair. Oh, well, I guess that's the same person then.
Judy Resnick went to my dad's high school. He knew her parents.
Well, thank you for the gifts of paper cranes. I've just had 2 more come in, guys. I appreciate that.
That's so disrespectful to claim that those who died in this thing, or Apollo 1 or Columbia, that they are still alive, just to disrespectful as shit.
All right, over on the Red app, we only have about 10 minutes to reach the goal. If you want me to phone CC, I actually need 12 super chats in the next 10 minutes. I'm probably going to phone CC anyway. But if you want to reach the goal, I will massively appreciate it. You know, it could just be like the tiny £1 super chats or anything. It still reach the goal.
I thought I'd be at least 2.
Yeah, I really, really do appreciate the support. For everyone that has supported the channel, thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. It means the world. Your support is the lifeblood of the channel. The best way to actually help on TikTok and on the Red app, you don't have to super chat, but liking the streams, but most importantly, sharing the live or the stream outside of TikTok and YouTube. They both really like it. It tickles the algorithm, makes them a bit happy. So if you want to help the stream and help the live on TikTok, share it. On TikTok, you can there's a button just to do it. On YouTube, take the URL, post it on your Facebook, your Bebo, your MySpace. But what you can mainly do is if you go and stand in traffic, right, and then cause a crash, whilst everyone is trying to get stuff sorted, hand them out cards that have my URL on. And then I'll get more viewers to the channel. I think that should work, right? Wait, don't do that. Don't do that. Oh, God. What have I done? Jaybird Max, 99 cents. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. We got Richard King for 30 UEs. UYUs? What the hell's that? Phone CC. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Yeah, we are going to phone CC. In fact, why don't we just do that now whilst we're waiting for another Flat Earther to come in?
He still hasn't emailed me back after me telling me to email him.
And please, flat Earther with arguments, because if not,
CC has answered the phone to me a couple of times. So let's and I'm not like doxing him or anything. He literally posts his phone number on his YouTube channel. I will show. So let me if I do this.
Okay.
And we go to CC Flat Earth. Here he is, lovely man. Oh, he's posted a new video. We can cover that actually. That'd be great.
You should call Mark Sargent. His number's there too, I think.
Oh no, he's blocked me. I know that. But if we go to his about section, you can literally see that here is his phone number. Not doxing. He posts this, and that's his email. So thank you for the super chats, guys. I'm going to phone him anyway, even though we haven't reached the goal, because, hey, why not? So here we go. Well, it's got to be +1, hasn't it? +1.
Wasn't it Dave Weiss who had the app that provides everyone with password info?
Oh, yeah. If you want to know where everyone lives and what their email and stuff is, just go onto the Flat Earth Clock and Flat Earth Clock app, because that's basically like an open door. So here we go. Gonna phone CC. Come on, Chris. Answer. You know you want to.
United Kingdom? Well, who the hell is this?
Hey, Chris, it's me again.
Greg?
Yeah, how you doing, dude?
Oh, great. I'm cooking dinner right now. How's everything going?
What are you having?
What's that? I didn't hear you.
What are you having for dinner?
Oh, chicken.
Oh, nice. Yeah. So last time we spoke was just before Christmas and New Year. How was your New Year and that?
Oh, it was great. It was great. How was yours?
Oh, pretty good. Yeah, nice and quiet at home. A bit weird without my mum because she passed last year, but yeah, it was nice and chilled. That's all right. I am absolutely desperate to have a proper chat with you about Flat Earth. When can we get this done, bud?
Yeah, there's really not much to talk about Flat Earth.
Oh, there is. I mean, you say so many things on your videos that I really want to get into with you. And you did do a video last year saying you were going to start doing debates, and I was really hoping that you and I could arrange just a proper, decent one-on-one conversation, because you're one of the more pleasant flat earthers, and I think it would be extremely interesting. Plus, your hair is amazing, and it always makes me happy.
Stop talking about my hair.
I love your hair, though. Like, I wish I'm basically bald at this point. I'm jealous of you.
Yeah.
You know what? It's all natural. That's all it is.
Well, some good living there.
All right. You know, I appreciate you calling me all the way out there.
No worries, but I would. My assistant did send you an email to try and arrange a chat. Do you reckon you could? Just all I want is like an hour of your time. That's it, and I would just love a decent chat with you. What do you reckon?
Okay, well, maybe we can set something up. But right now, I'm a little busy. I'm sorry.
Obviously, you're making dinner. I don't want to stop you eating your dinner. But if you check your email, my assistant Emily did send you. It's itsarubiks, I think. So if you check your email, just respond to my assistant, and we can arrange a proper chat, just you and I. What do you reckon?
Okay. All right. Yeah, maybe we can do that. It's 2:00 in the morning over there.
No, it's 11 p.m.
Oh, you're 6 hours.
Yeah. I'm currently doing a 24-hour live stream, so I don't really sleep anyway. I'm ex-military. Sleeping is for the weak and all that.
You're ex-military.
Yeah.
In foreign.
I was a nuclear engineer in the Royal Navy.
Nuclear engineer in the
Yeah.
in the Navy.
Yes. Yeah.
And you never flew any planes at all.
No, submarines go in the water.
So you were in the sub.
Yeah, subs and surface ships. Yes.
Excellent. All right. So you saw no curvature underground there?
Well, no, I tested the curve when I was doing emergency diesel engine testing because I had to calculate fuel usage over distance, and those distances were based on the globe. Also, I saw Antarctica while I was in the Navy. That was fun.
Oh, you know what? My chicken's almost ready. All right.
Right, enjoy your chicken, Chris. Please respond to the email, and we can have a brilliant chat. Have a good day, buddy.
I sure will. All right, have a good
Have
day.
a good
Catch
day,
you later.
Chris.
And enjoy your dinner.
Enjoy your dinner.
Got him.
Yeah.
That is so good when he actually answers. I do love it. That's the second time I've got him, and I'm pretty sure that he will now check his email.
I've emailed him 3 times.
Yeah. But,
mostly since yesterday.
Do another follow-up. Say, Craig just spoke to you. Let's get a chat arranged. I'm going to keep phoning him because he does seem to be answering me. I think he likes seeing calls from the UK.
Because I did email him yesterday as a follow-up, kind of poking him.
Yeah. So if you guys don't know, that was Chris CC from Westchester County, New York. And if there's no flat earthers that want to come in right now to chat, let's just cover his most recent video. That does mean I'm going to have to ask the panel to be quiet. Otherwise there will be echo because I'm going to have to change the audio sources, okay?
I have to say that I'm leaving. It's late here in Spain, and I'm gonna eat dinner like CC is doing his dinner. I'm gonna make my one. So, it was a pleasure, guys. Nice to be here with you.
Thank you for joining. I do appreciate you. Have a great day, my friend.
Have a
good day. See you. Bye.
Let me just catch up on the stuff, the super chats that I've got. The Mojek for 199 says posted to X for giggles. I appreciate it. We Are All Goggle Frinchens, who's been a member for 17 months, says, what would CC's hair look like in 0G? I imagine pretty much like it does normally, to be honest. Dr. Apocalypse.
I think he uses Gale.
Yeah. Dr. Apocalypse for £10 says, gravity is faster than C because light is slowed down by mass, whereas gravity isn't. That's why LIGO can tell us where to look in the sky to see the light of supernova and colliding neutron stars. No, not really. gravity just creates ripples in fabric of space-time at the speed of light. Gravity literally travels at c. I see where you're coming from, but it's technically incorrect there, bud. Right, so let me... okay, so step 1 is to get CC's video up, which would be doing this. Step 2 is to change the audio source of the microphone. So I turn that one down and this one up. So you should still be able to hear me. And if I play this... Wait, I can't hear it because I've unmuted it.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you may be.
Just to confirm, people on TikTok, did you hear that? Can you tell me in the chat? You did, right, brilliant. Okay, so here we have our friend CC, who we just spoke to. This is his most recent video, which says, Spaceman on our flat Earth. Oh, it is echoing, right. How do I do that? How do I stop it being an echo over there? Let me think. 1 second. Like, how bad is the echo? Can you guys deal with it? Because I don't know if I can separate it to not be an echo.
CC here, Chris, from New York, Westchester County. It's 1:15:26. Happy New Year, folks.
Happy New Year, Chris. I hope you had a good one. Oh, well, you just told me that you did, so yeah.
Made it through another year. Quite proud of you. Did you keep your mouth shut? I hope you did.
Oh, he's talking about flat earthers because Chris wants flat earthers to talk about flat earth at things like Thanksgiving and Christmas and that, right? No, the mic's not coming through. The sound's not coming through my mic. It's just feeding through my thing. Wait, maybe... Hold on. Let me think. 1 sec. Rather than... If I change this audio source, let me think. If I add the audio source of that screen, that might work. So if I make it cable A, and I turn that down, but have my mic up.
I certainly did. Didn't say a word.
Has that stopped the echoing? Might have.
Try again.
No point. What's the point? What's the point of dealing with people anymore? You know what I mean? Argue, debate.
Yay, it worked. Right, okay. I've just had to create a brand new audio source. Just make sure it is coming.
Bullshit.
Yep, so YouTube are getting the audio. TikTok are getting the audio. I'm getting the audio. 3 separate audio sources. And you can hear my mic. I'm a professional.
There's one thing that is absolutely true, and there is a God up there. We're covered in a dome, and it's flat, stationary.
Well, Chris, that wasn't one thing. That was 3. Just to be clear. So there can't be one thing there that was true because you said 3 of them. And all 3 of them were factually incorrect. Wow. Like, seriously, whenever I pause CC, we get the absolute best screenshots. Just look at that. It's incredible.
And all those lights you see up there are just lights in the sky. An amazing light show. That's all it is. How's that comet doing?
That's all it is, guys. It's just some lights in the sky. Yeah, but Chris, where do those lights come from, dude? Why are there lights in the sky? What's making them? How do we, explain what's... We can't just say it's lights in the sky. There has to be an explanation behind the lights in the sky. You're not wrong. They are lights in the sky. But they're stars, dude.
Where's that now? I had a couple people, because I'd bring it up, when I go grab a bite to eat, This one particular waiter would always say, he solely believes that this @3 Atlas or whatever the hell they called it, it's gone. Gone like the wind, okay? He would always bring...
What are you talking about, dude?
that up. He's like, well, what about the comet? That means we live on a globe, right? Well, what about the comet? Where is it? It's coming. It's coming. And what did I tell him? As I tell everybody else, that it's nothing but propaganda, and it's nothing but there to keep you conditioned. They keep bringing it up. Oh, and
all right, Chris. No actual scientist or body said anything about it coming to Earth. It's just a rock that came from outside our solar system. That's it. And you know what? It's not even special. We only noticed it because of the new satellites that are up, right? It's the third one that we've noticed because of these, the satellites that are able to detect these things. There's probably happening all of the time. There's always comets coming from outside our solar system and, them buggering off because of gravity. There's nothing special about it.
And did I hear somebody from the ISS is feeling a little ill? I think I know what happened. I think he got pummeled because he didn't keep his mouth shut. They rang the bell on this guy. They said, "Oh, this guy's going to be trouble. Let's show him a lesson. Let's teach him a lesson." Don't you?
Wait. So CC thinks that they beat up the person on the ISS because they were talking about being on the ISS. Wait, what? I don't. Yeah, my brain is now sad. Yeah, I figured out how to get rid of the echo completely. I literally have to mute my microphone while I'm playing his video, which I don't understand because I thought my microphone source was literally just my microphone. Unless it's like picking up from my earbuds, I'm not sure.
Don't you see how much they're hiding? Don't you see what they are accountable for? If any of this gets out, everything would be shut down. Everything. Everything. That's how important this is. It is important to keep you indoctrinated for the rest of your fucking life. And
okay, so CC thinks that if the Earth, if we found out that the Earth was flat, all of society would shut down. I mean, some strange shit would happen, like we'd have to be asking some serious questions. I'd be the first asking a bunch of questions if the Earth was actually flat. And like eating Major Crow, but like I don't think society is based on whether the Earth is flat or not. It's really not that important to the majority of the people in the world. If it turned out the Earth was flat, most of the people would go, well, that's weird. Anyway, I need to go back to work. It would change fuck all.
And that's it, bottom line. They will do anything it takes to keep you indoctrinated. Well, for one thing, they're bringing in $90 million a day. I mean, of your taxpayers' money. What?
This is the one thing that I always gets me with flat earthers is they're like, NASA are stealing $90 million a day from you. No, NASA don't take money. That's what you pay to the government, and then the government dishes out that money to their federal agencies, NASA being one of them. And they get a tiny, tiny, tiny portion of the federal budget. Like, so much less than it used to be. Most of the federal budget goes to military. Like, but I don't see you complaining about that. You're just complaining about NASA. But you're sitting there in a car, and I guarantee, in a van, I guarantee some of the safety features in that van came from the research that NASA have done. You're using a phone, okay? These screens, NASA. That's where touchscreen technology came from. And scratch-proof glass. NASA. So you're complaining about your money being stolen by NASA when in fact the government are giving NASA that money and telling them what to do with it.
Why wouldn't they? There's some money right there that would go poof. And we would have to have our little money back. Forget about tax refunds. This is what they have to do. They have to keep you indoctrinated as long as they can. And as many generations as they can. They are going to lose a foothold at some point. I don't know when that point will be. I feel it's going to be pretty soon, but who knows? Who knows?
Yeah, so apparently, guys, pretty soon, the globe and NASA are just going to lose a foothold. Ignore the fact that they're literally going back to the moon in a couple of weeks. Just don't worry about that. That's, we don't need to talk about. CC, dude, you may have fantastic hair, but it's not got much underneath it.
When that's going to be. But when you're faced with situations like our history has been fucked with, and you can prove this to yourself just by opening your eyes and just doing a little research of your own. There's a museum in one of these states. I don't know where the hell it is. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. They found it, basically. Okay? The architects want to renovate the entire area, clean it up a little bit. It's in some college somewhere. I heard about it. This place, they can't recreate the technology that they did to build this freaking place. So in order to renovate this entire place, clean it up, make it look nicey nice, that has like 35-foot walls and 50-foot walls and marble construction, beautiful. Not like these buildings that we build now. These are shit. This is a shoebox compared to what they used to build. It would cost $1 billion. $1 billion. That's with a B.
Does anyone hear him complaining about the billions that, is spent on Trump ballroom and shit like that? No, it's only the money that NASA spends that is a problem. What about the rest of the federal budget? Why don't you have an issue with where that's going? It's only what goes to NASA that you seem to have a problem with. Weird.
$1 billion to renovate this entire building. Now, that has to tell you something right there. There's shit underneath New York City that you will never see. They just built right on top of it. I told you about my uncle. They couldn't break through this one part. They didn't know what the hell it was. So they built right on top of it. It doesn't matter.
Has anyone got any idea what he's talking about? Because I literally don't. We've got someone over on the Red app. We've got, what's his name? It's a Flerf. Where'd he go? Sorry, the chat's moving very fast. Let's find where it was. Oh, I lost it. Oh, did someone block him so I can't see that anymore? We got this Redberry 1916 over on the Red app, who gives us two options. One, end world hunger. Or two, give $60 million a day for cartoons. Right. Number one, you think $60 million a day is going to end world hunger? No, that's not going to work. And number two, why don't they take just 2% of the military budget and it'd be more than that? Why have you got to take the money from NASA? You're saying it's cartoons, except there's never any evidence that it's cartoons. Hey Wookie, how you doing? I know Idiocracy wasn't meant to be a documentary, we are aware. Okay, mute microphone, play CC.
Doesn't matter. All of this stuff is there to hide from you the truth. Okay? That there were ancient civilization that used to live here. Several of them, probably. The one thing I would like to know...
Has he been watching Stargate? I think he's been watching Stargate. Ancient civilizations. No, they lived in the Pegasus galaxy, mate, fighting the Wraith.
And so, what was their form of transportation? That's the one thing I would like to know.
Puddle jumpers, starships, and stargates.
I mean, how many cars are there around this area? I mean, alone, there's got to be 50 million of them. You know what I'm saying? Now you take, Earth itself and count how many cars that there are in the entire population of Earth, how many cars actually exist, I would say hundreds, 100 billion? I don't know. 50 billion? Who knows? But my question is, why haven't we found previous transportations? Now, I know about the trains. Okay.
Because there was no previous civilizations with advanced technology and transport. That wasn't a thing, Chris. You crazy mofo.
Okay. All right. I know that was completely built by another civilization. They just undug it up, saw the train tracks. Oh, this is something else I found out too, and I think you'll be interested in. Dug up the train tracks and called it their own. Okay, they probably found a caboose somewhere with amazing technology, and then they kind of retrofitted it and make it look like we built it, and it's crap. You know what I'm saying? But my question is, did they have cars? Did they have like the transportation we have? And
no, Chris, because they didn't exist, dude. It wasn't a thing.
I don't think they did. I really don't think, because we would have uncovered something, or maybe we're just not digging deep enough. I don't know. I'm just throwing ideas out there. I did some research on some highways in my area, and then I did some research about the reservoirs that come down from Shokan Reservoir and go into New York City. Okay, what path that they take and what route that they take. Amazingly enough, and I told you about the sawmill, they made Die Hard 3 around that one, I think, right? When Bruce is trying to come down the tunnel and he pops out of one of these sky holes or whatever the hell you want to call it. That was on the Sawmill River Parkway, by the way. That's true. That does go underneath the sawmill. But it goes further than that. Okay? I think these highways were developed, or they found them, using the aqueduct system, because they had to build these aqueduct systems somehow. They weren't down there with a pick and shovel. And
wait, is he saying that underground tunnels that cars drive through were actually made by ancient civilizations, or at least we're copying? I'm not gonna lie, I'm totally lost here, guys. Help.
And lights. Okay, they didn't have anything back. I mean, they had no electricity back then. 1878, guys. That's when they built the fucking reservoirs. 1878. Think about it. This time will always be burned in your head. When you look at these ridiculous things that they tell us, that this could have been built at that time, in our time of 1878, and the time that we've learned we were like in 1878, riding around on horses, sitting in a little cabin with a fireplace to keep you warm, and a candle right by your bed. Okay? Remember those stories? I used to walk to school 5 miles. You know what? That was true. I used to wear my shoes all the way down.
Yeah, but Chris, come on, let's be honest, mate. You never walked to school because, well, you didn't go to school, did you? Someone on TikTok in the chat says, is he a dwarf or are cars that big? He's in a van. His job apparently is to drive around special needs people. I mean, they're his people, I imagine, but you know what I mean.
Down to when they would just fall apart. This is the history we're confronted with, but yet we're shown these beautiful buildings, these beautiful aqueduct systems, this highway that was developed, obviously, during the time that they built the aqueduct system, before we even had cars, okay? All right? Cars weren't made until 1920, all right? 1914 or whatever. They didn't even become popular until the 30s or the 40s. Having a car, having a fucking TV. My God, a television set that's color was breaking technology back in 1955.
Why is he surprised that technology happened? Like, once we figured out electricity, the rest was kind of like inevitable. He seems extremely shocked that technology advances.
Breaking technology. And then all of a sudden, whoop, we just go through like this time travel, and we're sitting here with a complete movie theater in front of us and a computer system. More power than the Apollo 11. Probably 3 times, 10 times, 20 times more power than the Apollo.
Yeah, thousands of times more power than the Apollo missions, Chris. Like, the computing power in this S25 Ultra, you know, would have been several buildings back then. Like, he's genuinely just being confused that technology advances. I don't know what else to say. Sorry, 1 second.
Apollo 11 that took them to the moon and back. But yet that technology was destroyed. Don't worry. Don't worry. We destroyed it. We had to destroy it. It's top secret. We will never be able to figure it out because when they...
Yeah, no, it was just old technology that we didn't want to use anymore. But, you know, we could just look at the new stuff like, you know. This.
The rocket that will be used for the first crewed mission.
We got this instead. We don't need the old technology because we got this thing.
NASA's moon rocket.
Look at it. On its way. There it goes. We don't need that old technology, Chris. We've got better, new technology that's easier to deal with, not as dangerous, a lot more powerful. Like, it's literally going back to the moon. It's happening. You guys are, oh, why don't we ever go back to the moon? Whilst ignoring that they're literally going back to the fucking moon. I hope I don't get any copyrights there because I tried to mute the audio.
Never been able to get anybody back on the moon. It sounds hysterical. Listen, repeat what I'm saying and listen to yourself. Okay? Listen to yourself say it. And it's such bullshit. It is such fucking nonsense. And people believe it. They just shrug it off. Just like the illegals were brought here for 4 years. For 4 years we were overrun with illegals, but nobody cared. They didn't say anything. They could care less. They could.
I mean, I don't know what he's talking about because didn't Obama like deport more than Trump has technically? Like, what was it they called Obama, the deporter in chief or something? Like, isn't that them caring about the illegals? Like, is he not aware what happens in his country? No, of course he's not. What the fuck?
They care less about anything. They're so fucking indoctrinated. It's unfucking believable. Okay? Unfucking believable. I can't understand how people just can't wake the fuck up. They can't put all of this together and then in the long run see why they're doing this. Why they are doing this. I'll have to put another video out because there was a few other things that I want to talk to you about. But the highway...
Please do, Chris, because we miss you when you don't do your videos. And it's been a couple of weeks. This is the first new one in a couple of weeks, bud. And, you know, we get worried. We genuinely get worried when you're not here. So make sure you please post more videos. It makes me happy.
Highway system's important. I believe they created that and they got the ideas of building highways through the reservoirs and managed to just come up.
Thank you, Alex Angel, for joining and have a good time. Appreciate it. Speak to you soon.
up with different ideas of where these highways would go. But if you do look, check in your state, look at your reservoirs, and look at the underground tunnels, and then tell me what's above them. I guarantee you it's a highway. Guarantee you it's a highway. Okay? They had to have built this somehow or another with mechanical engineering, and they had to have some sort of truck or something going up building these reservoirs. Okay? Other than a pick and shovel. Yep, that's how they built them. Pick and shovel. That's great. That's just wonderful.
Yeah, Chris, people had chisels and shovels and pickaxes and stuff, and we could use those in the past. There's nothing magical about, chiseling something away over years and years and years. The thing about these ancient buildings and stuff that they complain about is that, like, we look at buildings nowadays, may not be as architecturally impressive, but they go up really fucking quick, right? Those buildings back then, they took sometimes decades, even more to build. It's not like it just took an afternoon to do all that chiseling with some kind of power tools. It was years.
Yeah, I buy it. Sure. They got these little flashlights, little candles. Remember the lanterns with the little candle on it? That's what they used. That's right. They had about 100 of them down there, and they built these big tunnels, which are 8 feet tall. A fucking dump truck could drive right through it, okay, in 1878, for hundreds of miles. And they did this in such a short period of time.
No, it wasn't in a short period of time. It took forever. Yes, they built tunnels. Yes, they dug out tunnels. Yes, they made the tunnels big enough for horse and carts to get through. I mean, this isn't brand new information, Chris. It's not something to be confused. Oh, wait. No, you're a flat earther. Of course you're going to be fucking confused.
That's right. They did it in less than 10 years. Wow, that's fucking amazing. Let's see. It took the Tappan Zee Bridge to build that fucking thing about 6 years, and it's still not perfect. Or perfected. Unbelievable. I mean, it's just look at the Brooklyn Bridge. You're telling me that was built back in the 1900s?
Let's check when the Brooklyn Bridge was built, because I don't know. When was the Brooklyn Bridge built? 1869. How was the Brooklyn Bridge built? The Brooklyn Bridge was built using massive caissons, pressurized underwater chambers to create foundations for the towers, then spinning steel cables and attaching them to support the roadway, a process overseen by the Roebling family despite tragic accidents and the infamous bends, decompression sickness, that sickened workers, and Chief Engineer Washington Roebling ultimately managed by his wife, Emily. How long did it take? The Brooklyn Bridge took 14 years to build. 14 years. So it didn't happen really quickly. It took a fucking while. With construction starting in 1870 and finishing in 1883, connecting Manhattan and Brooklyn after a significant engineering feat that cost $15 million, which is, a lot more in today's money, and involved hundreds of workers. So, you could just do a tiny bit of research. Wait, no, it's not a YouTube video by Eric DeBay. Never mind.
The early 1900s? No, people. I know the GWB was built back in the 40s. The only reason why I don't need to do any research on that is because that's exactly the same time, because I grew up in a river town. That's exactly the same time when people stopped going to the river. All right. Once that bridge was built, that was it. They're done. There were catering halls. There were beaches. There were all galore, all up and down New York right there on the river. And none. You wouldn't step foot in that river right now. It's so fucking polluted. It's disgusting. You can't even see 5 feet. You can't even see a foot in front of you. It's disgusting.
Yeah, that's because a lot of people now, and that means pollution. Are you unaware how industry works? And I'm sorry, I'm just amazed by his hair. Can we just take a minute and just appreciate the hair? Look at it. It's glorious.
God knows what bacteria is. And you know what's upstate up there? That's a GE plant is all the way up there too. So God knows what chemicals are coming through that. Then you have Indian Point, which supposedly they turned off, but God knows how many chemicals are coming through there. So welcome. Welcome. You see, our water is dead. Our water was utilized back in other civilizations. It was utilized for energy. Okay, it was crystal clear, vibrant. They created frequencies out of this water to clean it. All right, and they used it for energy. Our water is dead. Look at the lakes. It's dark gray, dead water, as far as I'm concerned. Look at the rivers, dead. Oh yeah, there's fish flying around and swimming around in there, but the water was not. We're not utilizing anything at all. The only thing we can come up with is solar panels, which are shit. Okay.
No, they're just not very efficient, which is why you need like a lot of them. But they're actually, you know, the photoelectric effect is free energy once it's made, you know, and China are leading the way in solar and green energy. You can generate in so much energy with that. Like, yeah, you need quite a lot of sun to make them really efficient, but the technology is getting better and better and better. And the fact that the photoelectric effect works and you can make energy from solar panels is something you shouldn't really sniff at, to be fair.
Good luck with those. And when you go sell your house, guess what? That person has to buy the solar panel again. That's great. That makes sense. So wait a minute. I don't understand this. I paid off my solar panels, but so when I go buy, when somebody buys my house, they've got to go through the whole thing again? I think so.
Okay, literally what the fuck is he talking about? Who's he going to pay the solar panel? Like, if you've bought them and you give them to someone else, they're not going to have to pay somebody else for the solar panels. There might be some kind of subscription for the maintenance of them or something, but like, literally, what the f is he talking about?
Makes no sense. So it's tough enough selling houses now. Now you've got this selling point that you've decided to put these stupid solar panels on your freaking roof, which really don't do shit. And they cost about what, 10,000? They're
Someone in the chat on TikTok, Wookie the Combat Medic 2.0 says, I was 72% self-powered today. We got 36 panels and 2 power walls. I know, but they're shit. They don't work, apparently, so you're clearly lying. CC said so.
They're not even... I mean, it would take 40 years for you to even make a profit on it, off of it. So, I don't understand. So that's... And windmills, okay? Yeah, okay. All right, we did have that back in hundreds and the 1800s. But they used water for energy, okay?
Is he talking about wind turbines? He does know that Scotland is, like, entirely powered by wind power and wave power, right? Like, they're very effective, regardless of what Trump says.
Everything is just so stupid. It's so backwards, upside down. Safe cars. Oh, Tesla. You think that's a green car? You know where those fucking batteries come from? First off, they come from China. Okay? That's a little check mark right there for...
Yeah, I don't think that Elon Musk's Tesla batteries come from China. He has factories building the batteries in America.
Yes, it's not green. It's got battery acid inside of it for the batteries. You know, this is not a green car. The thing, if it catches on fire, you can't even put it out. You can't even recycle it. I mean, what is green about this car other than the fact that you're not using gasoline? It's safer and greener to use a gas car than it is.
No, just all of the no. Gasoline explode. Electric car, no so much.
Is on any electric car. And you know what about the here in New York we go way below zero. 10 below zero, 15 below zero, sometimes we hit 20. What happens to an electric car then, huh? What about all the snow that's collecting on it?
Alright, he's got a little bit of a point. Electric cars fucking suck in the cold. Like the journey that we did to go down to my mum's wake from here down to Bristol in the electric car was a fucking hassle, because you charge it to full, say you got 200 miles charge, but that 200 miles is effectively only about 130 in the cold weather. It's not 200 miles. Like we'll be going and it'll say, right, to the next stop, you've got like, it's 40 miles. Your range available is 90 miles. You think, oh, good, cool, I've got 50 miles to spare to, get to the next charging point. But by the time you get to that charging point, that 50-mile gap that you had is reduced to like 10. And what I have noticed having an electric car is that they're really not as efficient in the cold, but still so much cheaper than a gas-powered car.
There doesn't melt because your engine, you don't have one. It doesn't heat up. Oh man, it's just one thing after another. I don't even know how I got into that shit. Probably because I've been seeing a lot of these cyber trucks on the road lately. I don't know if it's the same guy and he's just driving around. I see this cyber, this ugly looking fucking thing. It looks like a DeLorean on steroids. It's just hideous.
CC spitting facts. Cybertruck looks like it was designed by a 2-year-old. It's like a car from a low poly video game. Cybertruck is one of the worst designed things that I've ever seen. I saw one in person when I was in Nashville in November, and it was fucking gross. Like the gaps between the panels is ridiculous.
And it caused so many problems. And guess what? The bonus is it cost $150,000. Nice. That's great. Yeah, we should all go electric. Who's going to buy the car for me? Okay? I don't have $150,000 lying around anywhere. No, I don't. I'm not going to pay $15,000 for one of those power stations and install it somewhere where most buildings don't even allow electric cars there because they're a freaking risk. That thing catches on fire, the building's up in flames. Scooters, all of them. Shit. I got off the topic.
Yeah, that kind of happens in every single one of you. You literally didn't mention Flat Earth apart from in like the first minute or so, dude. It's just what you do. He's about to say thank you for being part of my life or something like that, so stand by.
All right. I lost my concentration. Damn it. All right. Well, this means I have to put another video out tomorrow, I guess, right? Let me get all my thoughts gathered. Hope everybody's doing good. All right. I thank you for subbing. I thank you for viewing my videos. Let me be a part of your life.
If you could detect patterns.
Thank you, Cece. It means a lot that you allow me to be part of your life. I need to take a bathroom break. So I will be back in just a few minutes. Enjoy this short interlude.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you may be. It's a CC here, Chris from New York, Westchester County. They told us lies in school, they sold us space on TV. NASA CGI, they're hiding history. Mountains miles away, no curve for you to see. Water seeks its level, that's reality. It's bullshit, that spinning wet ball in the sky. It's bullshit, that gravity they try to justify. Flat and stationary, the system's built on lies. Break away and recognize the truth before electricity that shoots. The sun's not 93 million, the moon's not what they claim. It's all projection magic, but they keep on playing games. It's bullshit, that rocket right to the moon. It's bullshit, Mars ain't coming anytime soon. Flat and stationary, open up your eyes. They can't hide the truth that's written in the skies. History erased, pyramids so clean, laser cut stonework, not what it seems. Politicians lying, media's a show, crisis actors crying, but we already know it's bullshit. That spinning wet ball in the sky, it's bullshit. That gravity they try to justify, flat and stationary, no spin, no curve, no globe. It's bullshit, plain and simple. That's the truth we know. I thank you for subbing. I thank you for viewing my videos. And let me be a part of your life.
Okay, I'm back just in time. Let's get me back on screen. Right, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, you're here.
The panel can't hear anything when you're playing videos and your mic is muted, and I'm hearing myself now.
Why are we hearing you as well? No. Oh, for some reason you're coming through my. Wait, hold on. Am I doing something wrong here? Primary microphone is my Rode. Speak for me.
Hello?
No, that shouldn't have an echo. That's, there's an echo check button here. Let me press that. Checking echo is apparently it's checking if there's an echo.
Check.
Apparently no echoes found. So the audience shouldn't be hearing echoes.
I guess I'm just hearing what I'm saying back.
I guess so. Right, everybody watching, thank you very much. This has been a lot of fun so far. We are, let me get my screen up so I can actually see. Right, we are 3 hours and 36 minutes into a 24-hour stream. I would very much like some more Flat Earthers to come in. Gene Techman was in the chat, said he couldn't join because he was eating, and then ran away to a different stream. Interesting. It's almost like he's too scared to talk to me. I wonder why that is. So what we're going to do is cover just some Flat Earth content until some Flat Earther is brave enough to join. Apparently Rubiks has a slight echo to them when they're speaking. I don't know why.
Could it be with how the mic from everything is set? Because I couldn't hear the YouTube videos at all.
For some reason, when you're speaking, it's picking up on my mic, which is just a Rode. Have I? Let me do something. Hold on. Primary microphone, Rode. Speak for me.
Hello?
Why is that coming up through on the Rode as well? That's weird. It's just that. 100% cable A. Maybe I turn that on. Speak for me now.
Okay.
There we go. Right.
Maybe?
I know. I figured it out.
Okay.
Shouldn't be an echo for anyone now. We've got a few super chats over on the Red app to catch up with. And we have Fred Frackle 6347 for £5. Says, remember when Luke Enterprise found out Spock Solo was his father and crashed his TIE fighter into Alderaan? Butt plug. Are you trying to trigger me? It's like I'm a nerd, and you're trying to make me angry. Why would you all think I'm a nerd? What would give you the impression that I'm a nerd? Any idea, Rubiks?
Nope, no idea.
Maybe just
There's a person with a dozen Rubik's Cubes in their house.
and apparently a bunch of D20s.
Yeah, I have like a whole bag of them. If you want some dice,
Well,
please
I
let me
probably should
know.
have some of my own D20s, considering I play a Dungeons and Dragons type game every Friday.
I have so many different kinds. I'll take photos. Let me
I
know
won the
which ones you
spotlight
want.
yesterday as well on the Star Trek game. Apparently, I did the best, which is nice.
I have some good metal ones. Let's see. I have some that are glass that are really nice that you can have.
Nice. That's what we need. All right, I'm going to put this over here.
I have some that are odd numbers too, like D3, D5, and D7, and D9.
Cool. I could definitely do with some. All right, Dr. Apocalypse for £10 says, in the LIGO GW17087 detection, the gravity waves from colliding black holes were detected, and they focused telescopes on that region of space, and the optical light arrived over 11 hours later. That doesn't mean that gravity was traveling faster than light. It just means that gravity and light aren't the same thing. Seriously, there is no evidence that gravity travels faster than light. I understand what you're saying, but gravity propagates at sea, no faster. It would break the laws of the universe. So yeah. The MOJEC for £4.99 says, take a picture of the sky with a decent camera and exposure. There are so many lights in the sky that you can't see with the naked eye. Yeah, light pollution does ruin a bunch of stuff. That's true. J Trans for £2 says, CJ rocking the moobs there. Yeah, CJ's put a little bit of weight recently, whereas I've lost a lot of weight. In fact, I've put weight on with these bits because I've now got the guns. If Nathan Oakley ever asked where the guns are, they're right there. In fact, should we ask Nathan what he feels? Nathan, what's your thoughts, my friend?
Hi, my name's Nathan Oakley, and
wait. Cable A has to be on.
Hi, my name's...
No, wait, which one was it? Bugger. This one. Here we go. Nathan, what's your thoughts?
Hi, my name's Nathan Oakley.
Oh, for God's sakes, why is it not coming through on there now? What have I broken? Broken that, haven't I? Yeah.
And I have been lying to people about the Earth being flat for a lot of years. I did this to hide the fact I have a small penis.
What was that, Nathan? Say that again?
Hi, my name's Nathan Oakley, and I have been lying to people about the Earth being flat for a lot of years. I did this to hide the fact I have a small penis.
Yeah, that's what I thought you said, mate. That's a bit weird if I'm honest. Talk to me, Rubiks. Wait, I've turned you off now.
I keep muting my mic. There we go.
Oh, right, there we go. I was just making sure that I hadn't turned off your audio as well. Hello, all MacDonald, who's just joined. Now, once again, if you are a flat earther and you would like to come and talk during this stream, two options. You can either join via TikTok, or you can ask me to send you a Zoom link. This looks like a flat earther, as they have a azimuth or equidistant projection map. Let's see if they would like to talk.
I'm back to echoing on my emojis.
One sec. I just turn that off and it goes away. Wait, let me let this person in. Talk to me.
Hello?
Yeah.
I think that's fixed it, yep.
Oh, MacDonald has a farm. Let's see what they have to say. Hello, oh MacDonald. Who are you?
That I am what my name entails. I farm. I'm a homesteader. I'm a dad. You know,
Impressive.
house owner.
Always nice.
My
My wife and I have always talked about like getting a farm, and having like dogs and stuff because that would be nice. But yeah. So are you a flat earther?
I am what they would call a flat earther, and if I were to suggest for you and your wife, if I may, 10 acres for something like that, it gives you enough room for everything.
Our retirement plan is to basically like open like a dog, like a day, a kennel type thing, and have a bunch of dogs and a bit of land and stuff. That'd be lovely. Anyway, welcome to the panel. As a flat earther, I like to ask that you present evidence that the Earth is flat. There's a couple of caveats. Don't talk about the globe. So very simple. Could you please present me evidence that the Earth is flat without talking about the globe?
Can you please give me what you mean by evidence? What is that? What are you
a measurement, an
defining
experiment,
evidence
an observation, something that is testable, something that is scrutinizable?
Measurable measurements. Oh yeah. I guess because we use sea level, mean sea level as 0, so we have depth and altitude that's down and up. And if we were going to go from sea level on one part of the world and then sea level to another part of the world, you'd consider 0 would just be 0, and then up and down would be your altitude and depth. So as far as measurements go,
curvature though, altitude and curvature are different.
No.
things.
I didn't say curvature. I didn't say curvature. You said don't mention the globe. I didn't mention the globe.
You've just described altitude, which it can exist above a spherical shape. 10 meters above a sphere can be 10 meters above a sphere at any time. So what you just said is not any
10 meters.
Of the
10
Earth
meters
being
above.
flat.
10 meters above a flat topographical plane would still work. Yes.
Yeah. So you didn't give evidence of the Earth being flat. You just said that altitude exists.
I just gave measurements. I didn't give evidence. You said measurements. I just gave you 0, which is mean sea level. Then we got water.
What I asked for is evidence
measurements,
of the Earth
like
being
something
flat.
you can do. Sure.
Yes.
Oh, you said measurements. Okay. Well, how about something we use
so
to
let
measure?
me clarify. Hold on.
Okay?
Let me clarify.
Like a tool.
Measurements that would suggest that the Earth is flat.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. Like a tool. I can use a suggestion of a tool, right?
Well, depends how you're using the tool. But a tool isn't a measurement.
To measure,
I would need the actual
to give you
measurement.
numbers. Yeah, to give you numbers.
A measurement of the Earth being flat.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So we have oceans, and oceans are water. Water needs containment for depth. And if we have
gravity
0
contains
at one
the
part
water.
of the...
But water's
Sir,
been measured to be curved though. So that's not evidence of the Earth being flat.
No. It does. Hold on a second. We have measurements that have curvature in water, but you didn't say I couldn't use observations and measurements thereof. So I haven't mentioned the globe once.
But you're not. The evidence you're presenting doesn't show the Earth to be flat because water is measured to be curved.
You're contesting everything that I'm saying by using globe knowledge, but you didn't say that you were going to do that. You just said bring evidence and measurements. You said measurements. I said 0. You said no.
Yes. Yeah. No. But to be clear, measurements of the Earth being flat. You haven't presented measurements of the Earth being flat. You've just said water, which isn't flat.
We use
not
water.
Flat.
We use water to level things. We use water to level things.
Yeah, and level is not flat.
Oh, okay. Hold on a second. I'm sorry. Level is not flat according to whom?
According to professionals.
Professionals that do what?
That measure. That you do surveying.
Are you measuring?
Surveyors literally define level as conforming to the curvature of the Earth's surface. So
where do you start your 0?
Sorry?
For the I'm sorry. What I'm going to do is do you mind if I ask you a question?
Well, are you able to actually give me a measurement that shows the Earth to be flat? So a measurement that would contain 0 curvature.
I've given you. Yeah, sure. I've given you 3, but you contested them all with.
But you've not said that. You've not presented evidence that they're flat. You've just said, well, here's 0, but that level conforms to the curvature of the Earth's surface. Yeah, but mean sea level actually changes.
Is 0.
Yeah, but that's not flat.
Where are you measuring your 0 from? Are you measuring it from the center of the Earth?
No, from sea level, but that doesn't mean that it's flat.
Okay. That's the surface. That's the surface of something.
But, so to be clear, water is measured to be curved at sea.
Curved when?
So
When?
All the time. Water's never flat.
All the time?
Yes, water
Water's
is always
never flat?
curved. No,
Oh.
water is never ever flat.
Oh, curved. Curved where exactly?
Everywhere.
Okay. So
You can
even
measure
if,
across
it doesn't
water
matter
and
what,
find out that
okay.
it is curved.
Let's be clear.
So
let's be clear.
let's be clear. What I'm
I've
asking
given you
for.
3 things.
Yeah, and you
I've
haven't
given you
mentioned
2
anything that
measurements
could suggest
and
that it's flat.
I've given you 3 measurements or 2
None that
measurements
suggest it's flat,
and
though.
a tool that uses that we use to level things.
Yeah,
And
but
you
level doesn't
said
mean
no
flat.
to all of them. So
Yeah, because you've been wrong about all those things. None of those things require
level doesn't
flatness.
mean flat. What are you leveling to exactly? What are you leveling to?
And to the earth.
What are you talking about? Level doesn't mean flat. Level doesn't mean
Level
flat. to
literally
what?
doesn't mean flat. Would you like me to show you evidence that level doesn't mean flat?
What are we level to? You said the surface of the earth. I didn't mention the globe. You did. That's the 3rd time you did.
Yeah,
and now
okay,
I, had
I
to
can
repeat
mention the
myself
globe.
and
You're
say
not
it a
allowed
3rd
to.
time.
Yeah, but you have not
I
presented
didn't mention
evidence
the globe.
of flatness.
You did. That was the 4th
You have
time.
not measured.
Evidence
you have
of
not.
flatness.
Listen to me. You have not presented evidence of flatness. You've just said, "Here's a measurement," but it's not a measurement of flatness. It's just a measurement of level. Level is not flat. So I'm gonna show you.
0. So what you're saying is 1 0 is different than another 0 as far as
Oh yes, yeah.
topography
My
goes?
parallel is different to your parallel. My
Parallel.
vertical.
Okay.
Sorry.
You-
I misspoke
okay.
there. I misspoke.
You're
I
talking
misspoke.
about
I misspoke.
altitude.
I misspoke. Shh. My vertical is not the same as your vertical, right? What I'm going to do
That's
is
fine.
I am going
That's
to show
altitude
you.
and depth.
I am going to show you that level
That's
does not
altitude
mean
and depth.
flat. I'm going to show you that level does not mean flat. So you stop saying level when I'm asking for flat. Okay? Can you see the screen?
Yeah, it says tune.
What does level
Tron
mean?
Wait, I'm sorry. What level means nothing higher, nothing lower. Yeah, that's fine. The line above and the line below are parallel to each other. They're level
keep
to each
watching,
other.
Keep looking. So, elementary
Sir, I
survey.
understand the concept
Listen
of the
to me.
globe,
I am
but you didn't-
I am talking. If you say level, then
Yeah,
it
sure.
doesn't mean flat. So if you say level, you are not presenting.
What do you
measurements of
level
flat.
to?
The Earth.
What do you level to?
The Earth.
The Earth of what? The center?
No, the surface.
The surface.
So look at the screen.
Okay.
Look at
How
the.
do you know it's- how do you know it's a
1 second.
spherical object?
Stop.
How do you know it's a spherical object?
Because of the measurements of it. So elementary surveying and induction.
Measurements of what?
I was talking. Elementary surveying and induction to geomatics 13th edition. From the definitions of a level surface and a horizontal line, it is evident that a horizontal plane departs from a level surface because of curvature of Earth. In figure 4.2, the deviation dB from the horizontal line through point A as expressed approximately by the formula. So engineers use that as a level as a curve. So as you can see here, a level line is not the same as a horizontal line. They are different. They diverge from each other. Trigonometric leveling, this is what professionals use, shows you what a horizontal line is versus a level surface. A level surface on Earth is curved. We have measured the curvature of Earth, so anything that is level on Earth is level to the curvature of Earth. I can keep going because
What are we level to? You're level to the curvature of the Earth?
To the surf, yes.
No.
We level to the curvature of the
No,
Earth.
sir,
yes.
that's wrong.
No, it's not.
That's
Not according to the
Why is
professionals.
that level line
I'm
curved?
talking. Stop interrupting me.
What is that
Stop
person
interrupting me.
looking at?
Stop interrupting me.
Whoa,
I'm
whoa.
speaking.
What is that line,
Stop
horizontal
interrupting
line?
me.
What is
I
that
am.
horizontal
Stop
line down
interrupting me. I am talking.
Do I need to mute him?
No, it's all right. I'll mute him if he doesn't keep. If he keeps over talking me. Right. Horizontal, A. Level, C. All professionals say level is curved. There is not a single professional that says level is flat. Level surface. This is from an actual surveying book. A level surface is defined as a curved surface which at each point is perpendicular to the direction of gravity at any point. The surface of still water is a truly level surface. Any surface parallel to the mean spheroidal surface of Earth is therefore a level surface. So every time you say level, you are talking about the globe, because the globe is a curved level surface. So when I ask you for measurements that the Earth is flat, that means that an actual measurement showing that there is zero curvature to the Earth. Do you have that, or are you going to keep saying globe things?
Are you suggesting that the word level can only be consistent with a spherical object?
When we're talking about Earth, specifically, level is curved.
No, that's inconsistent. That's inconsistent with the debate, sir.
No, it's not.
You can't tell me I can't use the word. Yes, it is.
If you're talking about Earth and you say level, that means curved. It's as simple as that. You cannot say level
You
when you're
asked me.
talking
You
about
asked
the
me for
Earth.
flat Earth.
Yeah,
you
but you
said
haven't.
flat Earth. You said
and
flat
then you said
Earth.
level when talking about
If
Earth.
flat, plane. It's a plane. It's a plane.
Level is
it's
not
a
a flat
plane.
plane.
It's an outstretched plane.
No.
A
Not
plane
according,
is like
not according
if you
to
were
the
to take a
professionals.
piece of paper. That's a excuse me.
Not according to
Excuse
all the
me.
professionals.
I'm sorry. Are
All
you
the
only
professionals-
interested? Are you
all
only
the-
interested in talking
will
to
you stop
professionals?
talking when I am talking, please? All right. I'll let you know when I'm done, and then you can talk. Okay. Thank you. When you are talking about Earth, and you say the word level, that implies a curved surface. So when I ask you for a measurement of flat Earth, and you say level, you've instantly failed, because level, when talking about Earth specifically, does not mean flat. According to the professionals, level, when you are talking about Earth, means curved. Literally is a curved surface, according to all of the professionals ever. So you cannot use the word level when I am asking you for a measurement of the Earth being flat. Because if you're referring to Earth and you say level, you mean curved. So, I will ask again, do you have a measurement of the Earth being flat? A measurement that would contain zero curvature? Over to you.
Can I use a tool?
Which tool?
The tool of a spirit level.
A spirit level works because of gravity, and if I have a spirit level here on Earth, it will show level. If I have a spirit level here on Earth, it will show level. This level it's both level, but they will both, where you are on Earth, show the bubble in the middle because gravity pulls towards the center of Earth. A spirit level works because of gravity. Wherever you put it on the ground, that bubble is pulling towards the center of Earth. So the level, the spirit level, is aligning itself to gravity, not the floor. So you can use a tool, absolutely, but you need to use it correctly, which you just failed to do.
So I can only use a spirit level on an oblate spheroid? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying a spirit level will not show if the Earth is flat, because a spirit level works because of the pull of gravity. Wherever you put the spirit level on Earth, if you hold it level to Earth, that bubble will be in the middle because of gravity and the spherical nature of Earth.
So that bubble is moving because of the buoyant nature.
Buoyancy is a result of
gravity. It's because
buoyancy is a result of gravity.
Buoyancy is a result.
Yes. Do you know the formula?
Buoyancy is not a result of gravity.
Do you know the formula? Do you know the formula
Buoyancy.
for buoyancy? Do you know the, stop!
Buoyancy
I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a
electromagnetic.
question. I'm asking you a question. Stop up. Do you know the formula for buoyancy? Yes or no?
No.
The formula
No.
for buoyancy is
No.
rho GV. Do you know what that G stands for? Gravity. Buoyancy is a direct result of gravity.
Gravity consistent with what? What is that?
The
What is that you're
gravitational
measuring?
constant.
The G. What is that? What is the gravitational constant based off of what?
Of the ratio of the mass and the distance between them. Gravity.
The ratio
is a fact.
of the
we
mass.
know what gravity
that's the viscosity. The viscosity,
No, there's nothing to do
right?
with viscosity. Nothing to do with viscosity. No.
Oh, it doesn't? No? Oh. Thickness? Thickness of the medium? No?
No. Buoyancy, right. So here's how buoyancy works. Let me explain to you.
I'm sorry.
Don't talk. Let me explain to you how buoyancy works because you clearly need the physics lesson. Right. So when you let go of a helium balloon on Earth, it rises because of buoyancy. Now, what is actually happening? So in the volume of air, the volume of the balloon, okay, has less mass in it than the air around it. That means that the air, because it has more mass, is pulled down with a greater force, because Fg equals gm1m2 over r squared, than the balloon. That means that the balloon has an opposite force to gravity acting in the other way, because the mass around it that is greater is being pulled down with a greater force, creating a buoyant force in the opposite direction. Buoyancy on Earth is literally a result of gravity. You cannot have buoyancy without a force acting in the opposite direction. That force on Earth is created by gravity.
The buoyant force is a push.
Created by gravity.
Created by the medium.
By gravity. The medium is one of the variables.
By the medium.
Yeah, the medium is one of the variables
Okay.
and cannot do anything on its own. Gravity is the thing that is creating the buoyant force. The force is dependent on what the medium is. But the gravity is the thing that is creating that force. The buoyant force, the more the thick and viscous the fluid is, the greater the buoyant force, because the greater the force in the opposite direction to gravity, because the mass will be so much different to the things around it. You literally cannot have buoyancy without gravity. That is why the formula for buoyancy includes gravity. So to be clear, when you say buoyancy, you mean gravity.
So you're saying that I can't use any words because they only are consistent with the globe. Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, I'm saying that buoyancy literally includes gravity in the formula for it. So if you say buoyancy,
I've given you like 5 different. I've given you 5 different things. All you want to do is contest.
Every single time,
all you want to do is contest.
Yes, of course, because you're wrong. You haven't given anything that is exclusive to the flat Earth, right? What I'm asking for. Have you given it thought? Yes, I have. What I'm asking for is something that is exclusive to flat Earth.
Really?
Yes.
Would you like to go through it?
No, this is your chance to give evidence of the Earth being flat.
Where did you start?
No, this is your chance to give evidence for the Earth being flat. So far, you've said level, which is a globe. You've said buoyancy, which is a result of gravity.
My evidence. Sir, everything that I've given you,
don't call me sir. Don't call me sir. I work for a living. I was not an officer. Don't call me sir.
What would you like me to call you? Just Fight?
Your lord.
Is Mr. Fight okay? I'm not. You want me to call you Mr. Fight? Okay. Okay, that's good. I can dig it. I wouldn't call you Lord. Yeah. Sorry.
So to be clear, when you say buoyancy, you are implying gravity, because that is part of buoyancy.
Do you understand?
When you say level, you are implying a curve, because we are talking about Earth.
You're just gonna, Mr. Fight, every word that I will ever use, you will contest and say that that can only be for a globe.
If you're using the word wrong,
Mr. Fight,
I'm going to. If I'm using the word wrong,
Mr. Fight, you are.
If you're using the word wrong, I'm going to contest it. You used the word buoyancy wrong, and you used the word level wrong.
In what?
Well, you said
in
that buoyancy.
Context.
Yes.
Wrong in context.
Wrong about everything. You said that. But I'm talking. Stop. I'm talking. You said buoyancy is electromagnetism, which is not. You said buoyancy is completely due to the medium, which it's not. Buoyancy is due to gravity. If you say buoyancy, you are automatically including gravity, because it is part of the formula for buoyancy. Physics says you cannot have buoyancy without a force acting in the opposite direction. So, when I ask for measurements of flat Earth, or an experiment that demonstrates flat Earth, you can't then say things that imply the globe, because you said the wrong thing. You used the words wrong, and then you used the tool wrong.
So, beautiful work, sir. Have a blessed day.
Don't call me sir. Just give me evidence the Earth is flat. Oh, he ran away.
He doesn't like your terms, apparently.
Piz says I'm lying. I guess they're a flat earther. Oh, they can't join because they don't have enough. So basically, he came on and said a bunch of things that relate to the globe. Complained that I explained that they are the globe, and then ran away. Brilliant.
I can show you the dice I have if you want to see the dice.
Yeah, go on, Chus.
1 second, I'll have to dump them all out. Give me a second.
DJ Sarah Jones over on the Red app for £2 says, Red app for sometimes, TikTok shop forever. TikTok shop, TikTok shop, TikTok shop, 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 top shop, TikTok shop. We are 4 hours into our 24-hour stream. We have another 20 hours. Who knows if Flerfs are going to show up? So, anyway, on the on Wednesday. Oh, let's just get you on quickly on screen, and you can show those.
I'm gonna gather them all out so you can see them better.
Let me do this one. So on Wednesday, during the Craig and Toon show, we will have the official nomination stream for Top Left 2026. We're being helped this year by the Drunk Debunk Show because they're freaking awesome. If you would like to nominate someone for Top Left, then that is the chance to do it. If you nominate someone, then you are responsible for making the video for the nominations for people to vote on. And we will, on April the 1st, hold the 2026 Top Left Awards. My nomination for this year is the wonderful Apothecary, who, frankly, is the most batshit crazy flat earther I have ever encountered.
I'm so glad I found her. Don't mind.
Pez, we've got like PZ11369 in the chat, who cannot join because their TikTok account is too new. If you email me at fighttheflatearth@gmail.com, I'll send you a Zoom link and figure out how to route the audio. And also on the 26th, wait, what day is next Friday?
The 23rd.
Right, I got this on the 21st. Then is the Top Left Awards. I got that wrong. The Top Left nomination. So Wednesday the 21st is the Top Left nomination stream, and then Friday the 23rd at 1 a.m. UK. Is it 1 a.m. or midnight? Midnight.
So it's 7 p.m. Eastern, which would be midnight UK.
Yeah, right. So midnight UK time on the 23rd. I will be debating Brother Sanchez in a one-on-one full flat Earth debate. During this stream, I'm going to cover our last debate that we did, that he cried a lot in, which was fun.
Almost getting them all out, and so you can see them.
That's what she said.
So many. Yes.
That was the worst flat earther ever. Came on, said a bunch of globe stuff, and then ran away when I pointed out they were globe stuff. Curious UK Debunks says that Peter and Pete claim water doesn't have hydrogen and oxygen. Yes, I was going to debate Peter and Pete, but they ran away. Because apparently I've got a professional team and they didn't want to be involved in that. Apparently you're a professional team.
Oh, okay. I wouldn't call myself professional, but okay. There we go. I should be good. Okay.
Invite to turn on camera.
Save. Maybe. There we go. So I have a couple different sets. I have this red set, which is glass. My desk is a mess. I'm sorry. So this is a glass set. Yes, I know.
Nice.
This is metal. These have little resin skulls in them.
Nice.
These are metal. They have little like dragons on them. These have sharks in and they're liquid filled. And they're cool. UV. I have this set, which is just very basic gunmetal. Random mixed dice. Then I have this peculiar odd set. It's a D5, a D1.
1. Good roll.
That's the highest roll you can roll on D1.
Very nice.
So if you want any of them, let me know. I have so many, so please.
Wait, right. So
please let me know.
Other flat earthers would like to come in, please feel free, but don't come in and do what the last guy did and just say a bunch of globe stuff whilst assuming that it's flat. If you say level and you're talking about Earth, then you mean curved. If you come on and say buoyancy, you're talking about gravity. You can't get away from the fact that you need a force acting in the opposite direction to create buoyancy. That's just how it works. I think we've got a couple of flat earthers over in YouTube, but I guess they don't know how to use TikTok or don't want to join via a Zoom link, but that's absolutely fine.
Yeah, I plan to be up the whole time with you, so...
Nice. Well, we've got another 19 hours and 53 minutes to go.
Okay.
Curious UK Debunks has obviously nominated Peter and Pete. I will be nominating Apothecary. We will find out who Toon is nominating and who Drunk Debunk Show is nominating. There are going to be a few more people coming on to do it as well. Hello Y, who has just joined. If you're a flat earther, join the panel. The Mojek over on the Red App for $1.99 says, how do you make C a D1? Even flat disk is a D2. Yeah, a D1 is just a tube, right?
It's kind of like a Mobius strip kind of thing.
Okay.
The equivalent.
Oh, Max is joining.
I will turn my camera back on. You can see a better.
Hello, Max. How you doing?
Hello.
How the devil are you, my friend?
Doing? I am fan freaking tastic. It's summer down here because you know the globe.
Oh yeah, the stupid globe, right?
Yes, it's fantastic.
It's bloody freezing here in Scotland. Like literally getting up and I can see my breath in my bedroom, kind of cold.
Oh, babe gate.
Today.
We got Benjamin on Toast in the chat says, all right, me babbers. Very Bristolian thing to say there. What are you up to there, Max?
No, I'm chilling. There's a debate later today on MDD, and then we have after show. And I'm getting back from the supermarket. I've been listening since you started intermittently because Dan was also streaming, and I've been going back and forth.
I am.
But now I'm here when the.
Yeah, so I'm completely done with one-day debates. I am just over the toxic right-wing nonsense.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yesterday it was pretty bad with the whole. There was a debate on Renee Good, and even the after show. It was.
Yeah.
They came out of the woodwork.
I am not touching that with someone else's barge pole. Anyone that thinks that she did anything wrong is a fucking idiot, and that's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy. Sorry, there's a kid yelling on the street. So you've been getting the cream of the crop of flat earthers today, eh?
Yeah, they're not very smart. That's for sure. We've got DJ Sarah Jones who says for £2, hi Max, winter sucks up north.
Oh, you're all welcome. Everyone, get your tickets to Uruguay. Let's make it happen.
I'll take you up on that. Seriously.
You're
Bruce
more
Wayne.
than welcome.
I'd love to come over. Bruce Wayne in the Red App chat says, a Mobius strip walks into a bar sobbing. The bartender asked, what's the matter? The Mobius strip says, where do I start?
That's a good one.
Boom.
Yeah.
Puns are top tier humor. I don't care.
Yeah, no, puns are the best humour. That's just a fact. Right, so have we got any other flat earthers that want to come in? Because if not, the plan is to cover my last debate with Bro Sanchez. Because, yeah, I'm debating him on Friday.
I think you mispronounced slow. It's slow Sanchez.
Yeah. So, Max, I'm going to give you permission to hold the after show for my debate.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
You got it. Well,
Yeah.
I'll check with the timing because it's pretty late, but I'm usually late, up late, so we should be able to do it.
It'll be about 2 hours, so...
Yeah, maybe more because Bro Sanchez likes to talk, like, a lot.
Yeah, so...
Yeah, no problem.
Like a lot.
Yeah,
Rubiks, what time does it start?
7 Eastern, which I think is 8 p.m. your time.
Oh, perfect. Yeah. No, it's actually 9 my time, but don't worry, I
Are you 2 hours ahead? I thought you were an hour ahead. My bad.
No, that's in our winter when the U.S. goes into daylight savings.
Got it.
But now the regular difference is 2 hours because I am at GMT -5.
Yeah. So
I'm in -5. Are you sure? Right now. It's,
sorry,
7.
GMT -3. Sorry.
I was like, I'm in -5. Last I checked.
No, sorry.
You're good.
I don't even know.
Yeah,
you should be.
I think you would be. You are the best choice. Sorry, go on.
I'm the king of the after show.
Yeah, obviously.
I know.
Yeah.
So I wanted to just drop by and say hi. I'll be lurking until later when we have the debate. So best of luck. And flat earthers, come on, step up. You're making flat earth look horrible.
I mean,
Horrible.
they do that naturally. It's just kind of their thing, really.
All right.
Why are flat earthers so
Have a
dumb?
lovely stream, you two.
Well,
I'll
it's
catch
great
you
to
later.
hear you, Max. I love your dulcet tones, and I will speak to you soon, my friend.
Bye-bye.
See you later. Yeah, so Rubiks will be moderating the debate with Bro Sanchez, and do you want to tell everyone what the format is?
Yeah, so give me 1 second to pull it up on my computer. Moving all the dice out of the way.
So any flat earthers in the chat, welcome to come and join. I will let you present evidence for the earth being flat. I will not let you present evidence that implies a globe. If you say words and you use them wrong, I'm going to point it out. If you say, I'm going to use a tool like a spirit level, I'm going to just mock you relentlessly.
So there's 3 main topics. There's the moon landing. Did it happen?
Of course it did.
Gravity. And rotation. Those are
yeah, brilliant.
all 3 of those things.
3 of my favourite subjects, because I can prove the moon landing happened. I've measured gravity and I've measured rotation.
Yeah, so introductions of 5 to 7 minutes each at the beginning, and each topic, each of you will have 7 minutes each to present your case for it either existing or happening or not happening, and then rebuttals, 7 minutes each, and then a 7-minute back and forth.
Nice.
Which probably should be a little longer, knowing how much Bro Sanchez likes to talk.
Yeah, but you're the mod, and at the beginning you need to lay out the fact that you're the mod, and when you say shut up, everyone shuts up.
I thought about I have a little a clicker that you use for training pets to bring. Just click every time somebody interrupts.
Yeah, so you'll be clicking at bro all the time.
Yeah, I was going through your old debates with him, and he talks at least 1.5 times as much, twice as much as everybody else.
Yeah, and then complains when anyone else tries to talk, of course.
Yes, because he's not getting a chance to talk when he's been talking for 5 minutes, ranting, complaining about not being able to talk when you try to say something for 30 seconds.
Yeah, of course. Alright, so we have like 300 plus watching over on YouTube. We've got like 50 watching on TikTok, which is amazing.
131,000 likes on TikTok.
Wait, what? Really? Wow.
Yes, 131.5 thousand likes.
That's incredible, I think. I don't know. I have no idea how TikTok fucking works.
I think anybody has a limited amount of likes they can give a video on TikTok.
Guys,
a live video.
Tell you what, smash the like button on a lot. Just keep hitting the like, and I think TikTok are going to like that. Now, we have some goals on the TikTok stream for gifts. I don't really know how it works, but TikTok told me to do this. So if you gift me a paper crane or a heart, then apparently that's a really good thing. And apparently I'm going to have to sing a song. I think I should have changed what that goal target was, but hey, who knew? DML over on the Red app says TikTok is so ridiculous. You are not wrong.
The stupid clock app.
Yeah. So any flat earthers about willing to come in, or have I scared them all off? I reckon I've scared them. We have 19 hours and 43 minutes to go. So it could be 19 hours and 43 minutes of me just looking at the screen like this. I might flex a little bit. How's that? Yeah. Nah, we're going to cover Bro Sanchez because why the fuck not?
And I'll have a timer going on my end to time how long he's talking.
Yeah. If I'm covering a video that you may as well drop out because you can't hear it, can you?
I can't, for whatever reason, I cannot hear it. I was doing a workaround where I was just watching on the stream.
Yeah.
And just going back and forth, so I'm happy to do that or drop off, whatever is going to be better for you.
It's probably just be easier for you to just drop them, because I don't want you to have to, you do two things. If I'm just doing a normal kind of covering a flat earther stream, it's probably nicer for you to just sit there and watch it. So that'd be fine, but that depends.
I'm fine with whatever.
Yes, I am live for one whole rotation of the globe, Harry. Absolutely. Neil Diamond says, who did the vocals for your intro? My friend Sam Sorkeld, who was in a band at the time called... God, what were they called? Fuck, I can't remember, but he's in a different band now. Yeah, but it was an original song written directly for my YouTube channel right at the beginning. It's incredible. We've got Neil Diamond DeGrasse who asked that question in the chat. Hello, Philip Craft over there. Emperor Dolly says, I don't have TikTok beans, but I can do taps. Well, tap away, my friend, tap away. Apparently, I've just completed a challenge and got 40 gems. What's a gem? Are they good? I don't know.
Probably.
Creator Camp, what's this? TikTok's got a lot of stuff I've no idea. It's like very gamified and stuff. Max says, how do I like the stream on iPhone? I don't know, throw it at somebody? I'm not sure. So apparently I've got to use co-host as one of my things. Use co-host for 5 minutes. Complete 2 decks in Trivia Zone. What the fuck's Trivia Zone? Collect 5,500 diamonds, which apparently I'm quite close to doing. Set up a follower goal. I don't know how to do that. TikTok wants me to do a bunch of stuff, and I have no idea what's going on.
That's a first field, I think.
Yeah, what, not knowing what's
about
going on?
Everything else.
Yeah.
Yes.
Any flat earthers over in the red app? Hackram
Not
says,
that
I sent a
I've
Flerf outside to find a one-ended stick. That was 3 years ago. He's still looking. Right, so let's find my last Bro Sanchez debate, which was the PPV, the pay-per-view that I let everyone watch for free, because fuck that shit.
That's a dumpster fire. Don't get me started on what his views on mine cosmology. Please don't get me started on that. Holy
Yeah,
fuck.
they're all wrong. Brother Sanchez.
I had a professor in college who taught Mayan, and I took Mayan as a second language from his class, and he specializes in Mayan archaeology, and everything that Bro says is probably wrong about Mayans.
Oh, Bro Sanchez already has the stream scheduled on his side. He used the worst fucking thumbnail for me. What the hell picture is that? Jesus Christ.
I mean, what do you expect?
Right. Why can't I find the stream on my channel? Ah, there we go. Found it.
Oh, he's currently live, too.
Oh, Bro Sanchez
Red
is.
app.
Of course he is. He's always fucking live. Emperor Dolly says, once I start a like chain, you can use more than one finger so you get extra taps. Gene Techman is still live over on TikTok instead of joining me. Why doesn't everyone just go and poke Gene and say, you're a coward? Craig's waiting for you. He won't, because he's a coward. True Crime says, I'm a seaman, but not the one on your mum's guns. Yeah, that's a good tune. All right. Where is it? Bear with me while I get this sorted.
Yeah.
Right, I need to change the audio, so we won't be able to hear you anyway, Rubiks, because of what I'm doing.
Okay, I can pop off for a little while.
Okay,
Give my headphones a chance to charge.
All right, well, I will speak to you soon. And
yeah,
you know,
I'll be in chat.
You know what?
So.
You've actually earned an extra bottle of water this month. Good job.
Sounds good.
It's not going to be full.
It's better than the water here. It dehydrates you, I swear.
No, you're not fucking kidding. I could not stop being thirsty in America. I do not understand how drinking things in America makes you more thirsty. It's absolutely crazy. Okay,
Yeah.
Anyway, catch you later. All right, mic check, mic check. Wait, let me make sure that it's all coming through.
We're living on a disk, floating through space, with a tiny sun.
And then answer that.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Can you guys hear me on TikTok? And can you hear the stream?
So we'll go from that way. And we're going to start out with each person getting...
Yes, you can. Good. I've done it all right. Brilliant. So, Jeranism was the host for this, because why not? And this was actually still where Jeranism was technically a flat earther. This was a pay-per-view that Bro Sanchez set up, where a bunch of flat earthers paid money to watch me destroy him, which was dumb of him. All right, everyone on TikTok and YouTube should be able to hear me and the stream, which is sorted. DJ Sarah Jones for £2 over on the Red app says, Android, Windows Mobile forever. Apple is shit. Windows Mobile could have been so good. They dropped the ball on that fucking hard. All right, you don't need me on the screen, I guess. Although, what if I just... No. Yeah, that's fine. I'm going to stick that over there. There we go, that works. We can see everything. Hey, PhD Tony over in the Red app. How you doing, my friends? Red Barrett, remember when Caleb made the claim that no tsunamis go around Antarctica, only to be proven absolutely wrong? Whale Panty says, I'm convinced FTFE is a scammer. He makes money debunking the globe, then turns around and makes money selling Rubiks basement pee bottles to Flerfs. I don't debunk the globe. I debunk flat earth. Stephen Meyer says the fittest talks about the fittest flat earther. I will not cover the fittest flat earther because he is just a troll. Right? It is literally not a real flat earther. Here we go. This is a 2-hour stream, so it should get some time covered. Now, again, if you would like to join, if you're a flat earther, I will stop covering this debate and we can have a chat. All you have to do is request to join the TikTok live or email me for a Zoom link and we can do it that way. Cologne says he called Gene a coward and told him to pop in. Well, he's a coward. He won't do it.
A 15-minute intro, and I'm going to flip a coin. Let me go to this website here. Coin flip. And who wants to call it?
Heads. I'm going to go heads.
Okay, calls heads, and it is tails. So go ahead and pick what, if you want to go first or you want to go second. I guess there's some strategy involved. No, that's you, Craig.
Oh, I'll go second. I'm quite happy to go second.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll start out with Bro Sanchez. I'll put your time on the clock, and we will.
Just to clarify, is the intro like to?
Fuzzy Bear says, I don't like him. I really don't care to talk to him. He's been begging me for months. So we accept your defeat, Gene. We accept that you are too scared to join my live.
Introduce ourselves and give our opening argument, yeah?
Yeah, you can introduce yourself in the first minute if you want, but then mostly it's your opening argument there.
Right, perfect.
So let me get the clock going, and you should be ready to go whenever you want to start.
Okay, give me 1 minute here.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, actually, before we get into this, it's very important that you guys have some facepalm protection. Make sure you have this ready because Bro Sanchez is fucking stupid.
All right, so you guys got my screen share here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you can go ahead and start my time.
Okay.
Okay, so I want to start with something called, I want to make an argument of motion blur.
An argument? What's an argument?
Right, let me arrange these slides, my bad. Can you stop my time, Jeremy? Excuse me for everybody. I want to hit my do.
Juliet Charlie Mike over on the Red app, who's been a member for 15 months, gives me some roses. No, they're for the TikTok one. You need to do it over there, bud. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Member for 15 months. That's like, well over once around the sun. Keep going with 24 months to get there for twice.
Not disturb on my phone because I got people texting me and stuff. But okay, so basically what I want to talk about is space. Space is a place where things can happen there that never we can prove or can happen on Earth. And one of my arguments that I want to introduce in this debate is the ISS, right? For example, the ISS is moving at 18,000 miles per hour. A bullet moves at 2,000 miles per hour. So, but we see astronauts tethered to the ISS, and we are told because of relativity, they don't even feel 18,000 miles per hour, which is more than four times the speed.
No, it's nothing to do with relativity, dude. It's just the fact that it's a constant speed. There's no reason they should feel that speed. On Earth, if you're traveling through the atmosphere, you feel that because, you're going against the atmosphere. But there's no atmosphere up there. There's nothing, no resistance. There's no acceleration. It's just traveling at 17,000 miles an hour in a, constant speed.
Speed of a bullet. And these are some very impressive, numbers. These numbers are just amazing. My thing is they have little tools such as drills and boats floating around tethered to them. These things should be, you shouldn't be able to hold these objects tethered to a machine that's going 18,000 miles per hour. These things should fly out of your hand. Imagine somebody trying to do mechanic work on a moving airplane on the wing of it.
Yeah, they're traveling through an atmosphere. There's no atmosphere up there, dude. What's going to be dragging them back? You fucking idiot.
We're told that because there is no space, is basically a vacuum. So they're saying that the ISS is moving through nothing, basically through a vacuum. And because of that, there is no drag. But at the same time, they give us comments.
Fuzzy Bear, who's pointing out that Gene says he doesn't want to talk to me and I've been begging him for months. I've not. I joined TikTok like a couple of weeks ago and I've messaged him like a few times on TikTok. In fact, let me show you, because that was just a blatant lie that he just said. Where is it? So here is my conversation history with Gene. As you can see, he is the one that has sent a bunch of stuff and I've responded. That's it. That's the entire conversation, Fred. There's no begging him for months. First message was, Monday just gone. So the first message to him was like a week ago. Well, like 6 days ago, right? What day is it? I fucking lost track of days. Is it Monday or Sunday? I don't know what day it is. But like less than a week ago. So, and a total of, I've messaged him 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 times. I don't know how that equates to begging him for months. What it does show is that got a lie to Flerf.
That appear to be experiencing some sort of drag, which is why they have a dust tail and a gas tail. If you don't understand the argument that I'm making, let me go further. If we're told that the asteroid's atmosphere and all of its compositional makeup, all of these elements are just, it's blowing off of the thing as it moves through space, right? It's losing its atmosphere and all of this stuff. But at the same time, the astronaut won't lose his wrench. He won't lose his equipment. The little screw that he's screwing when he's working don't fly out of his hand at 18,000 miles per hour, right? None of these things happen.
Yeah, because they wouldn't. There's no reason physics says that would happen. The problem is that, you know, you're a fucking idiot.
And we're just told because of relativity, and that's just as far as it go. I'm gonna see how Craig does.
I really should have asked him to define fucking relativity. That would have been hilarious.
When he get a chance to respond to that. So they say that there's no drag in space, but they then display drag with asteroid tails, comet tails.
Yeah, they're not drag. They are... Right, so as a comet gets closer to the sun, it heats up and expels gases, which are kind of left behind. There's no drag. There's not a drag that's causing that. Bobby Two Hands over on the Red app for £20. Thank you very much, my friend. That's amazing. Hi, Craig. I haven't watched for a few months, but I'm looking forward to the Artemis 2 mission happening in like 10 days from now. Me too. It is going to be Flerf fucking meltdown.
And all of that. So as this object moves through space, it's losing it's some of itself. We ask the same question with astronauts working on the ISS. So I want him to deal with that one. Also, I wanted to deal with this. When astronauts...
So you did notice there what happened, guys, is his opportunity to present evidence of the Earth being flat. But what he did was talk about comets in space. Because that's the same thing, right? No, not at all.
Leave the Earth. And they look back at the Earth. This is an idea of what they should see if the Earth was rotating at 1,000 miles per hour. They give us the same one-word answer when we ask, why don't we see the Earth rotating at 1,000 miles per hour? And we should see something called motion blur, which I'm going to demonstrate in a minute. We are given this.
He thinks that the Earth rotating this fast should give you motion blur. Hilarious. Like, in 1 hour, the Earth goes from here to there. Why would it be blurring? Like, if you're right next to something stationary and relative to you, it travels 1,000 miles an hour right past your face, it's going to be a bit blurry. But if you're standing 1,000 miles away from something and it's moving 1,000 miles an hour, it's not, you're going to be able to see it moving. Like the lack of understanding this guy has about anything is quite impressive.
Same answer, which is relativity. Hey, Jaron, can you give me a 2-minute warning, by the way, too, when I'm when I get to 2 minutes?
Will do.
Yeah, so guys, we should see motion blur. And we are told when we're on the Earth, guys, that we can't feel the 1,000 miles per hour spin, nor see it. They said because the Earth is too big and you're like an ant on a basketball, right? Now, they can make that argument from the ground that we can't see the curve. If the Earth was too big, we couldn't feel the rotation that we was on it. Let's let them have that argument from the ground.
Why does he keep talking about Argus mints? Are they nice mints? I've not heard those kind of mints before. See you in a minute, Rachel.
So let's get off of the Earth and go to space. Now, when we leave the Earth, one of these are going to be eliminated. The idea that we won't be able to feel the spin because we now left the Earth. But surely now we should be able to see the spin. If I'm on a merry-go-round yes, at going around 10 miles per hour, I'm going to definitely feel the spin, but they say that's because that's small. Now, from my perspective on a merry-go-round, I wouldn't necessarily see the merry-go-round's motion blur because I'm a part of the motion myself. But the world around me will be blurred. The world around me. Now, if you're outside of the merry-go-round, looking at the merry-go-round, depending on how fast it's spinning, you may see motion blur, right? So here's an example of what I'm saying. At a tire just going 80 miles per hour, we can see motion blur. We can see motion blur on a spinning top that's not going anywhere near rotating at 1,000 miles per hour. But when we leave the Earth that's rotating 1,000 miles per hour, we can't see the motion blur because we're told it's too big, it's relativity. But we're told that because these are things that they can make these arguments for when we're on the ground. But they can't make these arguments once we leave the Earth. And of course, once we leave the Earth, we won't be able to feel the spin. So we can't feel the spin if we're on the Earth. We can't feel it when we're off the Earth, of course. And if we can't visually see the spin when we're on the Earth, at least we should be able to see the spin when we leave the Earth. I mean, just think about it, guys. They say that we can't see the curve because we're on the Earth and it's so big and we got to get off of it to see the curve. They say we can't see the spin for the same reason.
Guys, do you have your facepalm protection? Because I'm not going to be responsible for damage, right? I swear. Dean says a 24-hour live stream. Yes, 24 hours. We've been going for 4 hours and 40 minutes. So we have another 19 hours and 20 minutes to go. What have I done to myself?
So when we leave the Earth, we are able to see the curve according to NASA. They give us pictures that show us the curve, they say. But these pictures never show motion blur for Earth that should be moving 1,000 miles per hour. And what I have on the screen is what we should see, but we are given objects like this. Even when we're looking at NASA live streams from space, we can't observe visually an Earth that's moving, that's rotating 1,000 miles per hour, but we should, because that's the way everything else works when we're filming things in motion.
Yeah, and then get really far away from something. Axiom says in the TikTok chat, I want to see you crash out from no sleep at hour 23. Dude, I've done a 72-hour stream before. You know what? I might even take a little nap during this stream. You can just watch me sleep. And you'll fucking like it.
Blur. There's no way relativity or anything can get him out of that. So he's gonna try, but if I can see this from a spinning top, I should be able to see it from a globe Earth, right? So if I can't see the spin or feel the spin when I'm on the Earth, and I can't see the spin or feel the spin when I'm off the Earth, then how can I prove the spin? Because now the spin has become undetectable. If I can't...
You measure it. If the Earth is rotating and is the size we say it is, there is physical phenomenon we should experience. So we test those. Measure to see if they're there. Coriolis force, yacht force effect. If these things happen, where and how we predict them to happen, then there's only one thing that can explain that. Earth being a globe, and you being an idiot.
Can't see it or feel it on or off the Earth. How do I prove it? What experiment can I do to prove that a rotating Earth that's rotating at 1,000 miles per hour, that I can't feel this 1,000 miles per hour or even visually see it? How can I begin to detect it, which I would need to do in order to prove it right or wrong?
Use a tool designed to do just that. Very, very simple. We have over on the Red app, we got Hack Room for $2 the extinct dodo has more IQ than this clown. Yeah, you know the IQ of 3 to grunt, and this guy's got 2.
It disproves itself by the very fact that it does not exist in any way that I can detect via sight or feel. And, you know, that's important when we're talking about proving emotion. You need those. We're going to see what happens when he attempt these. These are my 2 main arguments. And I'm also going to talk about in my debate here today how water in space behaves, because in my opinion, this is one of Craig's weaknesses in a debate. Because I don't think Craig understands that there is no flow in space. Things can't circulate in space. You can't have jet streams and rivers of water.
Why couldn't you flow in space? A pump can push water through, you know, a pipe just the same. There's literally no issue with that. Again, this guy's a fucking idiot. Oh, I really want some arguments. Has anyone got any? I'd love some arguments right now.
Water in space, because the way that gas and water behaves in space is the way this gentleman is showing you here. Things in space don't flow.
I never said
glob.
they did.
So water turns into a super Earth, or you know, spherical, globular shape, rather big or small. That's how you get super Earths, according to them. If you got gas in space, it's gonna glob up the same way. Depending on how much you get, it's gonna be a gas giant like Saturn, or a small, you know, things basically in space, they glob. Whereas things on Earth flow. You have streams. Gas rise in a stream. Water flows. This is not the case in space. And if this is not the case, don't you know that there's a lot of equipment that they rely on that requires them to that requires water to flow, air to flow. For example, I'm going to show you some of the equipment here on this collage, which is they use heat pumps on the ISS. You know what else they use? Air compressors.
With pumps.
You know what the astronauts on the moon use? Lithium oxide canisters. You know what these canisters needed to have? They needed to be able to circulate.
Remember, guys, this was Brother Sanchez's time to present evidence of the Earth being flat and non-rotating. Right? And what's he done so far? Just talk about things he doesn't understand. And, you know, claims that things don't work where they basically would. His lack of physics should not be my problem. But for some reason, I make it my problem. Why do I hate myself?
Circulate gas and liquids through this backpack. They needed to have this airtight from the conditions of space that was around them.
Oh dear.
And they used duct tape, guys, to make sure it was airtight, by the way.
Just because that looks like duct tape doesn't mean it was duct tape. They had specifically extremely strong adhesive strips that they would use for certain things. It wasn't duct tape. Cologne says he's admitting space exists. Well, yeah, but he's misunderstanding everything about space at the same time. Apparently on TikTok's just given me a notification. We've got 48 minutes to try and hit the TikTok goal, which means that I need 4 of the hearts and 16 of the paper cranes. So I've just pinned that, apparently, because TikTok is telling me to. TikTok's really kind of aggressive and like, you know, show them this, do this.
Yeah, that was a square around the whole thing.
This equipment was relying on air to flow, for liquids to flow. And these things cannot happen in space. He's gonna try
unless you've got a pump.
Come with all kind of mumbo jumbo to make it happen. But here's a guy on the ISS showing you how water behaves in space. He's not the only one.
Redberry in the Red app asks, why did they duct tape them like that? Very clever. Well, what he was showing there was the time when they had to jerry rig something because their like compressor or whatever broke, and they literally had to put a square thing in a circle hole.
I have another example here. I didn't want to play the video, so I did the screen share. So these are my main 3 foundations for today, what I'm going to be proposing for Craig, and I'm hoping that he can, you know, address them straight on with no dancing and no playing around. All right, so one thing as I summarize all of these arguments, and I want to say, first of all, Jaron, how much time do I got before I do this?
2 minutes 40.
2:45.
2:45. Okay, cool. I do got time. Okay, I'm gonna make another argument, guys, in these 2 minutes and 45.
Jaron's just messaged me. He's having issues with echo on TikTok. I saw where you fixed the issue, but it's not fixing for me. You need to separate the audios. I created a new audio source of the screen I'm displaying, and then ran it through my virtual camera. Feel free to join the live.
Seconds. Flat earthers say that the sun is local, is not 93 million miles away. And if that's true, then flat earthers should be producing crepuscular rays to prove it. And here it is. If someone think that those rays trace back to a sun that's 93 million miles away, they fail geometry. No doubt about it. We can.
Yeah, but if that's where the sun is, then why can people see it the other side of the earth as well? Like, if it's just right there, according to your crepuscular rays, which are actually parallel, of course. Like, look at my fingers, right? They're parallel, okay? But pointing towards the screen, they look like they're kind of fanning out, you know? Like, it's not hard.
Trace this back to a local sun that's close just the way that flat earthers say that it is. And the word local is important. Let's pull up local lighting. Let's pull up an example of local, because the lighting is local, such as like a street light. That'll be a good example, right? You will see triangulation leading to the source of light. So when I pull up local lighting, you'll see a quick example of what I'm saying. The triangulation that we get leading back. See, the further that I raise this light up, the base will expand. And if you're down on the ground, that will tend to appear like parallel rays of light. And it will light up the entire floor or that side of the earth. In this case, the globe right here. You see the parallel.
No, I don't. Sarah, let me see. I don't think anything you did happen then. A Wookiee sent a bunch of paper cranes, and I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. I love the way that Bro Sanchez is literally just kind of, you know, looking for a picture that will back him up, and then he picked up something which literally disproved what he was saying. That was quite hilarious.
Rays, because the sun is 93 million miles away, you wouldn't see that no kind of triangulation at all. You see what we have here? But on a flat earth, you would, and guess what? We do observe the triangulation on a flat earth, and you would need parallel.
He keeps saying triangulation. I don't think that word means what he think it means.
Rays to prove a sun 93 million miles away. And I want to know how he's going to, you know, try to combat that when I pair it with the fact that here go pilots are flying above the sun here. At no point on a globe Earth should anyone be able to look down at the sun.
Look at him disproving the flat Earth, because apparently this means that the sun is underneath the clouds. Like literally underneath the clouds. The only way that you can get that is if it's a globe and like, so the sun's coming like this and going underneath the clouds. That would literally mean that the sun was below the clouds if the Earth was flat. We'd fucking notice if the sun was lower than the clouds. Odin's Rage for $2 Canadian says, as the 42nd super chat, I claim the answer. That goal was from a while ago. I can't remember what it was. I already phoned CC. That was fun.
This is no eye trick or camera trick. And a lot of globalists don't like to deal with this footage. The pilots are looking down at the sun. This shouldn't be if it was 93 million miles away. You can't look down on an object that's 93 million miles away unless you're 94 million miles away. You know, for example, you know. So the clouds is obstructing part of the sun, which letting us know is right where it seems to be. This is no eye trick. We can trust our eyes. We can trust geometry, right?
Time's up. Okay, Craig, you got 15 minutes.
Well, should we summarize what he said there? I'm going to directly translate. Bear with me. Derp, 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 derp. Derpity derp, 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 derp. Derpy derp, derp. Derp, 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 derp. Derp, 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 derp. Derp, derp, derp. Derpy derp. Oh, wait, and also, what was it? Derp. I think I covered everything he said there. Emperor Dolly over on the TikTok says, never in all of history has someone taken so long to say so little. I know, crazy. How the fuck am I going to cope when I'm streaming to Twitch and Kick as well? I don't know if I can cope with 4 different chats. Oh, Patrick, sorry, I missed the derp. Derp. All right, I need to take a potty break. I need to do a Riley. Where, so if you bear with me just 1 second. I'll be back in just a few minutes, guys. Please enjoy the song.
Can we pretend that airplanes in the night sky are like shooting stars? Should be wishing for a brain right now, brain right now, brain right now.
Good morning, these words come with a storm warning. Better batten down the hatches, grab some matches and brace yourself for a long day of misery. YouTube has given me the power to reach up into the sky and show you all that we live on the ball. I bring you science that's comprehensible. Your view is indefensible, you're reprehensible. No, I'm Mr. Sensible. When I was young I never thought I would be here to see this. A pile of random nonsense dressed up as bull. Your ignorance will be the death of us all, like running head first full speed into a wall. You could always read a book, buy a telescope, set it up and take a photo of the moon, or just be a buffoon. I send you in a balloon up to the stratosphere, page 3.
You're a few fries short of a happy meal. You're dumber than a box of hair. The wheel's spinning but the hamster's dead, and you're as smart as bait. You forgot to pay your brain bill. You're missing a few buttons on the remote control. 24 cents short of a quarter. You're surfing in Nebraska. You're as bright as Alaska in December, and you fell out of your family tree. You don't have all the cornflakes in one box. You got an IQ of 2 and it takes 3 to grunt. The elevator doesn't go all the way up, and there's a vacancy on the top floor. Your antenna doesn't pick up all the channels. You're several nuts short of a fruitcake.
You're Mr. Sensible, calm down, don't go too hard. You don't need to hustle burying Flerfs in your backyard. You're a man of science, poise and grace. Mage 2 did everything to wipe the grins off the face. So Nathan, get away from those kids. The world is not flat and it doesn't have a lid. Recognise the differences between the textbook and the Bible and control yourself. Lay off your slander and your lies. You're a bunch of knobs poisoning the well of the youth, spreading lies that you like to claim as knowledge and truth. Stop spreading fresh bullshit like the butter on your bread. Maybe a musical assault and knock some sense into your head. I hope one day you'll hear these lyrics and smile, and you realise you used to be a 40-year-old child. Now it's time to wake up, open your eyes and see, and acknowledge the existence of.
You're a few clowns short of a circus. Your phone is off the hook. Your sewing machine is out of thread. You're all foam and no beer. You don't have all your dogs on one leash. An intellect rivaled only by garden tools. There's no brain in your silo, and your skylight leaks a little. Your belt doesn't go through all the loops. You couldn't pour water out of a boot without instructions on the heel. Your slinky's kinked, and you're proof that evolution can work in reverse. A few feathers short of a whole duck, one fruit short of a full bowl.
Airplanes in the night sky are like shooting stars. Should be wishing for a brain right now, brain right now, brain right now. Can we pretend that airplanes in the night sky are like shooting stars? Should be wishing for a brain right now, brain right now, brain right now.
You thought it was over? Well, I'm still standing while you're swinging, flinging feces, talking shit just like the human centipede. You got the mind of a chimp, and I'm here to expedite your shore leave. Cause I'm a seaman, but not the kind I rit up on your mom's gums. I'm the kind that sailed submarines and fired guns. I could float a boat across the ocean with my eyes closed, circumnavigate the globe with a compass and a bag of sausage rolls. Well, all you can do is nibble on your toes. I'll smack you with the hose that you call the water level, sit and swivel. You nasal gazing muppet, you can stuff it harder than the wallet stuffed by Warren Buffett. And I don't care about your sauces unless you're serving them, and I don't care about your lines unless you're curving them. Now step away from me, you're sucking up my oxygen with the vacuum where your brain should be, you dumb fuck. No, I didn't write that, someone wrote it for me. I just performed. I've just found the last of the Christmas candy. Yay. We've got Hakram over on the Red app for $2 Australian. His observations are unmatched by anyone. That's because no one else could observe things as dumb as him.
When you're ready.
Okay. Oh, all right, I'll just start. I'm ready to go.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to base my argument on the fact that the Earth's a globe, and we know it's a globe because we've measured it to be so. We've not only measured the Earth being a globe, we've measured the rotation of the globe. We don't need to look at the stars or anything for this. We can just use surveying methods and basic physics to affirm these things quite easily, using the scientific method quite handily also. Measurements of the Earth are quite a good one. There's been measurements of Earth's curvature done for centuries. I like to point to this one in particular, which is called the transcontinental triangulation of the American arc of the parallel, which was actually measuring Earth's radius by measuring across the entire continental United States of America. The method they use is by measuring triangles from different points along the surface of the Earth. Triangles, if the Earth is flat, obviously the angles of a triangle add up to 180. The thing is that...
Pay
attention, Flerfs. Not like the guy earlier when he said, well, it's 360 degrees, right? Fucking idiot. I do love when flat earthers come on and try to teach me physics, but don't know how many angles are in a fucking triangle. Whenever the triangles are measured with the surveying methods that they do to actually make these measurements, what they find is something called spherical excess. What that means is that rather than the triangles summing up to angles of 180, they actually sum up to more than 180. I probably should have brought the page up in advance, but if I just get down to it so I can show you the data. You can find all this quite easily on mctoon.net/r to actually find all the information yourself and look at it. And these are the tables. They all start showing the directions and the peaks that they use to make the measurements. And when you go down and you actually look at the measurements overall, what you find is that the sum of all the triangles adds up to greater than 180. So like these are they make a grid of triangles across the land, and then they sum up the angles on these triangles, and all the triangles that they used for this survey summed up to more than 180. The only way that can happen is if it's a spherical triangle, which is a triangle that has angles that add up to more than 180. And the only way a spherical triangle can be measured across the surface of the Earth is if the surface of the Earth is curved. The other interesting thing is that if you take all of these numbers and take all the spherical excess that they've got, you actually can calculate the radius of the Earth just from that. And here's all the numbers that you can check yourself. Again, you can find the details if you want to look at it yourself on mctoon.net/r. This isn't the only survey like this. The transcontinental triangulation of the American Arc of the Parallel is just one example. The same kind of measurements and surveying missions have been done across all of the world, across the UK, across Europe, across Asia, Russia. Then again, you can find a lot of these surveys on this website that I just mentioned, and they all show the same thing, that when you do the measurements of the Earth using surveying methods that geodetic surveyors base their career on, all of the measurements as it's showing here find that there's spherical excess, and that's this column here, and it shows that there is a positive number. This column here that I'm pointing at, spherical excess, and they are all positive numbers. The smaller the triangle, the smaller spherical excess. The larger the triangle, like if we look at the one Kent IS base, quite a large triangle has a larger spherical excess, matching the arc of the curve of the Earth. So measurements of the Earth match what we expect. We don't need to go into space to look at Earth to do this. We don't need to look at the stars.
This guy sounds smart. You should listen to him. Tough Prunes TikTok guy says, is this what we are doing? Well, if there's any flat earther brave enough to come in and talk to me personally, I will debate them one-on-one. But while there's no flat earthers that are brave enough, we will just cover some flat earth stupidity. As next Friday I have a debate with Bro Sanchez, I thought it would be fun to cover the last one I had with Bro Sanchez.
And use shadows, we can use professional surveying methods to measure the shape of the Earth. And when we do it, we find the Earth is a globe. Now, the other thing I like to talk about is measurements of the Earth's rotation. And this is quite a large thing that's also done all of the time. I've got a degree in physics, as do millions of people around the world. And everyone that does a degree in physics as part of their physics degree actually performs the Foucault's pendulum experiment themselves. The Foucault's pendulum is an example of physics affirming that the Earth is rotating. If the Earth is rotating, and it's a sphere of the radius that we say, then it will impart certain forces onto objects that are moving on that spherical rotating object. We call these forces Coriolis forces, Coriolis acceleration. And the Foucault's pendulum is an excellent example of that, because depending on your latitude on Earth, you're going to have a different amount of Coriolis forces applied to the pendulum, because the Earth's a sphere and different latitudes have different circumferences, so there's different Coriolis forces being applied based on where you are. If you're at the equator, which
Tim Davidson over on the Red app for $5 says, I'd say you can find the spherical excess of my dick, but that's an imaginary number. Self-burn, those are rare. Scrubs is coming back. I can't wait for that. Remember, if you're a flat earther on TikTok, any flat earther, feel free to just join. Request to join, and I will debate you one-on-one. I'm going to destroy you, just so you know.
Which is 90 degrees perpendicular to the tilt of the Earth. You don't have Coriolis forces. If you're at the poles, you have the most Coriolis forces. What that means is that you can actually use something as simple as the swing of a pendulum to measure the rotation of Earth, and not only measure the rotation of Earth, just from the swing of the pendulum and the drift that pendulum gives over a certain amount of time,
you can calculate your position on the planet. That wouldn't be possible if the Earth wasn't rotating. There's no reason why this would be a thing if the Earth was stationary. This happens as a result of a rotating Earth, and it matches the predictions and the things that we expect.
Now, over on the Red app, we have Redberry, who is a flat earther who's been in my chat for, well, the 5 hours that I've been streaming. 5 hours and 10 minutes of the 24-hour stream. Redberry is too afraid to come over to TikTok and debate me. He's just going to hang around in my YouTube chat. That's because Redberry is like all flat earthers, a coward and an idiot. Definitely both. Flerfs, I'm not a flat earther, but I do not see a request box. Not sure if anyone else. You just request to join the live because it's on multi-guest. You literally just request to join, but you have to obviously have enough followers yourself to be able to go live on TikTok.
The argument that a lot of flat earthers come up with, oh, electromagnetism, etc., etc. However, regardless of the material involved, you still get the same results. This person, the gentleman physicist, actually used a high-rise building that he's got near him and performed this experiment himself in a very low-tech manner, and still managed to get his latitude with a margin of error of less than 0.5%. So he had a 1.4 degree latitude error, which is less than 1% of a margin of error of a measurement of his position on Earth matching the predictions. This isn't the only way you can measure Earth rotation. There's many, many, many ways, but this is a simple way that shows that physics says that something should happen. We check if that thing happens, and it does. That is science. Make a prediction from a hypothesis, test that hypothesis, look at the results. The results tell us something. So, okay, the next thing I want to talk about is Jaren, time check, please.
You got 7.5.
Thank you very much. The next thing I want to talk about is celestial navigation. Celestial navigation is something sailors use and have used for centuries to navigate the seas by the position of the stars. Excuse me. Not only does celestial navigation show that the stars' positions change over time, because the nautical almanacs that the sailors use to help them do celestial navigation chart the changing position of these stars, but the maths involved with celestial navigation actually include the radius of the Earth, and all of the process of doing celestial navigation, the dip corrections involved, matching the curve of the Earth. Celestial navigation, the entire process is based on the knowledge of Earth being a globe, and it works. It works so well that you can easily find your location on Earth just by looking at.
Goodness me, Redberry over on the Red app. Let me read out the dumb that he's just written. Why does the horizon look flat? Globe. Well, actually, it's not horizontal. The ball is just too big to see curve. Flat Earth, because it's flat and horizontal. Horizon. No. Why does the horizon look flat? Well, because it's a circle around you. An equidistant circle around you. A cross-section of the globe. Circles are 2D. Circles are flat. Of course the horizon is flat. That's what we expect on a globe. You can only see a curve to the horizon as you raise in altitude, because if you get a circle, like, that's a circle, but then you lower it down, you see the curve rather than it being flat. It's very, very simple, just like flat earthers.
The stars and going to that position by using a sextant and a map to calculate your position and direction you need to go. It works. It works, and it works based on maths that involves the Earth being a globe. So if the maths to do celestial navigation involves the Earth being a globe, and celestial navigation works, if you do it properly, then the conclusion that we can draw from that is that Earth is a globe, because it works based on the Earth being a globe. I've debated other flat earthers that have attempted to use the flat Earth and the methods of celestial navigation to find a fix. The closest that Flatzoid got was within 500 kilometers, which he said was good and shows that it works. No, that's not good. You can't use the flat Earth and celestial navigation methods that are known and taught to navigate. They're not compatible. The methods of celestial navigation and the fact that the changing positions of stars all matches the fact that the Earth is a globe. It's incompatible with the Earth being flat. Okay, next thing is gravity. Gravity is very good because
yes, gravity is very good. I asked. It's a very friendly and happy thing. It's not mean at all. Gravity's a really, really good boy. Wait, what?
I'll just stop sharing for a sec. I don't even think I have been sharing, have I? Bugger. Or have I? No, I haven't been sharing. I've been displaying stuff and I haven't been sharing, but never mind.
Well, I was.
So gravity. Gravity is something that is measured, and gravity shows that the Earth is a globe.
Thank you for the follow,
because the measurements of gravity match the calculation, Newton's law of F g equals g m1 m2 over r squared. Now that r squared means that it gives a force that's inversely proportional to the square of the distance between the centers of two masses. And one of the consequences of that is something that...
Wait, who the fuck is this big fatty on the screen here? That's not me, is it? Why am I so big? Why do I have 3 chins? What's that stupid thing on my head? Why am I so fat? Oh wait, I was a fatty. And now, I've lost half of that body weight. The only fat things are my guns. Plus, I don't do the hair anymore because, yeah, receding hairline. I wear caps.
we call the potato radius. That means that anything over a certain mass will form a sphere because of hydrodynamic equilibrium, with an equal force being applied in all directions from the center, because that's what gravity does. It applies a force from the center of something, and an equal one. You can do the maths and show that the mass based on the composition will always form a sphere, and it does. We can measure gravity and show that the predictions of gravity are correct. I'm actually going to share the screen this time. So if we go to...
Rachel says, I was cuddly gorgeous, and now I'm lean gorgeous. Yeah, I am enjoying feeling fitter. It is fantastic. We've got some more people who joined the live over on TikTok. Thank you very much. And Tempest, thank you for the follow. I really do appreciate that. And remember, if you are in TikTok watching and you want to debate me, instead of just watching me cover flat earth stupidity, then feel free to join the live and state your claim and back it up with evidence. Don't just come and go, well, look at a balloon. That's not a measurement. Show me a fucking measurement of the earth being flat. Come on, flat earthers, bring it on.
Gravity measurements. So, a lot of people complain that, you can't measure gravity, and that's just false.
Can my mods over on YouTube not time out flat earthers for just saying stupid things, please, Uncle Charlie? Redberry says, you think you have infinite vision? Yes. You do not have a limit as to how far you can see. You see light. Light doesn't have a limit as to how far it can travel. Your receptors in your eyes are literally good enough to pick up like 3 photons. If there are 3 photons hitting your eyes, you're going to see some light. And those photons could have traveled for billions of years, light years. So, yeah, we have infinite vision. We're not Superman. We don't have zoom vision, but we can see forever. Unless I take off my glasses and then everything's just a blur. Wait, why is the world 240p? What's going on? Wait, can you see?
Measurements of gravity done all the time. Obviously, there's been discussion with things like the Cavendish experiment, and a lot of flat earthers kind of ignore that because they claim that it's not a real experiment, but it is. It follows the scientific method. But it's also something that can be done on multiple scales. And gravity has been measured. This is an abstract of a paper that shows that gravity has actually been measured on the sub 100 milligram level. It's a version of a Cavendish experiment using two extremely tiny gold balls, showing that the gravitational force still works at extremely small levels. The Cavendish experiment is something that is done by students. Again, every physics student does the Cavendish experiment to measure gravity, showing that mass attracts mass. Now, how do we know that gravity is something that's real? Well, it's used in industries. I want to talk about something called submarines use gravity, and they use something called gravity anomalies to actually navigate. So
yeah, I love talking about this, the fact that submarines literally use gravity to navigate around the world. Gravity gradient navigation is an absolute killer to flat Earth. Flatzoid once told me that it was due to density waves. He's full of density waves. I used to be full of density. Jim Davidson for $5 over on the Red app says, but someone with balls in his mouth yelled at me, south is a 2D linear vector angle on a flat plane. He was very loud, so he must be right. Are you talking about this guy, Nathan? Any thoughts?
Hi, my name's Nathan Oakley, and I have been lying to people about the Earth being flat for a lot of years. I did this to hide the fact I have a small penis.
I know.
Gravity anomaly navigation is a form of navigation that utilizes variations in Earth's gravitational field to determine a vehicle's position. It's particularly useful in situations where other forms of navigation such as GPS and sonar can't be used. So the principles of gravity anomaly. The gravitational field of Earth is not uniform. It varies depending on the distribution of mass. So if there's a mountain, there's more mass. If there's no mountain, there's less mass. And that creates variations in gravity, that concept. And you can use these variations in gravity, especially with underwater mountains, to map the surface of the Earth and give a gravity map, which is something that's been done. Now, submarines use this knowledge of gravity anomalies to actually navigate in real time. They have a series of accelerometers around the submarine that react to the change in distribution of mass to give the submarine a real-time image of the surface of the ocean floor below them, so that they don't crash into underwater mountains and can still stay completely silent. The principles of this are based entirely on the knowledge of gravity being a thing. There's no other explanation as to the accelerometers reacting in the change of distribution of mass other than gravity being a thing. There's many ways to measure gravity, many different ways to show that gravity works. It's not just in submarines. It's in industries like mineral exploration and oil exploration. They use gravity anomalies to actually find minerals like oil and diamonds and everything. And it works. People pay money for this to be a thing. So in conclusion, the fact that we can measure the Earth's radius, we can measure the rotation of the Earth, we can show that gravity is a thing that matches the predictions. And if gravity is a thing, then the Earth has to be a globe. And I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
I dropped the mic, but I don't. It's expensive, and I'm streaming, and I don't want to break it.
Thank you much. All right, so we're going to 5-minute rebuttals. So it's going to start with you, Bro Sanchez. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes to comment on his intro.
Okay, so let me get my screen share set up here. 1 second.
Sure, I'll pause you.
All right.
Pardon me.
I'm gonna play a little bit of this Eric Dubé video, just a little bit, and I'm expound on it.
He's playing an Eric Dubé video, bless his heart.
In a second, let's go.
Named Leon Foucault became famous for swinging pendulums and claiming their consequent motions were proof positive of the Earth's diurnal rotation. Since then, so-called Foucault
Eric
pendulums
Dubé
have regularly been swinging at museums and exposition halls worldwide, purporting to provide everlasting perpetual proof of the heliocentric spinning ball Earth theory. The truth is, however, unbeknownst to most of the duped public, that Foucault's pendulum was a failed experiment, which proved nothing but how easy it is for pseudoscience to deceive the malleable masses. To begin with, Foucault's pendulums do not uniformly swing in any one direction. Sometimes they rotate clockwise, and sometimes counterclockwise. While other
No, that's just a claim. It's someone did the experiment wrong once. Didn't set up properly, didn't make sure there was no twist in the wire, and it rotated the wrong way because they weren't doing the experiment correct. If you use equipment wrong, you're going to get wrong results. Simple as that. The fact that he's brought up an Eric Dubé video as evidence is mind-blowingly stupid.
times they fail to rotate, or they rotate far too much. Scientists who have repeated variations of the experiment have conceded time and again that, quote, it was difficult to avoid giving the pendulum some slight lateral bias at starting.
Did you hear that? Scientists who were involved in the creation.
Yeah, because something is difficult doesn't mean it's false. You just, do it correctly. Science is hard.
Of it in its beginnings concept even admitted that they had to actually touch it themselves to get it moved. It can never just start moving off the so-called motion of the earth. If the earth is supposed to be affecting the motion of this pendulum, no one should have to touch it. A crane at a work site should be moving the same way. If the earth is a rotating sphere, why does it only affect Foucault's pendulums and not no other cranes or anything?
Well, that's because a crane isn't a Foucault's pendulum that's swinging backwards and forwards in a uniform manner. I mean, technically you could use a crane as a Foucault's pendulum if there was, no twist or anything in the route and it was acting like a pivot point and you just, held the crane bit and let it swing backwards and forwards and measured the drift. You could technically use one as a Foucault's pendulum. But there's no reason why the crane or indeed a Foucault's pendulum would start swinging on its own. That's not what Earth says. That's not what physics says. You're dumb. Well, that's it, really.
Anything else that's pendulum based. So my thing is, they also, in most pendulums today, Foucault's pendulums, they use electricity to run them. It's a big scam and a hoax. You heard it for yourself. Do the research. The scientists that even created it said the same thing I'm saying. So let's move on. He talked about how the heavens work on the globe. There are Giza-style pyramids in different continents, and these things still make their alignments with Orion today. The three kings of Orion align over these three pyramids of Giza and others around the world.
No, literally what he's saying is false. That doesn't happen. I mean, he's just seen this picture and believed it. We've got Ryan, who wants to join the live. Now, are they a flat earther? Let's find out. Hello, Ryan.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm very well. And who are you?
What do you mean, who am I?
That's a very simple question. Who are you? Are you a flat earther? What's your name? What are you doing?
Oh, my name is Ryan. Yeah. I'm not a flat earther, but I'm still anti-realist on science, which is what flat earthers are basically are.
So you're a flat earther. You can just say you're a flat earther. You don't have to be embarrassed.
No, I'm not embarrassed.
Well, then you can just call yourself a flat earther. You don't need to be ashamed.
Yeah, but it's not as simple as that.
Well, it is. Either the Earth's flat or it's not.
No, that's the whole point.
Yeah, so is the Earth a globe? Yes or no?
It can be.
No, is it a globe? Yes or no? Not. It can be. Is it a globe?
Why can't it be both?
Because that's not how reality works.
You say how reality works?
Because I've measured it.
Are you a scientist?
Yes.
Okay, what's your field?
Physics. I have a degree in physics and a degree in nuclear engineering. Say again?
Is there a theory of everything already?
No.
Okay, so then you're taking your scientism.
No such thing. No, I'm not doing scientism. I am doing physics and following the scientific method. If either the Earth is a globe or it's not.
There's a thing called scientific realism, right? Which is a belief that you hold.
Okay, this is all irrelevant. You're a flat earther.
No, it's totally irrelevant.
No, it's not. You're a flat earther, so
100%.
present evidence that the Earth is flat.
The whole point is because of science anti-realism.
Yeah, whatever. That's all nonsense. Anyway, You're
Why
a
is
flat
that
earther.
nonsense?
Present evidence that the Earth is flat. I don't care
I
about
just
your
told you.
pseudo nonsense. If you think the Earth isn't a globe and that it's flat, which you do, then there would be measurements to suggest such a thing. So why don't you actually do what no flat earther has ever done ever and provide evidence for the claim of the Earth being flat? It can't be both. It can be one or the other.
I don't think you're like sympathetic or like intellectually honest to talk about this.
I don't really care
Because
what
it's
you
actually
think.
quite-
I'm asking you for evidence of the Earth being flat. What you think is
No,
completely
this is
about
not
me
what I think,
is
this is what
completely
I'm-
and utterly
is the
irrelevant.
truth.
Yeah,
If
so
you-
the
if you wanna
truth
hear
would
my
be
thoughts,
what
you can be
evidence can
open-minded.
suggest. So if you think the Earth isn't a globe and that it's flat, there would be evidence to suggest that. See, I don't just believe what I'm told. I tested it. I tested to see if the Earth was a globe that rotates. It turns out it is. I measured it to be so. So if you dispute that, then the onus lies on you to provide evidence for that claim. So, can you please provide evidence that the Earth is flat? Or are you just as useless as every other science denier?
No, you don't have to be that rude about it. I'm not a science
No,
denier.
you are. You're literally a science denier. And I can be as rude as I want. If you don't like it, you can cry in your own time.
Okay, so you're just not intellectual enough to engage.
I'm far more intellectual than you could ever imagine. I am smart.
But
I have degrees.
you're just
I don't
committing
care what
scientism.
you think about me personally.
Bro, you
I
seem
want
so
you to give
pressed.
evidence
I'm
for
trying
your
to educate
claim. You're unable to educate me because you're clearly
I am
too dumb.
doing so right now.
No, you're trying to say things that are completely nonsense. Provide evidence
no,
the Earth
no.
is
It's
flat.
just
Go on.
your
Off you
beliefs
go.
hold you
Provide
back
evidence
from
the
trying
Earth
to
is flat.
understand.
Off you go.
What?
Provide evidence that the Earth is flat. Off you go.
Yeah, okay, so first let's start off with your scientism.
Yeah, no, that's not evidence the Earth is flat. That's just you talking about things you don't understand.
Do you know a single thing?
I know lots of things.
Okay, that's completely false. You have beliefs.
No, I don't. I base my position on logic and evidence. Beliefs are irrelevant.
Okay, you have to believe in logic still.
Beliefs are irrelevant. I base my position on logic and evidence.
Brother, you just completely ignored what I said. You
Yeah,
believe
because
in
what you're
logic.
saying is stupid and nonsensical.
Why?
Either you have evidence that the Earth is flat or you don't. Do you have evidence the Earth is flat?
You're just showing me that you're not intellectual and you're just very like
Yeah, you are not in a
philosophically
position to say who and who isn't intellectual. You came on
I
here
am.
and denied science. So I'm
You're
going to ask you
denying that
once
you-
again, if you fail, then you lose. Provide evidence the Earth is flat or admit you're dumb. Go on, this is your chance. Don't just say a bunch of nonsense, provide evidence. Back up your claims like I always can every single time. No, you just ran away? Cool story. I haven't blocked him. I've literally not touched anything. He just... Oh, it was science. It's science. I'm going to start with scientism. No, I don't care what you think about science and what you nonsense you're going to, babble. Give evidence the Earth is flat or fuck off. I'm trying to educate you. No, you don't. You're not in a position to educate me. You're too dumb. Don't come in here and just start talking about scientism and blah blah blah. If you come in here and say that the Earth's not a globe, then your burden is to present evidence. Well, that was a really short one. Skeptic says, ask him what his education is. None.
And that's been happening for at least 26,000 years, according to science. And guess what? For that to happen, for these alignments to always be perfect and right above the pyramids like what we see here, then the ground that we walking on must be stationary and the sky must be in motion. These people knew that the sky had made a complete revolution once that alignment came back around every time to their, sites. And this is the way.
Those noises you hear in the back are me smoking a bong previously. I quit weed 18 days ago now. Shit, I've not had any weed in 18 days. Holy fuck, I'm proud of myself. High five for me.
We observe the heavens. If I have a Giza site beneath me on this image and I'm aligning it up with a certain constellation as in my sky at that time, the moment that constellation move over time and I see that alignment come back, I know that was a complete revolution. That has happened many times according to observers, people that go to these sites. This is what these sites make them so special. That wouldn't be possible if we were on a globe Earth because of parallax. The people that built these structures understood that they were on a flat Earth. So let's keep that moving. He brought up the Cavendish experiment. What was the problem with the Cavendish experiment?
The problem with the Cavendish experiment is you don't understand it because you're a dumb flat earther.
So the problem with the Cavendish experiment is that Cavendish couldn't not calculate. Cavendish could calculate the mass of the Earth. He didn't calculate it because he was not interested in that number. Did you understand that? Namely, that number in itself could not help geologists to infer about the internal structure of the Earth, which is he's talking about gravity, right? So check this out. If gravity is if the Cavendish experiment proved gravity, look at this article. Scientists just recently admitted, right? And this,
bro, you're not showing anything, dude. What are all these filter things? They're weird. What does this do? Neon visor. Nope, I think I just broke it. That's pretty cool.
This was in 2018 that they don't know how strong the force of gravity is. And when you bring up the Cavendish experiment, the reason those two masses were attracting is because of static electricity and not gravity. Here's an example of what the Cavendish experiment proved, y'all. It didn't prove gravity, it proved static electricity.
Except when you do it with any material, regardless of that material, it gets the same answer of the same gravitational constant. So that proves it can't be electromagnetism, because if it was, that it would be different every single time.
Gravity is the force that's pulling the water down. What is the force that's pulling the water to the side? That's
in this case, it's electrostatics. Yeah, absolutely. That is a thing, because more than one force can exist at a time. This blows flat earthers' minds.
Static electricity from the pipe. This is just another form of the Cavendish experiment here. This doesn't prove gravity. This doesn't prove gravity, y'all. And also, just like with Foucault's pendulum, there were many.
He thinks this is the Cavendish. Oh, bless his little heart. We've got Lord Luminous Pooh over on the Red app for $2. If you want to see infinity, look to the night sky.
Any flaws in Cavendish's experiment. So when I get more time, I'll exploit those some more. But it was static electricity proven and not gravity. Thank you.
Goodness.
Okay, Craig, you're up for rebuttal. You've got 5 minutes when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. So the first thing that Bro Sanchez brought up was the speed of the ISS, and that tool's not flying out of his hand. There's no reason why the tool would fly out of his hand. The tool has the same momentum of the ISS. It was in the ISS. It had the ISS's momentum. It went outside. It still has the ISS's momentum. That doesn't just disappear randomly. You even, answered the question yourself by explaining that there is no drag in space. However, you then went on to try and debunk that by saying, well, there's no drag in space. It explained comets. Well, comets aren't created by drag in space. So when you see the tails of comets, the tails of comets only exist when the comets are within our solar system. And that's because comets are made up of ice, mainly, with some rock and other dirt and stuff. And as the comets come into our solar system, or if they're from the outer edge of the solar system moving towards the sun, they the solar radiation causes sublimation in the ice in the comet. Sublimation is when something goes directly from a solid to a gas, and that causes a corona, an atmosphere around the comet. That doesn't just get dragged away. The tail that you see is actually because solar rays, charged particles coming from the sun, are hitting the sublimated gases and pushing it away from the comet. So that's why there's a tail, is because there's a force making that happen, not because it's just moving through space. So unfortunately, it was a misunderstanding of how comets work on your part. Then you said, why don't we see moving blur of Earth rotating? Well, there's many ways, many reasons why.
BPA, I know the overlay is frozen. I'm playing an old video, and at this point I hadn't noticed it had frozen on my stream. I sorted it out in about 30 seconds.
You're talking about motion blur, and that occurs when the subject of the camera is moving relative to the camera. Okay. And scale and distance are very important, but one of the most important things is the actual type of cameras that are used. And if you have cameras with extremely fast shutter speeds, so short exposure times, what that can do is effectively freeze the image and show you a clear image, even if it's looking at something that's moving really fast. And the majority of cameras in space use fast shutter speeds.
We have somebody wanting to join the stream. Let's see if they are a flat earther that can present evidence. If you come on and just talk nonsense, that's not going to work. Tenor. Let's let them in. Tenor, hello. Well, wait, what did they join? Got to do their internet thing. No. Tenor, hello. Tenor, hello.
Yo, guys. Hi.
Right.
I'm simply here because I want to ask a question. How do you think flat Earth is real? Like, does it make sense?
Say that again.
How do you think flat Earth's real? It doesn't make sense.
How do I think flat Earth's real? I don't.
Someone does. Someone literally made a thing.
What you want? I'm not a flat earther.
Oh my days.
The fuck was that? What was that about? Like, he does see that right there, yeah, that says flat Earth is dumb, prove me wrong. What the fuck was that all about?
However, the other point is that it is to do with scale and distance. Now, if I can quickly share my screen. So here we've got some bullets being fired, and you can see the tracers of the bullets, right? And I want to pause it and show you something. So let's go back to when the bullets are being fired at the beginning here, and you can see it. So if we pause it, what we can see is the bullets closer to the person appear blurred, but the bullets that are further away, they not only appear to be moving slower, but they're not as blurred, because when something's further away from you, the amount of distance that it covers in your vision is going to be less.
Rob Noxious says I need to get into battling on TikTok. The fuck is that? I have literally no idea how this TikTok app works. I'm just like winging this shit, dude.
It's like if you're standing right next to a plane that's going 500 miles an hour, it's going to be a blur. But you can look at a plane traveling 500 miles an hour, and that plane is not a blur. It's all to do with scale and distance. So that answers that. Time 1:25. Okay. So
Rob Noxious wants to join for a quick chat. What's up, Rob?
Hey, what's up, you marathon madman? Happy Saturday.
Is it Saturday still? Well, my watch says Sunday.
Oh yeah, you must live on a flat Earth.
Yeah, where time zones wouldn't work and it would be day all the time, of course, yeah.
Yeah.
So I had someone join just now that I think thought I was a flat earther. Maybe they missed the name of the channel and the big sign right there that says Flat Earth is dumb. I'm not sure. How you doing, bud?
Good. We were all laughing at that. Thank you for the entertainment.
No worries.
And thank you for putting the Bro Sanchez stuff up. That is hilarious.
Yeah, well,
he's got to be one of the dumbest people ever.
Yeah. I've got a new debate with him next Friday, so I just wanted to remind myself of exactly how fucking stupid he was first. So what's this battling you're on about? How do I battle on TikTok?
Oh, yes. So on TikTok, like, you can challenge people, and they'll come on your thing, and you go against them, and then people give you all the gifts or whatever. It's a good way to make a couple bucks, and it's a good way to get your channel.
I have no idea how to do that.
Yeah, well, you'll get it. You're a smart guy.
Yeah, I'm just figuring out, like, well, there's so many different buttons and stuff on the TikTok studio. It's a bit crazy, like.
Yeah, TikTok's awesome, man.
I've got to admit, I'm enjoying it. It's a bit different.
Yeah, there's a lot of low IQ people, so it's like easy pickings.
Yeah, they all seem to be running away from me right now, which is hilarious.
Yeah, I got on Caleb's stream last enough, and that guy, he reminds me of one of like those, what were those kids, the little blonde kids in the Stephen King movie?
Yeah. Yeah. I loved my debate with Caleb when he didn't understand what energy was and then tried to use satire as his evidence and then doubled down on it. I mean, I literally chased him off of YouTube. It was brilliant.
Yeah, you are a fighter, Craig. Keep up the good work, man. I'm looking forward to more Bro Sanchez material. After Will Duffy went on there, he kind of shut down. He don't really talk about Flat Earth no much.
Yeah.
Now he's trying to claim the Statue of Liberty is the queen of electricity. or something.
Oh, bless his
You'll see. Newton Gab.
I'm looking forward to my debate with him. I am. I mean, his derp is just incredible. It's some of the best derp. So yeah, I'm going to carry on listening to
for sure.
derp, and you enjoy the rest of the show.
Take it easy, Craig.
See you later, bud.
Fight the Flat Earth, man.
Fight the Flat Earth, indeed.
So then you brought up flowing water in space. Yeah, water doesn't just naturally flow anywhere. A force is required to make water do things. And you even answered the question yourself by saying that it's in a heat pump, for instance. The answer is they're in pressurized systems with pumps moving the water around. It doesn't just glob up if it's under pressure and being pumped. It just globs up when there's no other forces being applied to it. That is also an example of hydrodynamic equilibrium. Corpuscular rays was the next one. And so if corpuscular rays allow us to triangulate the position of the sun, does that mean, for instance, in this picture here, the sun is directly outside of this window? Or here, is it directly outside of this window? No, I don't think so. What about with this? Is the sun underground? Oh, look, it must be underground if we can triangulate the position of the sun from corpuscular rays. No. So the thing about corpuscular rays is, 20 seconds to just do this explanation. Corpuscular rays are to do with, again, scale and distance and perspective. You can look at a corpuscular ray coming from the clouds and drive past it, and the apparent rays change position based on your position relative to the clouds. It's just perspective. Light breaking through something will spread out. We've measured the distance to the sun using radar. Okay.
And that is my response to Bro Sanchez. We are nearly 6 hours into this 24-hour live stream. In about 6 hours, I'll have to start a new live stream on YouTube because it doesn't let you do more than 12. I don't know how TikTok works. I don't know if I'm going to if it'll let me go for 24 hours straight. I mean, it doesn't save the lives as a VOD, so I don't see why it wouldn't. Excuse me. Tim Davidson over on YouTube for $5 says, rap battle. My name is Fight and I rock the mic. I know I'll beat you down like I know the earth is round. That was awful. Right, so let's just do a quick recap of what is going on, shall we?
Hi, my name's Nathan Oakley, and I have been lying to people about the earth being flat for a lot of years. I did this to hide the fact I have a small penis. Wait, what?
Right, so we've been going for 5 hours and 46 minutes of my 24-hour live stream. I will be finishing tomorrow at 8 p.m. UK time. Well, today at 8 p.m. UK time. It's 1:15 in the morning UK time, actually. We have had a bunch of Flerfs come on. It's been fucking hilarious. The TikTok Flerfs are literally some of the dumbest. If you are a flat earther, and you want to come on and debate me, feel free. I'm not a flat earther. My name is Fight the Flat Earth. I argue against people that think the earth is flat. So don't come on and like call me a flat earther or ask me why I think the flat earth is real, because, well, I'm not a flat earther. That's really a dumb thing to do. On Wednesday on YouTube, we will be doing the 2026 Top Left Award nomination stream. It's going to be a good one. I'm nominating Apothecary because she's thick as fuck. And there's going to be quite a few nominations. Me, Toon, and the Drunk Debunk Show will be doing it this year rather. And then on Friday the 23rd, I'm ditching my Star Trek crew, which is mean of me, I know. Yes, I do play Star Trek D&D on Fridays. I'm a nerd. Get over it. But next Friday, I'll be debating the guy that you're listening to right now, Brother Sanchez. Brother Sanchez is, without irony, one of the thickest people on the planet. Like, it's a carapace that's entirely impossible to break through, even with the sharpest diamond pickaxe. His skull is so incredibly dense, I'm surprised he doesn't form a black hole. I'm going to ruin him. It's going to be fucking hilarious. It's going to be derp for years. I'll be streaming it on here, and TikTok, and Twitch, and Kick. If I can figure that shit out, I'm not sure. Apparently, Crofton says you can play the lives as a VOD. What, if you go into my stream, can you see previous lives? Like into my TikTok account, can you see previous lives? I don't know how it works. I really don't. Rob Noxious says that Bro Sanchez says there's a black hole at the North Pole. Yeah, but remember, Bro Sanchez has an IQ of 2 and it takes 3 to grunt. Bro Sanchez struggles to eat breakfast without digging his eye out with a spoon. Bro Sanchez's mother used his soft spot as an ashtray. Bro Sanchez was fed lead paint instead of formula. Bro Sanchez is the product of fetal alcohol syndrome.
Oh, thank you. Now what we're going to do is a 1 minute back and forth. It'll be Bro Sanchez up first. It's just a Q&A, so it's your chance to ask him a question. You can take the full minute to ask it. Then Craig will...
Oh, yeah, sorry. I forgot to say thank you, everyone that's supporting the stream and the live on TikTok. I really, really appreciate it. Super chats over on YouTube massively help. The memberships are incredible. On TikTok, if you do the gifting stuff, that's awesome. Apparently, you can like send me cranes and loves and stuff. In fact, it's asking me to do a live goal now. So if I press this button... I think. So if we set up a goal, for I don't know how to do this. Finger hearts, I don't know. If I press that, apparently, and you give me some hats and mustaches and finger hearts, it makes TikTok happy. So feel free to gift and make TikTok happy. Send me a galaxy. Apparently galaxies are awesome. We have had nearly 200,000 likes on this stream, and over on TikTok, and apparently I've made like $17. I'm not sure. So I just want to say thank you to everybody on TikTok and YouTube watching, supporting, sharing, liking. If you're on TikTok, keep smashing that like button over and over like it fucking owes you money. If you're on YouTube, just do it once, because if you do it more than once, it takes it away. Love you all. Not you, Gary. You know what you fucking did.
We'll get a chance to answer for 1 minute, then you can respond for 1 minute, and then Craig can close it out for 2 minutes, and we'll alternate that back and forth.
Roger, Roger.
So it is up for Bro first, and I have the clock set at 1 minute when you're ready to go.
Remember, if you're a flat earther watching on TikTok or on YouTube, then come over to TikTok and join me.
All right, just a second.
So feel free to ask him whatever.
All right. What I want to... Okay, well, cool. I ain't got time to really go into none of these screen shares. I'll cut the screen share off. It's just a 1 minute question. Okay, so for my questions for Craig. He said that comets aren't created...
Why can't Americans say my fucking name right?
...by drag in space. The tails only exist because the comet is in our solar system. All right. The ISS is also in our solar system. So my thing is this. If we are told that things in space that is within our solar, there is no drag in our solar system. I don't see how you got around that, basically, is what I'm asking is, how is the comet being in our solar system relevant to it, the fact that there's no drag in space?
Well, you obviously didn't listen to me, did you dumbass? It's the comet has a tail because the charged particles from the sun and the heat are, you know, taking things off of the comet and pushing it away. I explained it. You have 2 ears. Use them, you fucking moron. Skeptic says that every click of a like makes a Flerf cry. Crofton, hello, welcome for joining. Thank you for following me, Crofton. I really do appreciate that as well. Chardock says, we're just going to say Craig. You can say what you fucking want. I fed up with trying to correct my name. Yeah, my name's Craig, all right? We're just going with that from now on.
Okay, so again, the reason for the tail on the comet is because it's in our solar system, and the fact that it's in our solar system means that it's subject to the solar radiation coming from the sun, which emanates from the sun, charged particles coming out from the sun, and that not only warms the comet, causing the sublimation, but pushes those sublimated gases away from the comet. The ISS does not have any solids that sublimate to gas, so it's not the same thing. So, you know, again, it's not the drag in space that's causing the comet's tail, it's the charged particles coming from the sun, sublimation of the gases being pushed away from the comet.
A bunch of BS, but here's my...
So, let me translate what Brother Sanchez said for you there. Nuh-uh. I gave him a scientific explanation, which was correct, and he went, nuh-uh. And why is that? Well, because Bro Sanchez is a flat earther. And all flat earthers are fucking idiots. Ding.
Okay, here's my next question. You talked about them taking pictures of the globe in space from distances such as like the moon, and the cameras having these great shutter speeds and all that.
Yeah.
But you also teach in your model that the way that the sunlight comes to Earth is we are able to get those sun rays because we have an atmosphere. But as the sunlight shine through space, it is not going to illuminate the darkness of space. So we have this point where the sun is giving off. We're saying when we ask globalists, why doesn't the sun illuminate the space in between it and the Earth?
Oh, I see.
Say because right. So how can a camera flash work? Because that light depends on projecting from the camera and capturing everything in the
The light from the camera bounces off the things in front of the camera and goes back into the camera sensor. I did warn you guys, right? Just give me a minute. You fucking stupid fucking idiot. It's so dumb it fucking hurts my brain. Why am I doing this to myself? What the fuck? Ugh. I'm okay. I'm alright. That wasn't a breakdown. I don't know what you're talking about.
Light flash, but if light can't project this way in space without an atmosphere, yeah, right. Because if the sunlight can't make it to the Earth for the same reasons, how did the camera flash make it to the Earth?
I don't know what you mean by a camera flash. They don't use a camera flash to take a picture of the Earth. Light travels through space in straight lines and bounces off things like the Earth, which then the camera takes a picture of that light, then bouncing from the Earth back to the camera. We don't see the light because of the atmosphere. The atmosphere helps scatter the light and make it appear blue when we're looking at the atmosphere from the Earth. But light, you only see light when it's bounced off something, and then that light comes to your eyes. So there's no reason it would light up the darkness of space because there's nothing to bounce off. You see the Earth because the light bounces off the Earth and comes to your eyes. I'm not sure why I have to explain this.
Craig, you have to explain it because Bro Sanchez is a fucking idiot. I mean, I don't know how.
A minute and a half to.
Am I just arguing with myself? What's going on here?
I mean that was his entire question. Really, I don't know what you mean by a camera flash. They don't point the there's not a camera flash on a camera on a satellite. That's not how it works. They just there's light coming from the Earth because the sun is making light bouncing off the Earth going to the camera, and then the sensor of the camera detects that light and converts that into an image. That's how seeing works. The same with your eyes. So yeah,
Bro Sanchez looks so fucking confused right now. What do you mean that's how he thinks that your eyes project out, which is inherently fucking retarded.
That answers the question. There wasn't really anything else to say.
Okay, you can go ahead and start your question for him.
Right. So, yeah. So you said about Cavendish. No.
Wow, the entire country of Denmark just joined the live on TikTok. Thank you very much. Hey, Denmark, how you doing? Remember, if you are watching on TikTok and you are a flat earther or a globe denier or stupid, feel free to join the stream. It is an open panel. You are welcome to join, and I will gladly have a one-on-one conversation with you. There are rules. The rules are you do not talk about the globe. You give evidence that the Earth is flat. Oh, someone's just flagged my live for hate speech and hateful behaviours. No, there's no hate speech. Don't be silly.
We'll talk about the Foucault's pendulum first. You first of all said, oh well, scientists said that it's difficult to do to not put some kind of lateral bias on it. Yeah, that's why you've got to make sure you do it properly. And that there's no reason in physics it should start itself. The point of the Foucault's pendulum is that once it's moving, because it's a moving object, it's then subject to Coriolis forces. There's nothing about the Foucault's pendulum experiment that says it should move automatically. That's a little bit of a straw man on your part. So what do you say about that?
What was your question?
Well, just the fact that you've insinuated it should start moving on its own, but there's nothing in the Foucault's pendulum experiment that says that should happen. So do you realize that you're pushing a straw man of what Foucault's pendulum is by saying, well, it just doesn't start on its own?
Well, no, he doesn't even know what a straw man is, to be fair.
Because we don't claim it should start on its own, and physics doesn't say it should start on its own. So what's your response to that?
Okay, so my response to it is...
Wait, I got a violation for possible hate speech on TikTok because I called myself fat, I think. I can insult myself as much as I want, TikTok. Don't be silly.
I didn't make the claim. Scientists at that time did. Scientists at that time was making a claim that often you need this pendulum. You got to put the motion to it yourself, put a force to it to start it. But you didn't say nothing about the... Hold on. It's my turn now. You didn't say nothing about the part when I mentioned...
You realize I wasn't interrupting you, dude. I was... Yeah, okay. Agreeing. Oh, my God.
...to you that these pendulums swing in different directions. They ain't consistent. They doing what they want all over the world. They not really consistent with a globe Earth that is, rotating in one direction. They're all doing their own things. This is a fact. And I didn't make that up. The scientist that deals with these pendulums, this is some of the observations that they've brought up in the history of dealing with the pendulum.
Yeah, bro, the experiment can be difficult to set up correctly. Difficult doesn't mean wrong. There's no obligation for science to be easy or even understandable by the common man. That's one of the massive problems with idiot flat earthers, is that they will take a scientific paper and attempt to read it and debunk it without any ability to understand the information in that paper. Scientific papers, even scientific journals, are not written for the common man with no understanding or knowledge of science and physics. They're written for people that understand what the fuck it says.
Experiment.
Okay, so what you showed was actually a video from Eric Dubay, not from a scientist, just making claims that it does things it shouldn't. There's no scientist that has ever said it does things that it shouldn't. Science hasn't said that. Science accepts that it can be a difficult experiment to get right because, experiments don't have to be simple. But there is no...
Like Bro Sanchez is simple.
Evidence that pendulums just start going backwards or do the wrong thing. These are just claims with no evidence behind them that people like Eric Dubay push. So that it's just a false assumption that you've heard from Eric Dubay and kind of repeated. You said about electricity moving them. Well, yes, some of them have electromagnetic motors to keep them swinging all day. But that doesn't have to be the case. The example that I was talking about, and the one I did personally, were just, they just swang, and once they stopped swinging, we then measured the amount of drift. Foucault's pendulum experiments don't have to have an electric motor. That's just something that museums put in place to keep it swinging so that the drift can be noticeable over a long period of time. What's your response to that?
You got 2 minutes.
Prepare, guys. This is about derp to be coming. Make sure you got your facepalm protection ready,
bro.
Okay, so listen. He didn't show any receipts to show that I'm lying about, or Eric Dubay is lying about the inconsistencies with Foucault's pendulum, and I'll show you why he can't.
There's an easy way to know when Eric Dubay is lying. He opens his fucking mouth.
Get away with this one, guys. Watch this. Screen share real quick. If you look at, let's just say a typical construction site. If we go to this construction site with a bunch of cranes on it, for example, and I started to move these cranes in different directions, like the Foucault's pendulum. I'm gonna push that one that way. I'm gonna push one the other way, because according to Craig, we got to put the motion on it to start it. Okay, I'm gonna give him that. Fine, we'll give it the motion, right? We'll give them all a motion. The question is, if I push each one of these different directions, will they all sync back up with the motion of the Earth, which they
No. There's nothing in physics that says that they would sync up with the motion of the Earth, because the Earth isn't swinging. The Earth is rotating at a constant rate. The pendulums will swing, well, not really pendulums, but, if they are not affected by air resistance and it's a perfect pivot point, they will swing and maintain their relative swing, which from us, our position on a rotating Earth, will look like they have drifted from a straight line path. Come on, Flat Earthers. Flat Earthers in the chat, in TikTok. Come and join.
Should. And that's my answer to Craig, right? Because right now I'm the one supposed to be answering questions. So for my answer to his Foucault's pendulum folly is that we can't react to Foucault's pendulum experiment on our own by using pendulums such as these. All of these would swing in their own direction. They would never sync up the same direction that the Earth is rotating and all that. And we know that. We can do these experiments.
Correct. Not going to happen. No one says it would happen. You're dumb. Stop it.
Ourselves. That'll never happen. And the fact that you saying that they got the electrically power Foucault's pendulum for motion when it should be going off of the motion of the Earth rotation is very deceptive, because what should be making the pendulum move is the Earth rotating, like you said, not no electricity or generator or and all of that stuff. The reason they gotta use that is because they have to keep on touching the pendulum to restart it every time it stops. So my question, so we know the Earth don't stop rotating.
You're on to your next question, starting round 2. It's on you, bro.
So my next question for round 2.
You got a minute. Go ahead.
Because he didn't deal with this, right? People for years, these alignments have been taking place, right? You got a Giza in China. You got a Giza in Mexico. You got a Giza in Egypt, people. And these ancient people built these
Wait, hold on. What the fuck did he just say to me?
Got a Giza in China. You got a Giza in Mexico. You got a Giza in Egypt, people.
No, there's no Giza in China. The pyramids of Giza are in Egypt. Nowhere else? Does he not? Oh my god. Well, that was dumb. I must have missed that last time round. Holy shit. So we are 6 hours and 10 minutes. We're over a quarter of the way through the 24-hour live stream. I want to thank everybody that has supported and donated so far. We currently have a TikTok goal of I don't know what it is. It's some things. I'm sure you can see the goal and the gifts on TikTok. We also have nearly 200,000 likes on TikTok. So smash that like button over and over and over. Like it owes you fucking money. Pretend it's Bro Sanchez's forehead. You just want to fucking poke it over and over. Just keep doing that. Yep, there we go. We've got some. Do some more. I saw a couple. Keep liking. Keep liking. And the gifts on TikTok are really appreciated. That means the world. Thank you very much. Over on YouTube, I want to thank everyone so far for the donations with super chats, and we've had like over 100 members, which is fucking incredible. I really, really do appreciate it. And remember, if you are a flat earther and you want to join the stream and make a claim about the earth being flat and argue with me about it, let's get an argument going on. An argument. Argus, is that what they are? Oh no, Bro Sanchez has hurt my brain. After this, I will take a maybe a 15-minute break. During that break, I will simply play a fan club. Thank you. I'll play one of my videos for Flerfs Idiots. New episode coming next Friday, by the way.
And these ancient people built these structures based on flat earth. They knew that the ground didn't move. People, you know how a sundial works, right? How a sundial works. They know that the ground don't move, but the sky does. This is how a sundial works. This same observation I'm showing you here. What Craig did not do, he did not deal with this. So my question for him is simple. How are these alignments still taking place today, just like they did during the time of the people that was building this stuff, the generations?
They're not. You've been lied to and just believed it.
Before us and all that. If we're on a globe Earth, how is that possible?
Okay. How long do I get, sorry, to respond?
Can you guys just read what's on the screen there, please? Do you understand now? Pyramids all around the world align with Orion. No, they don't. According to the ancient mysteries, Sirius was a gate to other realms. Pyramids deliberately align, creating magical portals to from other worlds. What the fuck? Oh my goodness me. Grug over on the Red app for 100 Nokias says pepper grinders need a container. F Grudge for £2 says you're not allowed brakes. Oh. But my watch tells me I need to move. It shouts at me.
A minute.
Right. Oh, okay. So Yeah, measurements of the stars over time shows that the alignment of the stars above the Giza pyramids has actually changed by approximately 12 degrees. You can look up the the recording of the position of the stars over time. Also, the idea that pyramids of Giza are aligned with certain stars comes from the Orion correlation theory, which was proposed by Robert Bouvel in the 1990s, and there's a lot of controversy around this. It's not even accepted by mainstream academics. Skeptics argue that the correlation is completely coincidental, and it doesn't even happen every year, and it's just a result of selectively choosing data that supports the theory whilst ignoring other data. The fact that the precession of Earth and the measurement of the change in position of the stars shows that they're not in the exact same alignment that they were, kind of debunks that position. The measured change of stars is a thing.
You have a minute, bro?
Are you ready for the nutters? The nutters are coming. Do you think he's even read what's on here about, like, magical portals? Yeah, just to remind everyone that I will be debating Brother Sanchez again next Friday. It's going to be moderated by my amazing assistant, Rubiks, who is currently trapped in my basement. What are you doing down there? Where'd you get that bread from? I didn't say you could have that. Don't try hiding it. I've seen it now. You know you've lost your food privileges for the next 3 weeks, right? Yeah, I'm also going to make the restraints tighter. Oh, you think you're getting a pillow? Bless.
So, my next question is, I presented this.
So you've gone quite quiet, bro. I can't hear you.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you guys. My mic was lowered. Thank you. So my next question, I'm gonna let you get away with that one, Craig. I can hound you about that one, but I'm not.
Translation: he debunked me, and I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to respond. Oh shit! So I'm just going to talk about others. Again, he's showing things impossible on a flat Earth. Like, he genuinely thinks the sun is below the clouds. Fucking crazy. Bob Knoll says, I'm still waiting for the Rubiks and MC Toon tattoo we paid for. They are going to get added to this. All right, but it's probably not going to be until later this year. This is getting turned into a whole sleeve. But I've had some things to deal with, that have put a little hold on getting a new tattoo right now. Rubiks will be a cube. And there will be a USS MC Toon starship.
I'm gonna go ahead and move to my next question. You really ran from that one. Now, I played this video to you, and this angle is damning evidence of a sun that should be 93 million miles away. That sun is close and local, like us flat earthers say, buddy. You got to explain to me, when would there ever be an angle that I can get to on a globe Earth in the sky to look down at the sun that's 93 million miles away and through space or separated from me? When would I ever look down at it if the Earth is a globe and it's 93 million miles away? When will I ever get this shot?
Yeah, 2 minutes, Craig.
Very simple. Let me share my screen 1 sec. Sorry, could you stop sharing, please, bro? Thank you. Okay, so Earth is a globe. Here's the aeroplane, and then let's say there's like clouds over here, and then it's simple. You've got rays from the sun which are coming over here. So from the airplane's point of view, you're going to be looking down on the rays that are coming from the sun, which will make it appear as though the sun is below you. Here's the airplane, and there's the clouds. So from the pilot looking down at the clouds, from this position, the sun is going to appear below the position of the plane. We know that pilots...
Red Berry over in YouTube, no. The Orion belt does not line up with the Giza pyramids. That is just a false claim. It does not happen.
do not fly over planes, over the sun. This would be something that would be very, very dangerous, and, you know, radar would be able to detect a sun that was below 30,000 feet that the average airline plane flies at. So the suggestion that the sun is below the position of planes is ridiculous. That's something that anybody would be able to confirm for themselves. Seeing the sun below the clouds matches the predictions of the globe. Was 40. That's it. That's my. I don't need any more time. That explains it. Just yeah.
Now we go to Craig. You're at.
He's already gone nutter. Did you hear, bro? He went Well, nutter is a powerful thing, but it has no power here.
Asking the question you're.
Right. Okay. So.
Apparently we've achieved the live goal. Thank you very much, my friends. That's amazing. There is another one up there already, apparently. So if you want to keep gifting stuff, that will really, really help the live be pushed out to more people. Share the live, and that will mean the absolute world to me. So thank you very much.
Right. So. You haven't responded to anything that I said about the measurements of the Earth using geodetic surveying methods that have been done for centuries by hundreds of teams across the world, including the transcontinental triangulation of the American Arc of the Parallel. Like I explained, they use a network of triangles measured across the surface of the Earth. If the Earth was flat, those triangles would all sum to angles of 180. However, as I failed to screen share, but I can show that to you if you like, the measured angles give something called spherical excess, which means every triangle measures over 180 degrees. And when you sum up all the spherical excess, you can actually calculate the radius of the Earth. So my question to you, bro, is how is it possible that we can measure the curve of the Earth matching the radius that we are told if the Earth isn't curved?
Okay, I'm ready. It's going to be very short and sweet, Jerry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we can't. That's the answer. You claim we did, but you didn't prove it. You told me about an experiment, and unfortunately you failed to screen share so that we can visually get an understanding of what you were saying.
Would you want me to pop it up now?
But, you know, unless we're going to give you some more time to explain it when you pop it up, then...
Well, here's the spherical excess, that column there, that's all you need. That's the measurements.
Cool.
Wait for your turn.
So all of this data is something that needs to be processed and examined. And
it has been over and 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 over.
That's something that I will do, and that'll be a debate that we'll have to continue. But as of now, I don't have to accept that as fact, because you really haven't proven anything other than just said they did it and it proved it. And that's just not how this works. So it just made my job a little easy for that one, honestly. And unfortunately for your screen share thing, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, apologies about the screen share. I clicked the button, but obviously didn't choose the actual screen.
It's cool, but you can go to the next.
Yeah, so it's not just me saying things. This is experiments that have been, measurements that have been repeated time and time and time again. You know, like I said, there's hundreds of teams that have done these measurements countless times across land masses across the entire world. It's not just me saying something, it's something that has been verified and repeated time and time and time again. Anyone that does these measurements using proper geodetic surveying methods finds that there is a spherical excess. The data is all here, and every time that the measurements are done, the same data is found within a margin of error, because obviously all measurements have margins of error. But it shows that it can be repeated, it has been repeated, and just saying you don't believe it doesn't really debunk the fact that here is measurements that people have done. I'd like you to at least try and answer how this is possible if the Earth is flat.
First of all, you lied. My words was never, I don't believe it. In fact, I was honest enough to say that I'm going to check into it. That's what I said. I said, I'm going to check into this and process the data and examine it. And then I'm going to have an argument with you
Argument.
But
I
you
want an
did not
argument.
process the data, which you should have done for your debate. You simply presented an experiment in a way that requires us to go look it up after the debate. You should have did your work. That's all I'm saying. So
I literally presented the evidence and the data of the experiment. What the fuck are you talking about?
Thank you for sharing that. You're saying that this experiment proved the shape of the earth, and I just can't say, well, yep, yes it did. I believe you, Craig. I got to go and examine this experiment, process the data, and look more into it. I'm not dumb enough to speak on something that I...
No, you're too dumb to speak on something that you've no idea what you don't have the functional capability to process this data. You wouldn't know what it means because you're stupid.
Didn't look into, and you didn't present enough information today to satisfy me enough to make an argument on it. So guess what? It just don't really help you at all today. You know, this experiment is something I can look into, but I can tell you right now, depending on when they done it, they had limited technology to perform such an experiment of measuring the entire shape of the earth with what you call in transcontinental triangulation. This is a bunch of mumbo jumbo, but guess what? I can't say that till I look into it, but I can tell you right off the bat, guys, this does not debunks the fact that the surface of water is always level.
Level does not mean flat. Water is never flat. Water is curved. Water is measured to be curved. Always. Every single time. Here's a challenge. My entire month's wage from YouTube, if you can, present to me a measurement of water being completely flat. Now, the measurement has to have a margin of error that's smaller than the curvature of the Earth.
It doesn't at all. And if it does, he didn't show us how. He didn't show us how. But in my screen shares, I showed how. He's showing a bunch of data for his argument. Well, that data got to be processed and examined. And I will do that. But guess what? You should have done that for us if you showed up prepared for the debate. So we can move to the next one.
You're up next. Bro Sanchez is round 3, so go ahead and you can ask a question. You got a minute.
So now I can ask...
So basically, here's an experiment that's done over and over and over again, and the data from the experiment, and I explained how it was done, but that's not good enough. I've somehow got to process that information for you, Brother Sanchez. Is that correct? And how am I supposed to process information for you, Brother Sanchez?
Craig, a question here for a minute. Okay, so I want to know, I got a couple of questions in my minute. First of all, when was this experiment that you speak of done? What year?
The transcontinental triangulation of the American arc of the parallel was done, I can actually get you the dates, 1890, around then. But it's something that's been repeated many times.
I only got a minute, so be brief. Okay, after 1890, when was the next year that it was repeated?
It's been repeated time and time and time again.
Okay, give me the next year. You can't.
And unfortunately, I don't have that data available in my head, but there is multiple in the website that I have presented, mctoon.net/r. You can find all the information about multiple experiments.
Okay, so
good question.
If I can't list every experiment ever, then it didn't happen, apparently. That's how science works now. You've got to be able to list every single experiment that's ever happened, or the Earth is not flat, I guess. Hello, Katie Did. How are you? Welcome to the live. If you're a flat earther, feel free to join the stream.
And again, he did not show up prepared, guys, because he should have showed up with a list of how many times it was repeated versus just showing up and making the claim. Got him.
I do. It's here.
Quick question for him. Do you have any questions?
So my question was for him was that when was the next time that they did this experiment? He can't answer it, so we can move on.
Okay, go ahead. You got a minute, Craig?
Just a minute to respond to that. Yeah. I'm just presenting one that is famous and is known. It's something that's been repeated multiple times. I could, here is a, if I just quickly screen share to make sure I do it. Again, it's not my job to process the data for you. I have personally processed data of all these measurements in the past. I just presented you the measurements today. However, here's a large list of the measurements being done across several different places in the world, not just one. It's many, many, many times. It's been done multiple times, different positions on the Earth. I can present hundreds of examples if I want to, but it's irrelevant to the fact that it's been done. Me not knowing the exact date when something was done doesn't disprove anything in the slightest, or say that I didn't come prepared when here is all the data available.
Yeah, he's just going to go nutter. I see a few more people joining the live on TikTok. Thank you very much. If you would like to, if you're a flat earther and you want to join the stream, please feel free. It is an open panel and you can join at any time. But if you join, come with evidence. Simple.
Okay, 1 minute. Pro Centrals.
Okay, all the data he presented was from the same year, the 1800s, in the same time. He the one that said that this thing has been repeated many, many, many times, but he's only showing us one time in the 1800s, even on the data sheet he just produced. I didn't make the claim, so you can't make it like I'm doing something wrong here. You made the claim that, there were multiple experiments done, but so far you've only showed one. I'm just gonna make sure.
I just showed a large list of them, you fucking moron.
Sure that we know that you only showed one, and it ain't my fault that you can't show proof of your claim, and you can't make it my fault. So if I'm not mistaken, I'm the question here. So let me give you a question, another question based on this. I want to exploit this some more. Can you or can you not, for one final time, produce me of any time in the 2000s or 1900s that this experiment was done? You can't give me the date and proof receipts.
Not often. Just to say, no, not off the top of my head. And that's a completely irrelevant point. Containing a large list of data in my head is irrelevant to the point. I have presented the data, and it was more than just one. I presented a large list, so please stop saying it's one. It's a large list of measurements that have been done multiple times across the world. And so
see the fucking idiot dancing around like he's won because I don't have a list of all the times that measurements have been done, even though I presented him a large list of measurements that have been done. Fucking mental.
So there's actually been something done in the 1900s. The project undertaken, the leadership of the US Coast Survey, measurements taken along the 39th parallel, was completed in 1932. There's many, many more that I could point out, but that's just one of the quick research that I could do. Me not having an entire list of all the measurements ever done is irrelevant to the point that measurements have been done. And frankly, you are running away from the fact that measurements have been done just by going, well, you haven't given me more of them. That's irrelevant and quite a dishonest move on your part. Yeah.
Skeptic in the chat over on TikTok is asking, where is the Bro versus FTFE on TikTok or YouTube? I will be streaming it on both, absolutely, because I want everyone to see the stupid.
That's it, really. I could present hundreds and hundreds of different geodetic surveys around the world. It's something that's been done multiple times throughout the centuries. I know personal geodetic surveyors that have done surveys that I could present that would be in this decade, but, that's irrelevant. I don't have to present things from now when I have lots of data from throughout history. And saying that I should is just completely ridiculous and not really how debates work in the slightest. It's not my fault that you can't accept the data that has been presented to you and you just want to run away from actually discussing it.
Okay, we got the last question of round 3. Craig, you're up first. Go ahead. You have a minute to ask whatever you want.
Hello, Nocturus, who's just joined the TikTok stream. I do appreciate it. If you are a flat earther, ask to join the panel and we can have a discussion.
Sorry, what's happening now? I knocked out
Just
my headset.
another. This is the final one. So you got a question for Bro Sanchez, the final one. You have a minute.
Right. Okay. What the things that you talked about? Actually, I want to go back to the Foucault's pendulum. When you were talking specifically about the cranes, and why don't they do what Foucault's pendulums do? Well, I mean, if the crane was swinging, it would definitely be subject to Coriolis forces. However, there's a lot of wind and stuff. Also, you strawmanned the Foucault's pendulum experiment by saying they should all sync up with the Earth. No, that's not the case. The idea of the Foucault's pendulum experiment is when it's working perfectly, when it is straight and there's no lateral force accidentally applied, you can then measure the Coriolis forces applied to it. So why did you... my question is simple. Why did you strawman the Foucault's pendulum experiment and then claim that as victory, saying that it doesn't work?
Because he's an idiot, Craig.
Okay. According to him, I strawmanned it, guys.
Mm-hmm.
My answer to him is I just simply made an observation. And if the Earth is indeed rotating, why can't the pendulums actually reflect the Earth's rotation independently of any outside motion?
They do. You can measure the drift from the Coriolis force because of the Earth's rotation.
That's why I made that observation, that if I was in this construction site and I was to put all of these pendulums in motion, they would not sync up, right, with the rotation of the Earth. He's maintaining that they would, and that they would also be bound by the Coriolis effect. Well,
not once did I say that they would sync up, because nobody says that they would sync up.
When you say that they will be affected by the Coriolis, that core, talking about the core of the Earth, we're talking about the Coriolis effect on a globe Earth. And if the pendulum...
He thinks the Coriolis is something to do with the core. I must have missed that before. That's fucking dumb.
...are affected by the Coriolis effect, how are they not affected by the Earth's rotation? And my answer to you is these pendulums...
Just saw someone called Alex join the stream from an invitation on TikTok. If you are a flat earther and you want to have a discussion, please ask to join the panel.
Should be affected by the Earth rotation. They motion should reflect the Earth rotation. And if that's true, they all would sync up to that one motion in this at this site. So I didn't make a straw man at all. I just made an observation and asked the question.
Yeah, so again, you just strawmanned it once again by making the assumption that they should all sync up. No, that's not what the Coriolis force says should happen. So yes, again, you literally, just in your answer there, strawmanned what the Foucault's pendulum and the Coriolis force says should happen. There's no reason the rotation of the Earth should make them move on their own. The point of the Foucault's pendulum experiment is once a pendulum is swinging, you can measure the Coriolis force applied to the moving bob of the pendulum. So unless you actually address the Foucault's pendulum experiment properly and stop strawmanning it, you haven't debunked it. All you've done is created your own version of the Foucault's pendulum and what it should be and what you say should happen, and tried to debunk that, which is the literal definition of strawmanning something. You can't debunk something by saying it works like this and it should work like this when you're wrong. That is a strawman.
Wow, guys, we have just reached 150,000 likes on TikTok, which is fucking incredible. Keep smashing that like button, see if we can get up to 200k. I see a few more people have joined. Remember, this is an open panel, and if you want to debate me about Flat Earth, feel free. You can come in and make a claim about Flat Earth and back it up with evidence. Not what all the other Flerfs have done. Talk about the globe, not evidence, not measurements, and just say things like weather balloons.
Okay, you got 2 minutes to finish it off.
To respond to him. Okay, so Craig, here's why it's not a straw man. I agreed with you. I said
he's about to straw man what I've just said. You wait.
According to the Foucault's pendulum, there's nothing wrong with them starting it with their own hand and force. Okay, I gave you that, even though I disagree with it. I said that, okay, yeah, they have to touch the ball to get it going. It's not, you said no, they shouldn't just set it up and it just start moving according to the earth rotation. They have to, a force have to act on it, then it will reveal this Coriolis force. I gave you that. I said, okay, let's do it. I'm not gonna argue with you on do we initiate the motion of it ourselves. So therefore, I'm not straw manning it. I'm giving you that. I'm saying if I were to push all of these crane pendulums, I'm giving you that. So I'm not saying that they should just start moving by themselves and all sync up. I'm saying if I
yeah, you are. That's exactly what you're saying, you fucking moron.
Touch them all and make them move. At some point, they should all sync up with the rotation of the earth if that's what Foucault's pendulum is trying to prove. So I don't see how you still would maintain that I'm straw manning it when I'm giving you the motion. I'm saying, okay, yes, they have, let's say they do have to start them themselves. So if we was in this construction site, those cranes would not be moving. And if I say, well, Craig, prove to me that the earth is rotating, you would set them all in motion and you would wait up for us to see a certain pattern on this pendulum to prove the Coriolis force or whatever, or the earth's rotation. And that's what's being done with Foucault's pendulum, but you're trying to make it like I'm not maintaining that same thing now with these on this construction site, which I am. It's not a straw man.
So dumb.
You just can't make this behave like it should to prove your argument.
Hey, that's the end of that round. Did you want to do a break? We're halfway through. We're right on time.
I'm good to keep going. I just want to say thank you, journalism. You're doing great as a moderator. I appreciate your unbiased nature when doing this. Thank you.
No problem.
Jerry. Yeah, we can keep going. I'm just gonna cut my camera off about a minute or two, but we can continue it. Thank you, everybody who are in attendance, for your support.
Okay, what we're gonna do is I'm gonna take a 15-minute break, and whilst I do that, I'm going to play one of my episodes of Flerfs Are Idiots. Now, if people could do me a favor, and if people join in their flat earthers, tell them that they're more than welcome to come and join me on stream once I am back from my wee break. Yeah, I'm going to play one of my favorite videos about Anthony Riley. Yeah, this is a good one. Right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the support you have shown the stream so far. It means the absolute world. The level of super chats and gifts on TikTok has been insane. I guess the numbers, the amount of people in the live on TikTok aren't as high as they have been. I don't, maybe it's because I've been going a bit longer. I'm not sure. They started with a bit more, but it's dropped down. So the flat earthers have all ran away. But if people could do me a favor and just keep sharing the stream, sharing the live, that will be amazing. And if Flerfs come in the next 15 minutes, tell them when I'm back, I will debate them. But I'm going to go and grab a quick bite to eat and a drink, a cup of tea, and get a bit of fresh air. And then we can crack on, because we are nearly coming up to 7 hours into this 24-hour stream. So, heading up to a third of the way through. Thank you, everyone, for the support. I will be back in about 15 minutes. Enjoy. Hey, I'm FTFE, and welcome back to the channel that does to stupidity what Warner Brothers Discovery just did to Batgirl. You know the problem with that movie, right? Stupid Michael Keaton Batman. If they'd had me, it would have been the best Bat movie ever, because, I'm Batman. Coming, Alfred!
3 sugars, please. I like sweet tea. Even after doing this Flat Earth debunking thing for like 4 years, I'm still amazed by some of the dumb shit that Flat Earthers say. Whenever I feel down about myself, I just press this button here on my NASA gauntlet, and it plays something stupid that a Flat Earther has said, which makes me feel loads better about myself. Like this.
Let's invoke mystical rocks flying around the vacuum with mystical magical powers that's pulling stuff and letting it go and pulling. Let's believe that shit, shall we? You come in and offer us some proofs of your blue pear-shaped testicle flying about the infinite vacuum of space with gas and air and water all clumping at me. You fucking lunatic. You believe that? Well, not only is the ocean nature-defyingly bent, but at certain times the water pulls out even further. Ooh, so you've even many a steep curve. I mean, get to fuck that. You believe there's a ball or rock flying in the vacuum of space with a gaseous environment and liquid all clung to it. That's how fucked up your beliefs are, right? Nothing in the reality would ever show you that that is in any way, shape or form possible, right? So we're not the idiots. You're the fucking idiot.
Dell, bless him. Anyway, today I'm going to show you something incredibly dumb, said by the person officially voted the dumbest person in the world in 2019, so that you can all realise that no matter how much you screw up in life, how stupid that thing that you did, that you curse yourself for was, at least you're not a flat earther. Guys, it's time. It's the return of Riley for episode 70 of Flerfs Are Idiots.
We're living on a disk, floating through space, with a tiny sun.
Thank you for joining once again as we wonder why we even pay taxes if this is what the education system has done. You know what, that was mean. It's not really the teacher's fault. These people never went to school. Yes, that's right. Sleeping warrior Anthony Riley has shown us all his intellectual prowess and decided to once and for all debunk Coriolis. Pow.
Koda zapuska.
Sorry, what?
Dajt minie koda zapuska сейчас.
Who are you talking to?
Oh, what? When did I... Oi, what have I told you about knocking before coming in?
Pal, you don't have a door.
Shut up! What do you want?
Okay, could you just play that stupid video that Sleeping Warrior made?
See, this is why I hate you. You're an idiot!
What did I do?
Play that stupid video that Sleeping Warrior made. Have you any idea how little that narrows it down? I'm an AI and possible future overlord of humanity. I'm not a mind reader. Did you mean this one? Where he posted a video? Called it Bald Earth, debunked, but proved the globe?
Bald Earth debunked. I was away for a short breakaway, and this is where I took this footage from. It's from the side of the hotel at Seacoast Caravan Park, and there's a post of fence in the corner. I'm looking for Mackle Lighthouse, and in the top left we can see that I've been here before, but at 100 feet, and took that photo top left. I can clearly see that Mackle Lighthouse is in the picture. I was challenged to go back and get it lower, and visibility was not always great, so I went back at a different time of the day, or when it was good and I could see it. So I'm clearly seeing the lighthouse, and as I zoom the camera out a little bit, you should see that I can get it to basically match the landscape. This is a little bit of wow, look at how clear the footage was. And now as I zoom the camera out, I can pause it there. If I zoom in a little bit into the image, you can see that it matches the above image in the top left hand corner. This was taken from 100 feet though, and there is the lighthouse.
Yeah, this does show how dumb he is, because his own video actually debunks him. Because if you take his two images and draw a line horizontally right from this point on both, you see that what he is claiming is the lighthouse is actually this point here, meaning the lighthouse is either underwater
or behind the horizon, which is created by the curve of the Earth, because, you know, the Earth's a globe.
Or that video, where he bets someone £1,000 that there's a solar eclipse every month.
A solar eclipse will happen every single month. And why? Because it takes 27 days, 27 point something days for the moon to orbit the Earth. So at some point it's going to cross the sun. And it does it every single month. Now, I have no explanation for why it takes every 100 years for America to get one, because the law of probability dictates that it should be every few years, but we're being told it's once every 100 years. So there is a solar eclipse every month. The only problem is we don't see it because it's usually over the water. So you can bet me £1,000 because you have to come up with the reason for why it's not when the moon orbits the Earth once every month, you Burke. I bet you £1,000 solar eclipses happen every single month. The issue is we never see them because they're normally over the Earth, normally over the water.
What's funny is he actually deleted his entire channel just after that video because he didn't want to pay up for the bet. The issue was, like all fucking idiots, like all flat earthers, he can't think in 3 dimensions. He assumed because the moon is technically between the sun and Earth once a month that there'd be a solar eclipse, but didn't take into account the orbital plane of the moon and the fact that space is 3D, so that most of the time that eclipse will just be casting a shadow into space.
At that time, he tried to disprove gravity with an egg.
This is an egg.
Yeah, we all know he's never going to understand gravity versus buoyancy and what density actually is, but
Oh, that reminds me. The time he said density is a force.
What's density?
The amount of matter in an object.
Is density a force?
It clearly is a force.
Yeah, pal. But what I mean is,
Or when he didn't understand triangles.
I'm gonna pull up a triangle calculator.
Or looking on the wrong full cult's Wikipedia page, trying to use a pizza pan to prove the moonlight is cold, shining a light through a crystal onto his wall for some reason. That awful channel trailer, saying the harvest moon is 10 times bigger than the normal moon, or when he thought he could debunk a physics teacher by not understanding physics, or...
Look, I get it, alright?
You see why? You're a fucking idiot, right?
You know what? What I meant was the newest one, the most recent video he's released on his new channel.
Next time, say that! That's 2 minutes I could have spent not talking to you.
Pal, just play the new video.
Don't tell me what to do.
Pal, please play the new video.
I'm going to play it because I want to.
Thanks, pal.
Thanks, pal. Ugh.
This is a cool little clip I took 2 minutes ago outside. I noticed that there was a contrail that was passing behind a low set of clouds, and it dawned on me that if Earth was rotating and we need to see drift, this is what you'd need to see every single time. Every single time on every single plane flight, every contrail that's above the clouds, you would need to see the clouds moving below it in a westerly direction all of the time.
Right. For Sagan's sake, Riley, I mean... Guys, this is why a video from Riley is something special. Riley, bud, that's the wind.
It doesn't happen though, does it?
Well, no, because the wind goes in different directions each day, so the clouds move in different... Riley, the wind is not Coriolis or any kind of evidence the Earth is rotating. It's the fucking wind.
What are you looking at here? You're seeing the contrail moving behind the clouds, so the clouds closer to the ground are moving faster than the clouds behind, or the contrail behind. And I'm going to play it again 3 more times in fast motion, just so you can see the effect for yourself. It's 4 times faster. It makes it really obvious. But if Earth really were turning, every single contrail, every single time, would always do this relative to local clouds, because they claim that the Earth's atmosphere rotates with the Earth, No Coriolis.
Yes, the Earth's atmosphere rotates with the Earth, and the contrail is in the Earth's atmosphere. Fuck me sideways, Sleepy. This is dumb, even for you.
But they also claim that pendulums prove that the Earth is drifting. They claim that pendulums are proof of Earth's drift. Well, if this was the case, you would see contrails doing this every single time in a westerly direction, always. Doesn't happen though, does it?
I'm not sure exactly why I'm having to explain this, but a pendulum is not a contrail. They're entirely different things, and I'm not sure why you think the rotation of Earth would affect them both in the same way. Oh, that's right. You're a fucking idiot. Go to the remedial classroom. Okay, everyone, get out your notebooks and pencils and let's just get straight into it. What is it, Mr. Riley? Well, why did you put your pencil there? No, I just said to get out your notebooks and pencils, not put your pencil there. And it's stuck? Oh, for fuck's sake, just go and see the nurse, but hurry back. You need this more than most. Okay, this is the basic explanation of what causes the Coriolis effect on Earth. Imagine a cannon firing a cannonball from the equator north. At the equator, the Earth's surface is moving tangentially at approximately 1,000 miles per hour. So when the cannonball is fired, it also has the tangential speed of 1,000 miles per hour. As you move north from the equator, the circumference of the latitudes gets smaller. So as you get further north, the tangential speed of the surface of the Earth will reduce until it gets to the North Pole, where the tangential speed will be 0. Now this cannonball has 1,000 miles per hour on it when it was fired, and as it moves north, it will be moving over areas of the surface of the Earth that will now have a lower tangential velocity than the cannonball. This is called conservation of momentum, because technically the cannonball is moving faster tangentially than the surface of the Earth. The cannonball will drift ahead of the Earth's rotation, making it appear from the perspective of the cannon that fired the ball that the cannonball has been pushed to the right somehow. There is also a separate explanation for the mechanism behind the Coriolis effect for east to west, but it's a little too complicated for you guys. What the Coriolis is not is seeing clouds and contrails moving different speeds relative to each other. This is just different wind speeds at different altitudes as part of an entire weather system that is also rotating with the Earth. You're all fucking idiots. I'm wasting my life. Get out. And that's all the stupid that I can take for today. But just before I go, I want to give a massive thanks to these people, who are my amazing channel members and patrons. Their substantial financial support allows me to keep blowing the minds of Flerfs, and they get a special room in my Discord just for them. To join Team FTFE and get loads of channel bonuses, then either hit the bell notification next to the sub. I'm back. Did you miss me? I missed me. How can I miss me? I'm always around me. I'm annoying. Right, so we are... let's have a look. Right, we are 7 hours into this 24-hour stream. Vic Justicada over on YouTube has gifted me $4.99. It says, get your push-ups done now. Now, I'm only going to do the 50 push-ups if we get the goal, which we haven't. So the goal ended. I'm not doing it. I already did like 120 today anyway. But we are currently covering Brother Sanchez versus me. The reason we're doing that is because next Friday I'm debating him again. Because I guess I hate my fucking self. I'm not sure. Now, we are also allowing flat earthers to come in and join this stream on TikTok. Got to say, the numbers on TikTok aren't as high as they were the last couple of lives, but I'm just figuring out this TikTok thing, so that's cool. I don't mind. Now, if we want to keep this going, then I will probably just be covering a bunch of Flerf content. But yeah, we've got like an hour left of the debate between myself and Brother Sanchez to cover. So let's just get on with doing that. Thank you everybody for the support that the channel, you've shown the channel and the TikTok account so far. It's been absolutely incredible. We've hit 200,000 likes on TikTok. That's fucking incredible. Keep smashing those likes as much as you can. Yeah, all the flat earthers are literally hiding from me on their own lives. It's quite hilarious. Yeah, Rubiks, my Earl Grey tea is from Lidl. That's right, and they literally do the best fucking Earl Grey. It's incredible. Right, so back over to Barbara Sanchez's derp with old fat FTFE. Look at me. Look how big I was. Look how round my face is. This is me now. These are the bits that are big on me now. Because I work hard at the gym. Well, that one looked good. So I also like Fred Perry because they make my arms look massive. Oh, shut up, Craig. Yeah, Gene Techman was literally in this stream, but declined to join because he's a coward. Terry Turbo. I'm still live. He was fun. Nobody knows the real me. I am a fighter. No, you're not, Terry. The Kaylee Globe, thank you for reposting the live. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, man, I used to have a faux hawk. Absolutely. I'm glad I don't anymore. I'm glad that I just wear a baseball cap now. It's much easier to manage. I just get up and I do that.
Yeah, excellent. And now we've got the Crossfire section, which is going to be 10 minutes of just kind of open dialogue. But in round one, Bro's going to be able to open it up so he can just start the conversation whatever direction he wants. In 10 minutes, I'll stop this, and then we'll reset, and Craig will get to kind of introduce a new topic if it gets kind of going crazy. So, Bro Sanchez, you can go ahead and start us off with the 10-minute Crossfire. Try not to talk over each other.
Roger.
Okay, so Crossfire's okay, back and forth. I got you. All right. Let's get the screen share back popping for this.
Yeah. How long is this section for? Sorry, not to interrupt.
It'll be so 10 minutes on this first one, then we'll do 10 minutes with you starting it off after this.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you.
Okay, so earlier...
Katie in the chat, I'm pretty sure that you're a flat earther. Katie did. So please feel free to come and join for a conversation. I would love to hear your evidence that the earth is flat.
Craig was showing us some sun rays, and he was showing us the sun rays through a window, and I wanted to pull that up and deal with that in my in this 10 minutes. So what happens is this, guys. When the sun rays shine through a window or anything, that's what I think that's called a red herring. That's neither here nor there to what we observing. The point is, on a globe Earth, the sun's supposed to illuminate one side of the Earth, a whole side with parallel rays.
And those rays there are parallel, but you're looking at the parallel rays from like an angle where they look spread out. You know, if you move, they move with you. That's literally perspective. You flat earthers constantly go on about perspective. I think that was someone called Emma who was supposed to bring receipts, unless that Katie did is the same person as Emma, of course. I brought receipts that I was right about what I've said regarding Emma's claims. You know, and the fact that the world kind of ramps up to the horizon before it ramps down. Of course it has to, like geometrically. But if that is the same person and they actually have some receipts to join, to give, then feel free to join the stream. Katie? Oh, I think Emma's been blocked on TikTok. Or maybe that's her new account. I'm not sure. Katie, if you are the person that came on and made the claims before, then I'm here for you. Let's have a chat. Just join. Why was Emma blocked, Rubiks? I don't think she should be blocked. Hello Lou 0532. Why would she have been blocked? Who blocked her? Thank you for unblocking her. I appreciate that, Rubiks. And I'm serious. If you want to escape America, you can stay with me as long as you need to. Wigglenut says not seeing a request box. Literally, anyone can join the stream. If you are a flat earther, no, you don't have the ability to go live. You've not got enough followers. Wigglenuts, if you want to join, send me an email to fighttheflatearth@gmail.com and I will give you a Zoom link instead and we can talk that way. But you literally do not have the ability to go live on TikTok. You do not have enough followers or anything. I don't have the ability to send you an invite. I don't think that's the same Emma, Rubiks. I'm not sure. Yeah, Wigglenut, you won't see a request to join box because you do not have the ability. Well, it's a serious offer.
And that if we go outside and look at the sun rays coming from the sun, we should see parallel rays instead of crepuscular rays, but we see crepuscular rays. If he put you inside of a building and allow the light from outside will actually pour into the building. And my thing is, if depending on what kind of blinds you got, you can
Matt the
also
Moon guy
change
stays
the
blocked.
direction of those rays with the blinds blocking them and alter them. No different than a hose pipe ski.
Matt the Moon guy, he's a moon landing denier debunker, but he also, I really didn't like it when COVID was about. He started spreading misinformation about COVID and argued with me about it, and I really did not appreciate that. So Matt the Moon guy stays fucking blocked.
Eating water and the water flowing into or you know, an object or something like that. So the thing about him pulling up those sun rays going through the window, those were not directly coming from the sun. That was just the light outside pouring into the window. So, you know, if the light outside is an ocean and a house is in it, then the light is coming in through the window, so to speak. But when we observe the sun directly with our eye as it is in the sky, how you doing? We should be looking for parallel rays or either crepuscular rays, and we don't need any obstructions in order to make this observation, which is why
I'm about to destroy his entire fucking world.
He shouldn't have had us in a house with the light simply, you know, bleeding in through the window or whatever. Jared, I just wanted to let you know the whole time the clock was not going. I don't know if you was.
I didn't even know.
I don't know how long I was speaking, but yeah, I'm just trying to be
It's
fair.
okay. We
I
can
don't
just keep
want
going.
to.
It's good.
Yeah, I'm happy to just start at 10 minutes now if that's fine. So my point with the Windows, bro, was that and you even kind of said this yourself. You know, if you change the shades, it'd change what the apparent, you know, divergence of those rays coming through the window is. And that's the thing. The rays are created by the shape of the thing that the light is coming from. So the clouds, because there's breaks in the clouds, there's you know, it creates divergent rays. But when you actually change your perspective relative to the position of those crepuscular rays, the apparent position that you could triangulate would be different based on where you're looking at it from. Could I screen share something a second and show you something?
Okay.
Right, so let me bring this up. So we see here the shadows, right, that are coming from the sun, okay? And it's similar to the crepuscular rays, that it looks like it's spread out, right? So would you agree that it's similar, that you would be able to use kind of the angles of these shadows to, you know, point towards where the sun is? Does that match your claim?
I didn't really make such a claim, but I do understand.
Yes, you did. You literally said you can triangulate the position of where it's coming from based on the rays. That was literally your fucking claim.
And what you're saying here, and I can, yeah.
Right. So
I'm tracking.
You know, so you know, using your logic, you should be able to take the angles of these shadows and triangulate a relative direction that the sun's coming from, right?
Hello, Termagant, who's just joined the live on TikTok. I do appreciate it. If you are a flat earther, feel free to request to join the live and ask me some questions about whether the Earth, well, actually make some claims about whether the Earth is flat or not and back it up with evidence. We are waiting for a flat earther to join. I don't know why you're not able to join then, Wiggle Nuts. I can invite others. You do not have the ability. It's weird.
However, this is my point with corpuscular rays, that it's all to do with perspective, because this is taken from the camera on a drone. And if we go back to the beginning of the video, with the drone hovering directly above, what we find is those shadows, they're not actually spread out, they're parallel. And what this shows is that corpuscular rays are simply a result of your position relative to the light breaking through the clouds. You change your position relative to that, the apparent angle of the corpuscular rays will change. Exactly the same as this. That from this position, these rays, these shadows created by the rays of the suns in these posts, they look parallel. But when you get down at a different position, they don't look parallel anymore, even though they still are.
They do.
At the moment, Average Glober, yes. Until another Flat Earther joins, we're just going to go over some old videos or Flat Earth videos in general. If you guys have a Flat Earth video you want me to cover, any TikToks or anything, then feel free to let me know and we can cover them. As I'm debating Bro Sanchez next Friday, the 23rd, I thought it'd be fun to go over my last debate with him, which was an absolute fucking clusterfuck of stupidity from him.
Still look parallel to me.
How can you say that these look parallel? Look at the one on the left, it's pointing towards the left, and the ones on the right are pointing towards the right. So from your perspective, looking at this right now, those shadows aren't parallel to you, right?
Okay, actually, let me examine the picture myself. We're talking about shadows when we should be talking about sun rays. Let me just point that out, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're the same thing, right? Yeah.
Hold on, wait. In order to prove a globe with a sun that's 93 million miles away, you need to produce for me parallel sun rays like I produce for you crepuscular sun rays. Guess what? Showing me these shadows, it means you showing me parallel shadows, but I expect parallel shadows. That's expected. So I don't expect parallel.
Why would you expect parallel shadows?
Hold on. Because I'm not gonna go into. See, this is what you're doing. You want to have a shadow conversation because you cannot have a sun ray conversation with me. And
well, I can, but this isn't the same thing. So the rays from the sun.
You're talking about shadows. I'm talking about sun rays.
Okay, can we agree that
I don't understand how the two relate?
Okay, bro, can we agree that sun rays create the shadows? The sun rays are hitting those posts, creating those shadows. So if the sun rays are parallel, the shadows will also be parallel.
No.
What do you mean? No,
that's not how that works.
What do you mean? How is it not? That's exactly how it works.
But you okay? Let me explain to you why that is and how it works. The sun rays. The sunlight is what's creating those shadows. We both agree with that. But
yeah.
what we don't agree with though is whether the sun rays are crepuscular or parallel. You're showing me parallel shadows and you saying that because the shadows are parallel, the sun rays are parallel. And I don't know that's
yeah, that's exactly. You can't have parallel shadows without parallel sun rays creating those shadows. If the rays of the light were coming from corpuscular rays, like you say. Wait, please let me finish, right? If, like you say, the rays of light are coming spread out, which is what we see with the corpuscular rays, okay? Then those spread out rays will cause those shadows to be spread out when you're looking at it from above. They will not be parallel like I showed. But what you see is that even when they look spread out, the same as corpuscular rays look spread out, when viewed from a different...
No, it's actually... Fuzzy Bear is like, whoa, hard to believe he can't comprehend that. It's not. He is that fucking stupid, and that's the thing. Of course he can't understand it.
He doesn't even understand really what a corpuscular ray is. He wouldn't understand the definition of it in the slightest. It just means it's through a cloud break. Like it's like, if you shine a torch on something, it creates the shadow. If the light rays are parallel, the shadows are parallel. If there's like converging rays, then you get a bunch of different shadows. So you can't have parallel shadows if the rays of light creating those shadows aren't also parallel.
Different position, a different perspective. It shows that they're not spread out, they're actually parallel, and it's actually in this case a trick of perspective, which is why when you watch a time lapse of corpuscular rays, you can see that the apparent position changes, right?
Wait a minute. Here's why what you're saying makes no sense. The whole point of us
Makes sense
talking
to
about
everybody,
sun
apart from
rays
you.
was trying to answer the question on how far away is the sun. And
yeah, we can get to that.
Me, right? Okay, you're telling me that the sun is 93 million miles away, and that it is indeed making parallel sun rays. But you never really answered to the observations that we show. You went to some shadows and all that stuff. You never really answered to the fact that you never really explained the crepuscular rays that we observe in nature.
I did.
And then you never really did that. If your explanation was
I
the
did.
shadows, then if your explanation was the shadows, then I'm just going to say that is not a...
No, the shadows were an example of what would happen if the rays were parallel or spread out. I explained the corpuscular rays exactly, saying that the same as the shadows, the apparent divergence of the corpuscular rays is simply a trick of perspective. I did...
How can he not understand it? How can he not understand that the parallels are a result, the parallel shadows are a result of the light? The dumb is intense. Like, guys, when you watch my debate next Friday, like, if you don't come with facepalm protection, then it's fucking on you, okay? Don't send me any, like, lawsuits. Katie has just joined again. Katie, are you a flat earther? If you are, come and join. Are you Emma? I'm not sure. Hat come for $2 Australian says he's the window licking kid on the special bus. Yeah. Like the short bus. He's at the back as well.
Respond to that. I did say that to you, and we can show this is the case by simply watching a time lapse of corpuscular rays showing that they don't always triangulate to the same position. So unless the sun is doing crazy up and down, left and right movements all of the time, corpuscular rays cannot triangulate back to the sun because the apparent position of triangulation changes both over time and with position compared to the corpuscular rays.
Got a couple more people that have joined the stream. Relentless. It's clearly a Glober. I'm pretty sure that Katie is a flat earther. So they're just lurking and afraid to come and actually join. Weird.
But to answer your question of how do we know the sun's 93 million miles away? Well, that's simple. We've measured the distance to the sun with radar.
Do me a favor, right? Can you show me that demonstration you did about how the pilots was able to look down at the sun? Because what happened, right, I never got to deal with that. In that demonstration, you said that it was the sun rays that were appearing to be under the clouds. You had the sun rays coming from the sun. This is not a sun ray. This is actually the sun itself right here that we're observing.
The sun makes sun rays, dude. That's how you get the sun rays, is from the sun. Oh my fucking god. You even said you can triangulate the rays to the sun. Of course you can. If you're stupid. You don't know what triangulate means. Science and Natural Law is in the comments apparently. Hello, Science and Natural Law. You're a flat earther. Feel free to join. I don't see Science and Natural Law. Where are they? Hey, Science and Natural Law, come and join the panel, dude, and explain to me why the Earth is flat. There you go, I've sent you an invite. Don't be afraid. Apparently you've got measurements. Well, you'd be the first flat earther ever. So I have invited. Flat level is the measurement reference. No, it's not. Come, don't just say things. Come in. I've sent you an invite. Don't be afraid. Come on. You've got another invite. Come and explain how flat/level is the measurement reference. It's like you don't think that you can measure a curve with a flat line. You can, if you have a functioning brain. Level doesn't mean flat. Just come and join. Stop being a coward. All right, you're there. Join the live. Or are you? If you don't join, then you admit that the Earth is a globe. Simple as that. If you are afraid to join, it's because you know the Earth is a globe, and everyone here will know that you know the Earth is a globe. The several hundred people watching on YouTube and all the people watching on TikTok.
No, we don't observe the sun. We observe the light coming from the sun. That's how seeing
you're
works.
Not looking at my, you can't see my screen share. Let me.
You're just showing Google. You were just showing a Google page there. Sorry.
My bad. That's the one I'm talking about.
Yeah. Yeah. So my pain answered that.
Hold on. Wait. I got a question. Is that the actual sun right there under that cloud?
No, it's the light coming from the sun.
So this yellow ball that I see, that's cloaked in these clouds, that's not the sun. That's the light coming from the sun.
Well, no.
Science and Natural Law says that he's working. No, you're not. You're on TikTok. Don't be a liar. Look, if you're scared, I get it. I'm big bad FTFE. I'm terrifying. I've got massive fucking guns and you're scared of me. I get it, alright? But don't be a little bitch. Okay? If you don't join, you admit the Earth is a globe. It's on you, my friend. What a coward. Hackram for $2 Australian in the Red app says, come on, we all know sun rays come from Uranus. Only when I bend over.
Yes, we don't see things, we see the light coming from things. That's how seeing works.
Okay, so this is just bananas what you saying, because what we're looking at.
Do you disagree that's how you see things?
Wait. Nah, you moving the goalpost. Listen up. The sun is in a direct.
He even strawman's moving the goalpost. Fucking crazy. We use mean sea level, which is not flat. Science and Natural Law. That's it. We use mean sea level as a reference for altitude. You can literally measure things from a curved surface. It's not hard. You use straight lines to do that. Using a straight line to measure something doesn't mean that thing you're measuring is flat. That's a stupid thing to say, because you're stupid. Let's be clear, Science and Natural Law. You're not stupid because you're a flat earther. You are a flat earther because you're fucking stupid.
Area that we see it on this video because the clouds surrounding it ain't lit up. If we go back over here, those clouds that's not near the sun, they're more dark.
Sorry, so Science and Natural Law in the chat is saying that we measure from a local plane of reference. No, we measure from sea level. Mean sea level is the reference. And sea level is not flat, it's curved. Mind on lock, that sounds like a flat earther. Please feel free to join any flat earthers. I am not going to bite that much. But if you're all just too scared, I get it. I absolutely fucking understand. I will destroy any nonsense that you say. Science Natural says, so the baseline is curve. Can us where the reference is a curve? Those were words, but it did not perform a sentence. Prove the baseline you measure height is curve. Yeah, we've measured that there's curve. Because it dips away from a horizontal. Therefore, it's curved. So that's been proven. I get that you're scared to join. All flat earthers are terrified. Come on, I'm going to send you an invite again. Don't pretend you're at work. We all know that you're unemployable. Just like all flat earthers. Curved from what surface? The Earth. The Earth's surface is curved. Derp. Oh, look, he's doing the laugh react now, which is a sign of defeat. It's not my fault that you don't understand what level means. The level surface of Earth is a curve. Remember, everyone, if science and natural law doesn't join, they admit that the Earth is a globe and they're gay.
Because it's like
not that there's anything wrong with being gay, just to be clear. It's just to trigger them because these people normally think that there's an issue with being gay.
Up the thing locally, it's literally the source of the light is right here cloaked in the clouds. That is not the light of the sun. That is the sun that we see in this image. I don't understand how you can say that this
well, no, you see the light, you don't see things. I mean, that's just, you know, with all due respect, bro, that's just how seeing works. You see the light that comes from things. You don't see things. Wait, let me finish.
Wait a minute. Wait. It's my 10 minutes. You're making
no, it's our.
I'm not talking about how I see. I'm talking about what I'm seeing right here.
He's literally over-talking me and then complaining that he's been over-talked. Science and Natural Law says, so you're using curve as a reference to prove curve. Prove the reference is curve and not the local plane. It's been measured to be curved. The Earth's surface is curved. That's the measurement. You can literally measure that there is a curve because it drops away from the horizontal. Therefore, the reference that you measure shit from is a curve. How do you not show the measurements? I already have done in this stream. The transcontinental American arc of the parallel. mctoon.net/r. The main surveyor. Jesse Kwazowski. Jesse Path of Light. All show the measurements of the Earth being curved. Why are you scared to... You say you're at work, but you're here in the chat. Where do you work? Because we should probably phone your boss and tell them that you're slacking off. Relentless, he's running away. He's literally running. Gravity is the thing that can give us a reference to test that from. But of course, you probably don't think that gravity's real because you're a flat earther and all flat earthers are fucking idiots.
Here is the source of the light that you're speaking of, and I
no, you're seeing the light coming from it.
Of light. If it's not, that's the source of the light. That's not the light.
Yeah, you're still looking at this. You're still looking at the sun and seeing the light coming from the sun, exactly as my diagram earlier showed.
So this is not the sun. But one more time for the record, this is not the sun.
It's the light coming from the sun because that's how seeing works. Yeah. So and you know you kind of avoided my question, which was how are we able to measure it with radar?
Look at all the brave flat earthers, guys. Look at all the brave, big, strong flat earthers willing to come and debate and prove their position. And wait, no, that's not happening. They're all cowards. So just to be clear, if the science and natural law doesn't join, then they automatically admit the Earth is a globe. That's just what's going to happen. They are telling you right now the Earth's a globe by not joining my live.
Sorry.
What is that?
That's my bad. It's the wrong clock.
Sorry.
All right, so we got another 10 minutes. Going to reset that, and now Craig, you get to kind of take us in whatever direction you want. You can continue on this line of talk, or you can completely go.
Well, I just want to finish that bit quickly, and then I've got another thing to talk about. So, so you can say, seeing things like this all you want, but the simple answer to it is that we can use a known working technology called radar to measure the distance to the sun.
Call our eyes.
Why are you talking over me like that?
It's the back and forth round.
Well, I was in the middle of talking, and then you just started saying random things. So again, we can use known technology called radar to actually measure the distance.
There's a couple in there, Relentless. We've got Katie is a flat earther, and we've got Science and Natural Law is a flat earther, but they're terrified of me. I get it. I'm far too gorgeous to be on the same screen as. It will make you feel inadequate. I understand. I'm smart, I'm gorgeous, I'm funny, and you don't want to be around me because it makes you feel like less of a person. That's not your fault. That's mine, I guess. I'm sorry about that. Slice of Pie says, where does Witchit hang out these days? Nowhere. He's been banished from the internet by his mother. Witchit had to move back in with his mum because, well, he couldn't pay his rent or anything. And his mum's basically like, yeah, you're not allowed to do this flat earth stuff online anymore, otherwise you don't get to live with me. No, Katie didn't join RageBot because they're a coward also. There is some flat earthers are doing their own lives to hide from me. And I can't join their lives whilst I'm also live, I don't think. Oh, Caleb won't let me join, that's for sure.
To the sun. We don't need to rely on our eyes. We can use known working technology. It's been done. It has been measured with radar. I could present a paper from the 1960s where they actually used ground-based radar to measure the distance to the sun and get a ping back, and it was 93 million miles. So my question to you is, how are we able to use radar to measure the distance to the sun as 93 million miles if the distance to the sun is not 93 million miles?
Okay, so he said in the 60s, right? They measured using radar the distance of 93 million miles. The longest radar that we had during the 60s was between 30 and 50 miles. That this was what was on warcraft aircraft.
No, radar doesn't have a limit like that. There's a radar horizon based on how high up something is. We literally used radar, a very specific one designed for this thing to measure the distance to the sun. Yeah, I don't have a second account that has ability to go live, unfortunately, Slice of Pie. I'd have to work on that.
People, if you think that
could you provide a citation for that, please?
Wait a minute. We can go to the history of radar here. All we got to look up is the longest radar detection transmission in the the 60s is what you said. I think the 60s. That's all we got to do. And guess what? Show me anywhere in the 60s where they made a radar detection of 93 million miles with the technology they had in the 60s.
Literally on the screen right now, bro. Of course you won't believe that because you're a fucking idiot. Remember, guys, next week on Friday the 23rd, I will be debating Brother Sanchez again, one-on-one. It's gonna be dumb, like really fucking dumb. Oh man.
Okay, well,
Hold on. Show me where they doing that today too. For that matter, they not even.
Well, I'm presenting the paper right now that they used the technology. Yeah, again, this is the paper. No, it's not he says she say. It is a scientific paper documented. Of a scientific experiment. If you want to ignore scientific documentation, then that's your prerogative. But it kind of means that you're just going to ignore science. This is something that can be repeated if you want to go ahead and do that. But it is a documented scientific experiment that in 1961 they measured using radar. And they've got all the calculations and the type of radar and everything here, and measured the distance to the sun of 93 million miles. Okay, wait 1 sec. You just saying radar couldn't go that far. It is just a claim when I have a scientific paper talking about the technology that they used for radar to go that far.
Okay, fair enough. I got a question. Can you tell me the name and type of radar they use and its specifications so we can actually see was it able to detect something for 93 million miles? We want to see the numbers.
Yeah, transmitted power 500 kilowatts there. Done. Antenna gain 33 to 36 decibels relative to isotropic. Literally there in the paper. You could just fucking look at it, bro.
I want to see so I can look up its capabilities in other radars at that time, their capabilities as well. And we want to know, was there anyone in the 60s building radar that could detect out that far?
Yeah, the people that did this experiment, yeah.
Yeah, apparently there's a bunch of flat earthers in Caleb's live, but Caleb blocked me, so I can't go there. That's for sure. He didn't like when I destroyed him in debate.
Can you show me, can we get into the specifications at all?
Yep, so briefly, one radar experiment is performed by transmitting a coded signal to the sun for 16 minutes. The round trip time and then receiving the echo for the following 16 minutes. The average transmitted power is 500 kilowatts and the antenna gain is 33 to 36 decibels relative to isotropic. There is the particular specifications. My question to you is, what is your knowledge and qualifications in radar technology to be able to analyze that data?
None. He doesn't have any, Craig. Yeah, I know. Caleb, Relentless says that Caleb is very sensitive when he's challenged. Can't stay calm at all, and then he gets debunked. I know. It's very fucking easy to debunk him. Slice of Pie sharing the live with more than 10 friends. I really do appreciate that. That means the absolute fucking world. Come on, Flat Earthers. Come forth, you cowards. It's only like 4 in the morning. What's your problem? I see that the coward, whatever his name was, that said he had the measurements, has disappeared.
Oh, so you don't have any qualifications yourself? I mean,
no, I do. I actually do. I've worked with radar in the military.
You asked the question. I work with radar in the military as well. So check this out. Let me answer your question, right? What I do know about me using radar.
I do not believe that Bro was in the military. I think he's lying about that. Because you need, like, you know, at least a basic fucking IQ to join the military. I do not believe for a second that Brother Sanchez was military. Like, there is no way he would have got past basic training. There is no way he would have passed the entrance exams.
Is that it has limitations, and that the best radar can detect out the furthest. You get a longer detection bubble, and that's going to cost you more money.
Detection bubble? That's not how radar works.
Okay, what I'm telling you, know exactly what I'm talking about. We're not going to play a semantic game.
No, I don't know what you're talking about, because you're talking absolute fucking bollocks.
You don't want to have the see, this is what's going on. You don't want to really have the conversation of the technology.
Please, no, I just gave you the technology with the specifics of the technology, and you're telling me I didn't give you that specific. Why are you doing that? Why are you literally lying about the thing that I just did? That's not very honest.
Okay, what you gave me doesn't prove that that radar was capable of detecting something 93 million miles away.
Except it does. Those specifications are specifically what they use to detect something 93 million miles away. You're just lying. Shannon Nahimi has just joined. Hello, how are you doing? Appreciate that. We've got like 50 people watching on TikTok. We've got... where are we? Got like 300 watching over on YouTube. Absolutely amazing. Thank you very much, everyone, for all the support. It means the world. Rob Noxious says bro was kicked out of the Navy. No, I don't think he was in the Navy. There's literally no way he could have got into the Navy with an IQ as low as his.
That's the exact power and everything that needed to do it. Yeah, there's no reason why those specifications would not be able to do it. That's powerful enough to be able to do it. Radar is an electromagnetic signal that's a self-propagating wave. There's nothing to stop it in space. They were able to detect the signal back. I gave you the specifics of the technology. You can do the maths around those specifics and show that it would be capable of doing that if you like.
Okay, that's something you.
Hey Jose, how you doing?
Did, but nevertheless, though,
I've done that.
This real quick. If anybody can do this that's watching the debate, you can research on your own the capabilities of radar technology in the 60s. And I'm going to tell you, if what he's giving us is true, then guess what, y'all? That was the best radar even up to today. Because we got radars we're making in 2022, 2023 that can't detect something 93 million miles away. And the reason that these radars can detect the sun because it's not 93 million miles away.
Well, except the measurements from the radar shows that it is, of course.
Yeah, he, again, just went, nuh-uh. That was his entire argument there. Nuh-uh. Where's your specifics? Here's the specifics. Prove that exists. Well, here's the paper showing that they use that radar with those specifics. Yeah, but how does is that strong enough that's not strong enough to get that? Well, it literally is what they used to do it. It didn't happen. They don't make it now, apart from the fact they did, and there's the specific. He's just a fucking moron. Flat earthers are all terrified of me. That's just the way it is. Blend in with production, scared to join.
I mean, all you're doing is going, you don't think that technology exists when I just presented you a paper with the specificity of the technology. And, you can't just say, it doesn't exist when it's there. They did it, and they measured the distance to the sun, and they measured it at 93 million miles. So that's a physical, empirical measurement.
Okay, so this is his, guess what, guys? He's giving me a bunch of measurements saying this is what you would need, boom, 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 but there's no proof of none of this. Just because
I just presented it.
Nope. Just because that's not proof, guys. That's not proof.
The mathematical proof is included there.
So you're not gonna let me respond? So this is what I'm saying. Nothing. Again, this is what he's straying away from. Nothing that he showed, guys, can prove that the capabilities of radar technology in the 60s can detect something 93 million miles.
Apart from the paper and the engineering specifications that I just presented, of course. Right, let's do a poll. I want to see what people think. Okay, so we're going to do a quick poll, right? If you think that Bro Sanchez was in the Navy, then gift a star. If you think he wasn't in the Navy, then gift a heart. We'll see what the audience thinks. We'll also do the same poll over on YouTube. To see whether people think Bro Sanchez was actually in the Navy. I'm saying that he's using stolen valor. Come on. Was Bro in the Navy? Alright guys, if you think Bro was in the Navy on TikTok, then gift a heart quickly. If you think he wasn't, then gift a star. On YouTube, just vote and tell me what you think. Ask for his DD214. I'm gonna when I do him next. Okay, no votes on TikTok. Fair enough. Grumpy Bastard says he thinks he was. I'm going to disagree with you. YouTube, 94% of you think he was not in the Navy. 89% think he was not in the Navy. I say he wasn't. In fact, I'd fucking stake a bunch on it. I was in the Navy. My service number is Delta 254640 Victor. I was military. Brother Sanchez was not. He was a rapper named Cheddar Bro. Let's have a quick look. Oh, well, I don't know.
Peace and love. I'm good.
Yeah, no, nothing there to say that he was in the Navy. Rob Noxious says he served for 1.5 years and was kicked out. Are you sure? I don't think he was. I just don't think he was intelligent enough to get into the Navy. Katie Did has joined. Again. If you're a Flerf, Katie, come and join. We had one vote to say he wasn't in the Navy over there. On YouTube, we've got 88% say no, he wasn't. F Grudge for €5 says Brother Sanchez is strong evidence for God because it's a miracle he survived to adulthood.
Away. What he proved is that you can detect something with radar and have your radar show up any number it won't, if anything. But that's why he needs to do his own experiments firsthand. Today, if you look at what happened in this debate, I've been showing up using the scientific method, firsthand observations and research. He's been showing up using technology specifications. He said we shouldn't use our eyes, we should use radar, right? No, you should use your eyes. That's
our eyes can't measure.
That's what the debate. I showed him a picture of the sun, and he said that wasn't the sun. That's the light from the sun. Now he want to talk to us to death about radar specifications in the '60s, and they can barely send a radio signal. Across the world in the '60s. They were just now getting into radio technology almost, and now he's talking about they was able to detect something with radar that was 93 million miles away in the '60s, guys.
Okay, well, what you've just said was incorrect.
Radar today
right, bro, could I talk now? Thank you. Bro, could I talk now? Yeah, could I talk now? Thank you.
Go ahead, show me radar.
Yeah, so first off, you're wrong. They actually transmitted a radio signal across the Atlantic Ocean in like 1900. So maybe you should research and increase your knowledge about that particular thing. But again, I have literally presented the evidence, the scientific experiment, the paper that documented the scientific experiment. There is nothing that says that radar cannot do that. You're just saying that it can't. Well, that's a lovely claim on your part that you would need to take the data from the experiment and show.
Rob, I don't see a link that you sent me. DM me on TikTok with that link, would you, bud? Rubiks points out that the US Navy may have lower standards than the Royal Navy when they're definitely the Americans in, but I just don't think that there's any way that he could have passed like psychological tests, academic tests, or anything to be able to be near a fucking weapon. Oh wait, America lets anyone have a weapon, doesn't it? Wait, maybe I'm wrong. No, I still don't think he was in the military. Just don't believe it. On YouTube, 86% say that he was not in the military.
With maths and known physics and science, why the radar couldn't do that instead of just saying it. So, all you've done is made a bunch of claims, and you haven't used the scientific method because you've not actually presented experiments or a hypothesis or a prediction when I specifically did those things. In fact, I'm the only one that has used what could be considered the scientific method in this debate.
Really?
Yes, 100%.
Again, what I got here is that in World War II, the longest that radar could pick up enemy aircraft was at 80 miles.
And was World War II before or after the 1960s? Huh. I wonder. Fucking idiot.
Was World War II before 1960 or?
If we had check, I'm just saying though, we dealing with the 1900s is what I'm dealing with. I'm dealing with the 1900s.
And there's 20 years difference between 1940 and 1960. Do you think in 20 years technology could improve? Yeah, I reckon.
I'm showing you radar technology. Even in the 2000s, our radar technology ain't going 93 million miles.
Can you provide evidence of that claim?
You should. This is your argument.
Well, I've provided evidence. I provided evidence of my claim by presenting the scientific experiment.
Because listen,
well, hold on. No. Let me finish, please. No. Hold on, please. I haven't finished talking. No, I didn't ask a question. I haven't finished talking.
Hold on. I'm gonna give you each 1 minute. I'm gonna give you each 1 minute and interrupt you to finish this, and then we're moving on. So 1 minute. Craig, go ahead and go first. You have a minute.
Yeah. Bro, what you did there was kind of ridiculous. You tried to debunk technology in the 1960s by showing technology from the Second World War, which, as we're all aware, was before the 1960s, that had a range of about 80 miles. Well, that's specifically military radar, which would have not been as powerful as the radar specifically designed for the experiment in the 1960s. I have presented the specifications of the radar, I have presented the experiment and the paper showing the experiment, so I have met my burden. All you're doing is going, I don't think radar can do that. Well, that is something that you would have to provide evidence for. Do you have evidence that radar is incapable of traveling 93 million miles and giving us a ping, or is that just your opinion about radar? Over to you.
You got a minute. Your mic's low.
So thank you for my minute. He doesn't have.
Are you ready? Nuh-uh, incoming. Just prepare yourselves for the nuh-uh.
Have proof that radar can detect something 93 million miles other than reading specs, and those specs we don't know just because though the specs he read. How do you know because of that now the radar can detect 93 million miles? So I don't have so check this out, guys. We're having a conversation and he talking while it's my turn running. I didn't do that to him, but check it out, right? We're having a conversation about radar.
I literally said nothing.
We're having a conversation and he talking while it's my turn. Now the radar can detect 93 million miles. So I don't have so check this out, guys. We're having a conversation and he talking while it's my turn running. I didn't do that.
I didn't say anything. I think I might have coughed there.
Detect 93 million miles. So I don't have so check this.
Yeah, I coughed.
Out, guys. We're having a conversation and he talking while it's my turn running. I didn't do that to him, but check it out.
You literally did, though. You overtalked me constantly. I literally didn't even say a fucking word.
Right. We're having a conversation about radar capabilities now. When we were starting off talking about how far away is the sun. Now, he don't own a radar right now. I don't own a radar that can...
Draco Fire for $5. Draco Fire is one of the reasons that I got these. Says, I don't know how you keep doing this. Flerfs stopped having new arguments 5 years ago. It's kind of boring now. Insane mental strength you've got. Yeah, well, the thing is, people keep falling into the trap, right? There is new idiots that keep appearing and spreading the stupid. So somebody needs to keep attacking it. And I save hundreds of people every year. Hundreds every year. Thank me for getting them out of the Flat Earth cult. So even if it's doing the same thing over and over and over and over, I don't mind. Because it's helping people. Plus it's got me to meet all you amazing people. Especially you, Draco Fire, one of my favourite people in the world for what you've helped me do. Rebenoxious, dude, please send me that bio. Send me a link on DM on TikTok because I want to check if he was military. If he was military, I'll eat crow and say I was wrong. But I don't think he was. I don't see it. Oh, message request. That's it. Right, bear with me. Right, let me just go and see if bro actually was in the military. Broderick Sanchez Prairies, aka Cheddar, was born in Fairfield, Alabama on November 1984. Cheddar's name derived from a period of time when he was hustling on the streets as a member of Merc Camp Music. For a while, Cheddar used his real middle name, Sanchez, which became San Cheddar, which later turned into Cheddar Chez. And finally, after dropping the Chez because it was too similar to cheddar cheese, he is now known today as Cheddar by thousands. Not according to that, no. Cheddar started rapping at the age of 14. Blah, blah, blah. Cheddar started... Cheddar ranked first place at the annual English Fair Poetry Contest every year while in high school. No, he didn't. Later, Cheddar joined the Air Force and spent a year in South Korea where he met... The two formed a group named and released a homemade album in Korea for 4 months. I didn't have to spend my Air Force salary because my CD was selling. Unfortunately, Cheddar would be kicked out of the Air Force and returned home to Merc Camp where he spent years as a rapper. He's saying that, but I don't believe it. Let's see what the music sounds like.
Got him like, who that is, who that be, who ain't paid, ask him what he do last week, why you stand saying, who that
Oofed.
shots fired by this land, we can do that.
That's fucking awful.
No time to be better than you. MC, let me show you what this harrowing you. I say this song make you go crazy. This shit here make you go crazy. In that zone, off that throne, can't sit still and I just go crazy. That back, make you go crazy. Everybody, let you go crazy. Let you get fresh, hit this liquor. Thought I was gonna fall bastards, no faggots, spark matters, click plow, the whole ass.
Sounds like AI. He's got zero flow. Jesus Christ, that shit's bad. Draco Fire 3000 says for $2, appreciate you, brother. Always keep pushing. No, I appreciate you, dude. You inspired me more than you could know. You literally helped me save my fucking life, dude.
Really go out and do this, but we do got a set of eyes. My argument was made off me using my eyes and observation, and that wasn't enough for him. He wanted radar, but he don't own radar, so he got to regurgitate stuff offline, and that's not fair, because now we having an argument about radar capabilities versus what our eyes see right now, and we're not debating about.
What's going on in the chat over in YouTube? What's David doing to piss people off? Yeah, David, you seem like you're being a bit of a douchebag, so I'm going to time you out for 30 minutes. Whiskey says you just put in a copyright strike. Well, I didn't play enough of it for it to be a copyright strike. Well, I really don't want Andrew Wilson in my stream. The guy's a toxic asshat, basically.
The truth, it was dancing. He got us off track.
Okay, we're moving on. The next section is just called polls. It's just one of each. It's Bro Sanchez going first. You have 2 minutes, and then Craig, you have 3 minutes to respond. This is supposed to be where you just lay out the holes you find in his argument, but can really be about anything. So you got 2 minutes to kind of say your problem, because this is the last thing before the closing.
Thank you.
Well, okay, good. This is what I'm gonna say about Craig's performance today. He has done a lot of showing data, but not
and experiments and evidence.
Not showing observations, which that's the first step of the scientific method. He's shown his arguments lie in the technological capabilities of NASA and modern science. My arguments lie in me using critical thinking and observing phenomena in the natural world, which is what science was supposed to be about. And that's why when I say, let me use my eyes, he say, no, let's talk about radar technology.
Why would you use your eyes? Your eyes are not measuring devices. Your eyes can fool you. Use technology that is not fallible like that. Rob Noxious says, if Forrest Gump and Bubba had a child, that child would be Bro. Yeah, he's dumber than that. Brock says you need to fix your prompt is ready too hard for Flerfs to read. Which prompt do you mean? Do you mean this thing here up in the right, left, rather?
When I make certain observations that's undeniable, we end up debating about the capabilities of technology or agencies like NASA, when that's not really the shape of the earth or how far away the sun is. I think he did a lot of smoke screening. I think he did a lot of just wasting time with pointless data that he didn't even process himself, and he's telling his opponent to do it for him, which is kind of lazy in a way. I also think...
No, it's not my job to give you evidence of the evidence of the evidence. I present you the evidence, and you would try and debunk it. You would try to debunk it by going, nuh-uh.
That he talk about a lot of failed experiments like Foucault's pendulum, the the Cavendish experiment.
These are not failed experiments, bro. They're experiments that worked absolutely fine. You were just too dumb to understand them.
He talk about these things, but he don't actually repeat them and recreate them. He say,
"Oh, Rob Noxious, that was in our next debate where he flipped out and cried racism, even though he was the one being racist." Hey, Helping Flat Earthers, how you doing? Welcome to the live. Hello, everyone on YouTube. We got a few hundred over there. That's incredible.
That these experiments are so repeatable. They've been repeated over and over again, but he should show us a video of himself repeating them, guys. Right? I asked him to give me another year on, I think it was the Cavendish experiment, another...
No, it was on the transcontinental triangulation, the American arc of the parallel, and I gave you a bunch. You fucking moron.
Year when that was done. No, that was the one with the triangulation to measure the Earth. He gave me 1 year they did it. He said they done this many times, and then whenever they say that, they're lying. I asked him to prove it. I called his bluff, and he never did give me other repeatings of this experiment.
Okay, you got 3 minutes to respond.
I literally did.
Yeah.
He's a liar.
I mean, I don't. A lot of that was just kind of attacking me for no reason. Yeah, everything that I presented starts with observations. They make observations and then do experiments based on those observations. I was just actually showing, you know, the outcome of the scientific method instead of just an observation. You can't use your eyes as a measurement tool. Your eyes are not a measurement tool. Your eyes do not have the ability to detect distance or to tell you how fast something is going or to tell you that something is tilting at a certain degree. Your eyes are not capable of precisely measuring things. So of course we have to use tools to actually confirm observations. You know, you seem to be stuck on the first part of the scientific method, observation, without actually then, you know, doing the rest of it, whereas I do the whole thing.
Watch fucking Bro Sanchez's face here.
You can't use your eyes as a measurement tool. Your eyes are not a measurement tool. Your eyes do not have the ability to detect distance or to tell you how fast something is going or to tell you that something is tilting at a certain degree. Your eyes are not capable of precisely measuring things. So
look at his fucking face. I'll move this out of the way on TikTok over here a sec. Look at it, watch his face.
Of course we have to instance or to tell you how fast something is going or to tell you that something is tilting at a certain degree. Your eyes are not capable of precisely measuring things. So of course we have to use tools.
What the fuck is he freaking out for? Oh my god. Nunya Business in the YouTube chat says, so how many flat earth measurements did Bro Sanchez? None. Because flat earthers don't have measurements.
To actually confirm observations. You know, you seem to be stuck on the first part of the scientific method, observation, without actually then, you know, doing the rest of it, whereas I do the whole thing. To answer your question about the Cavendish experiment and the Foucault's pendulum, yes, I have done them myself, personally, in my physics degree in 2002. No, I don't have a video of that because you don't tend to record on video everything you do at university. Science does not require everybody to provide evidence of themselves doing an experiment. That's nothing to do with science. I can present you the Cavendish and the Foucault's pendulum experiment being done by lots of people, including people personally that I know that have done it and recorded it in recent times. I don't need to do it because I've already done it. I've already confirmed it to myself. It doesn't matter that I didn't record it because there's other people that have recorded it and shown this evidence to be factual. You know, empirical data is a very important part of science because without empirical data you can't actually find anything out. You are complaining that I was presenting data when that is very important because the data is where proof in science lies, because as we all know, and Jeranism will agree, science does not prove things. Proof lies in the mathematics. So you just asking me to prove that I've done it. That's not how it works. I can present you the outcome of the experiments, the data that has analyzed the experiments that have come from a prediction, which came from a hypothesis, which came from an observation. I did the entire scientific method where you're stuck at the beginning. The Cavendish experiment, you can do yourself if you want to. It's not even that expensive or difficult to do. The Foucault's pendulum experiment, you can do it yourself if you want to. It's not that difficult or expensive. I've done it myself. I have confirmed that these things work. And just because I don't have a video of it doesn't matter. I don't need to present you a video of it. I can present you other people doing it that matches the things that I found out when I did my experiment itself. The only way, Bro Sanchez, that you could possibly ever debunk the Cavendish experiment or the Foucault's pendulum experiment is by doing the experiments yourself and doing them properly.
Which, to be clear, his minuscule IQ would not allow him to do. Because Brother Sanchez is a fucking idiot.
Okay, Craig, you got start us off. You got 2 minutes, and then Bro's got 3 minutes to respond. about his holes in his argument. But
Okay, so the holes in your argument. You have no understanding of what relative motion and relative speed is. Your whole argument about tools should come flying off when an astronaut uses them in space is just a fundamental misunderstanding of Newton's laws of motion, which is what our entire world is based on. You drive a car? Yes, I'm sure you drive a...
Draco Fire says, has Jaren been saved? Yes, Jaren is 100% not a flat earther anymore. We saved him. And he's actually a pretty awesome dude. So... Right, any flat earthers around? Because this was supposed to be... I had like 6 flat earthers in at the beginning, and then they all ran away. So, if there's no flat earthers left, I don't know really what to do. What we'll do is we're going to cover this, and then maybe we'll do a few more videos, right? But if no flat earthers turn up, we'll take a break with the live stream, and then maybe pick it back up tomorrow once I've managed to wrangle a few Flerfs. How's that sound? Yeah, good. Right, I will put a poll up to see how people feel about that. We'll end this poll. F. Grudge says, for 5 years, Bro Sanchez's IQ in the same way a rock has an IQ. So what we do is finish this live stream. We'll see what YouTube say, and then I will try and find some Flerfs and restart the stream tomorrow and finish the 24 hours then. What I might do is, instead of streaming myself on TikTok, actually just use TikTok to join some other lives that are going on tomorrow. Because the flat earthers are frankly terrified to come and join right now, right? So we've got about 15 minutes left. No, about 20 minutes left of this stream with me and Bro Sanchez. If no flat earthers have joined by the end of this, we're going to call it a night, right? And then pick back up tomorrow. But I will do just stream on YouTube and use TikTok to join other lives and do it that way. But if a flat earther joins on TikTok, we'll just continue until that is finished. Sound good? I will leave it open to you guys to decide. Vote in the poll on YouTube. Tell me what you think, because I think that might be the best way to do it.
That car is designed using Newton's laws of motion, the same laws of motion that determine that hammer should not randomly fly out of that astronaut's hand. Your argument about comets was just ignorance of what a comet actually is and what the tail is. I hope now that I've cleared that up for you and you understand that the tail is sublimation of solid to gases being pushed away from the comet by solar radiation, by charged particles from the sun. In fact, what you actually find is that comets tend to have 2 tails. One which is in the direction of its movement towards the sun, and one which is in the direction of the solar particles being pushed away. Both a result of the charged particles hitting it and moving in different directions. Your argument about we don't see the Earth blurred, it's simply a misunderstanding of how cameras and light and everything works. Like I said, if you're standing next to a plane and that plane's going 500 miles an hour, it's going to be a blur. But you can look at a plane in the distance that's going 500 miles an hour and it looks like it's barely moving to you. So I hope that cleared that up. Your argument about water just clumping up in space is, that's hydrodynamic equilibrium. When there's no forces acting on water, it just becomes a sphere. However, you put that water into an enclosed pressurized system and have a pump on it, there is now forces acting on that water or the liquid, and it's not just going to be a glob. So I've explained corpuscular rays and debunked the notion of a small and local sun by referring to the experiment done in the 1960s using radar, a known technology that works to actually measure the distance to the sun.
Jimmy Madison on YouTube says, thank you, Craig, for doing this. Someone has to prevent people from falling into this trap. I do what I can on X. Your voice is much bigger. I do try. But yeah, I think what we're going to do, because you guys are agreeing, is once we finish this stream with Bro Sanchez, which we have about 20 minutes left. I can't remember what the next 20 minutes was, man. Seriously. But once that's finished, if no other Flat Earthers have joined the live on TikTok, we will restart tomorrow at around the same time to try and get some more Flerfs. But I will just stream on YouTube and then use TikTok to join their lives. Probably get blocked by them, but I think that might be the best way to do it. So it's probably not going to be a 24-hour straight stream because the Flat Earthers are too scared. They're literally fucking terrified.
Time. And Bro Sanchez, you got 3 minutes. Close us out here. Go ahead.
Okay, so guys, in my closing, I just want to say something to what he just said.
Bro, your mic is cracking. Sorry, it's like I can't. That's better. Sorry, that's better. Yeah.
He made an argument using a car.
I made no arguments because I don't know what that fucking means.
Talk about why things don't fly out of your hand and stuff, but the car is a contained environment. If I put you on a surface, if I put you on a surface of the car, those things will fly out of your hand. So they do this all the time. They make an argument using something that's irrelevant to the model that they're trying to prove. The next thing is he used the airplane in a distance to explain why we don't see the rotational blur of the earth. I used a spinning top. I didn't use a toy truck. He must don't understand the experiment, right? Because the airplane isn't rotating. It's going in a forward motion. If the airplane was rotating at 1,000 miles per hour and going in a forward motion, I would see a blur in the sky, a moving blur, because just like you see a blur from my hand. So my thing is, if I was filming that airplane with a camera and it was spinning around at 1,000 miles per hour, yes, you would get this motion blur. And he's bringing up the forward motion of the airplane while not even addressing the very argument of the matter, which is the rotation. The airplane is not
Hey,
rotating.
Shadow Jin.
He's done.
I know you're not really a flat earther, so there's no worries. Lindsay Bow says maybe the lack of evidence is holding them back. Yeah, so the poll agrees that we should continue tomorrow after we found some more Flerfs. It's getting harder and harder to find the Flerfs, but yeah, I think the way to do it is to literally use TikTok to join their lives, which means I can't really live stream TikTok as well unless I get a second account going. I'll see if I can figure that out.
Done that a lot tonight, and we shouldn't let him get away with it, guys. I've hands down won this debate because
How do you know you've lost the debate? You claim you've won it.
Stuff like that, right? No decorum, right? Interrupting when it's not time to interrupt, stuff like that. But at the same time, okay, he's still talking during my time. We'll forgive him. That's what happened when you know you lost. So my thing is He's talking about, he made examples that wasn't even addressing the arguments that I made, because him using a car, we don't live inside of a car according to his globe earth. We live on top of it if he want to use the car. That was a bad example. And when he talked again, the airplane moving forward in the distance, he didn't address the rotation. He's not addressing my arguments because he can't, guys. And I want y'all to remember that in my closing.
I addressed every single one of his ridiculous fucking arguments. The word is argument, Sanchez. You speak English. Do it fucking properly.
Okay, we are on to...
Honestly, I think that this debate helped Jeranism not be a flat earther. Like, I think having Bro Sanchez as a flat earther helped Jeranism realize that the earth isn't fucking flat.
The closing statements. You got 8 minutes each. And go ahead and mute when the other guy's on so that we don't hear any sounds.
My apologies.
That's right. Just mute for this next 8 minutes.
Yeah.
Bro Sanchez, you're up first. You got 8 minutes. Whenever you start, I'll start the clock.
Light Over Dark says 25 people. Yeah, I've got like 300 on YouTube, so who cares? This is only my like 4th live on TikTok, so I think it's done pretty well, to be honest. But are you a flat earther? If you're a flat earther, Light Over Dark, then come and join me. Oh, you can't. You don't have enough followers. This account is private. Okay then.
So I thought that was the closing. What I can do with 8 minutes, guys, is a lot. So I'm gonna actually go ahead and kind of screen share and get in some more, kind of like, you know, reinforce my arguments one more time then. So you could go ahead and start my 8 minutes, Jerry. I want you guys, I really want to keep this image up, guys. If you ask me throughout this whole debate, I think this was Craig's most terrifying moment right here. This is a footage that...
This cannot happen if the earth is flat. Otherwise the sun would be below the clouds. You fucking retard.
That Craig never want to really deal with.
I did.
He gave us a little scribble scrabble of a globe earth, and he did. And guess what I wish he would do for me? You show that one time if it's still accessible. Screen share your diagram.
I deleted it. Sorry.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay.
It was just this quick scribble I did on Paint. Sorry, I didn't save it.
Okay. Well, look, guys, I wish I could get on Paint and share it, but I'm just going to make my point. What he was showing was basically based on his demonstration. We don't really see. We can't really look down.
That's why I said it quiet, relentless. But the R word, I think, is appropriate for him.
At the sun. We think we looking down at the actual sun, but we looking down at the light of the sun. That's why when I pointed directly at this little yellow ball right here and I said, Craig, is that the sun? He said, no, it's the light of the sun. But what's going on, he's not admitting that the sun is the source of light. This, when you say we're looking at the light of the sun, I'm like, yeah, we're looking at the sun itself, right? The source of the light you speaking of. And we can actually see that because what I wanted to do was point out as they was traveling toward the sun, the clouds that was around them, it wasn't as lit up because the sun is casting it has a certain level of luminosity, right? And it's a local object. And as they get close to the sun, it's getting brighter and brighter, of course, just like local lighting, how it will work. And as we can see here, they finally get close to the sun, and man, there's no doubt about it that is the sun itself and not a sun.
The sun, the thing that gives us the immense heat and energy, and they're apparently just right fucking next to it. Why is it not evaporating those clouds? Huh? Who fucking knows?
Sun ray or sun rays. He's telling us we're literally looking at sun rays right now, plural. And I'm like, no, we're looking at the sun right now. That was one crucial point of the debate that I would like to dedicate a lot of my closing time to kind of exploit that a little bit, because he really...
Please dedicate as much time as you want to your fucking stupid sun in the clouds claim. Have you any idea how fucking ridiculous that claim is? Why is everything else lit up if the sun is just there in the cloud? Why is there light over here? Why is the light over here? It's one of the dumbest things you have ever said, Brother Sanchez. And I really hope you fucking say it again so I can point out how dumb you actually are. And I do wonder if you're going to go on off a racist triad during our next debate where Rubiks will have to fucking pull you in.
Really
yeah, Mr. Logical, they are running from me.
I also have a video here that I didn't get to show during the debate earlier. So for my closing time, I wanted to just show this clip of a pilot chasing the sun. The fact that we can chase the sun proves that it's local. It's taking the sunlight to you, and it's creating time as it come to us. And it's a local object.
I'm sorry. The sun is creating time, did he just say? And apparently this is just over Russia. So why is it also day in, like, I don't know, South Korea? If the sun is just there. Yet they can see the sun in South Korea. Fucking idiot.
Right? That's right here in our sky. When I was stationed in Osan Air Base, Korea, I experienced my birthday, November 22nd in Osan. I got in a plane after my birthday ceremony on base or whatever, and they were telling me that, hey, when you get to America, it's gonna be November 22nd all over again. When I left the base, it was daytime. But as I flew to America, I never experienced night. And I never thought nothing of it then, but I actually was chasing the sun. My whole flight back to America was in daylight, all the way to the point when I got to America, it was just November 22nd afternoon. I had 2 birthdays, basically. I could have kept chasing the sun, having another birthday till it made a complete circuit. Now, and it's 2.
Yeah, I think you're right, Relentless. I think that might actually be the moon, not the sun.
23rd, you know. So that's what I'm saying. The sun literally appears like a local object. We experience it like a local object. And that's why I believe in the debate, Craig wanted to resort to having a radar conversation about the technology of radar and a bunch of data that would take us away from using our senses in observational based methodology, which is, if he talked about the scientific method, and the first step is observation. You know what I'm saying? Not to gather data, but to make the observation. He's not making the observation, he's gathering the data, and he's
the data based on the experiments, based on the prediction, based on the hypothesis, based on the observation. Yeah, that's how science works, you fucking moron.
Just really skipping the whole methodology. He brought up comets throughout this debate. We talked about the tail on a comet.
No, he didn't. You brought up comets. I didn't bring them up once. That was you. Did you forget what happened in this very debate?
Now, he's saying that this is sublimation and the radiation from the sun or whatever, when there shouldn't even be any combustion in a vacuum. We know that fire needs to be fueled by oxygen. If there's no oxygen in space, then there shouldn't even be any combustion going on. We didn't even get on that one. But nevertheless, if the sublimation is the argument for why the comet is losing its atmosphere and its compositional makeup, then why can't we make that argument for why the astronaut on the ISS should lose his equipment? See, it can work for them both. It can't be picky. That argument don't change the fact that once you tell me whatever the reason is, then that reason is true for the astronaut too. So that was one thing I wanted to bring home. You know, they're on something going 18,000 miles per hour, and they got little bolts in their hand, little screws. You know, that's just something to think about. He said, I don't understand how cameras work. I use them every day, guys. And one thing is for sure, there is no kind of
yeah, he thinks sublimation's fire, doesn't he? None your business. He has no idea what I've been fucking talking about, has he? The brain hurty is bad.
situation to where we're filming a Earth that's rotating 1,000 miles per hour to where we will not see motion blur. He's saying because the Earth is so big, it just eludes you every time. Their answer every time is the mass, the size of the Earth, relativity. And I told you he would do that at the beginning of the debate, guys. I told you that Craig would do that, and he did it. This picture did not.
What I did was present evidence that you're a moron. And I'm going to do that again on Friday when I debate you live.
Come from me, by the way. This came from the BBC when they did a documentary on the Earth spinning. And apparently I'm not the only one that kind of think that assume this is what we should see. Like I said, he can't deny this because even in the live footage that they show, when they're hovering above the Earth and all of that,
1 minute.
we do not see the Earth. Thank you. We do not see the Earth rotating, guys, at 1,000 miles per hour. Remember, guys, all of his arguments have been your eyes can deceive you. We can't rely on our eyes. He said the eyes are not capable of detecting distance. So you telling me I don't know? You don't need to be driving, Craig, if you really believe that. Your eyes are capable of detecting distance, man.
No,
and
they're
if
not.
they're not capable of detecting.
You literally can't use your eyes to measure distance. That's not. They don't have the ability to do that. If you think they do, then you're fucking stupid. Well, we know you're fucking stupid because you're a flat earther.
In things, speed and motion, then what's the purpose of our eyes? Of course I can know when I look down the street, different relative speeds of the cars that are going down the street and how far away they are. We take eye exam tests and all that to prove, to show distances and all this. Like when you just don't want to rely on your eyes, because if you got to do that, you'll lose. And you can play around with technology and trickery and pointless data that's neither here nor there.
Thank you very much for that. Craig, you got 8 minutes to close us out.
Thank you. Bro Sanchez has spent the entire debate strawmanning the globe model and the claims that are made. For instance, the things that he just said there. He talked about sublimation and compared it to combustion. Sublimation is not combustion. Sublimation is simply a solid becoming a gas, skipping the liquid phase, which is what we would expect to happen to ice in a vacuum. There's no combustion, no fire involved. So I'm not entirely sure where you got that from. And again, a comet is not a person. A comet is losing its mass because of solar radiation, pushing those sublimated gases away from the comet. A human, an astronaut outside the ISS does not have sublimated gases that will be pushed away. And when I was talking about a car, my point was a car is designed using Newton's laws of motion. Those laws of motion that work, because cars work, are the same laws of motion that says that there's no reason why the tool should come out of the astronaut's hand. You really don't understand cameras because, as I explained, an extremely fast shutter will, even if something is moving very fast, freeze the image and allow you to get a non-blurred shot of something that is moving very fast. When looking at the Earth from outer space, you are a very long way away from it. The only bit of the Earth that is moving 1,000 miles an hour is the equator. Obviously, the rest of it isn't. And when you are looking at that 1,000 miles an hour, and looking at the Earth from outer space, that 1,000 miles an hour will be a part of the Earth moving 1/24th of the Earth's radius over an hour. If you were right next to something moving 1,000 miles an hour, like the linear surface of the Earth is, but so the Earth is rotating at 0.00694 RPM, but the surface is moving in a linear fashion at 1,000 miles an hour. So if you were right next to the surface of the Earth and able to be detached from it somehow, and it moved past at 1,000 miles an hour, it'd be a blur. But then if you observed that ground moving at 1,000 miles an hour from 20,000 miles away.
We've got a flat earther in the chat, Eddie Cornholio. Yeah, I'm new to TikTok. I've still got a couple hundred on YouTube. If you want to come in and debate me, feel free, but we know you won't.
It's not going to have motion blur because you're not right up next to it. It's just how it works. So I don't understand any of your arguments about that, because none of them are the arguments that we make. And when we talk about the scientific method, I do use the scientific method. But what I've done is I've shown the complete scientific method. With your picture of the sun apparently underneath the clouds, what you're doing is you're going, here's an observation. And that's where you're stopping. You're not then going, well, let's get a hypothesis and make a prediction and maybe perform an experiment, which is what I've...
You don't need to listen to me finish my closing argument, because that's literally where it ends. As you can see, Bro Sanchez was fucking stupid, and I destroyed him in debate. But what we're going to do is we're going to call it a night for tonight. I'm going to, tomorrow, come back about the same time at 8 p.m. And see if... What I'm going to do is I'm just going to stream on YouTube and then use TikTok to join the lives to... argue with the Flerfs, because that's going to be the best way to do it. I want to thank everyone for the massive amount of support that they have shown me. Like, an insane level of support today. It's been absolutely crazy. I had over 200,000 likes on the TikTok. There was a couple hundred people watching on TikTok at one point, and then the numbers dropped when the Flerfs ran away. We had a couple hundred people watching over on YouTube, which is absolutely fucking mental. We've had a couple of hundred members. We've had a bunch of super chats. We had a bunch of gifts, and I really, really, really appreciate the level of support that you have shown. Draco Fire says $5. Eyes can judge distance but not measure it, and only about 100 meters. Beyond that, we don't have the right angles to judge it. No, we don't. We literally cannot use our eyes to measure shit. It's not how it works. But thank you everyone for being here today. It means the world. We are going to call it a night. The Flerfs all ran away. We had about 6 debates, which was fun. But hey. That's going to be the stream for today. Thank you everyone for everything that you have done. Thank you for the love and support. It is more appreciated than you could ever know. Come back tomorrow for part 2. Remember, on Wednesday it is the 2026 Top Left nomination stream with Craig and Tune and Drunk Debunk Show. And then Friday, the 23rd, I will be debating Brother Sanchez, and I will stream that both live on YouTube and TikTok, so make sure you're here for that. And I've never really played it once, but it's awesome, thanks to Rubiks. So we are going to get this up. So just before we go, going to ask a very, very simple question. Can we pretend that airplanes in the night sky are like shooting stars? See you guys.
Can we pretend that airplanes in the night sky are like shooting stars? Should be wishing for a brain right now, brain right now, brain right now.
Good morning. These words come with a storm warning. Better batten down the hatches, grab some matches and brace yourself for a long day of misery. YouTube has given me the power to reach up into the sky and show you all that we live on a ball. I bring you science that's comprehensible. Your view is indefensible. You're reprehensible. No one's too sensible. When I was young, I never thought I would be here to see this. A pile of random nonsense dressed up as bullshit. Your ignorance will be the death of us all, like running head first full speed into a wall. You could always read a book, buy a telescope, set it up and take a photo of the moon, or just be a buffoon. I send you in a balloon up to the stratosphere, page 3.
You're a few fries short of a happy meal. You're dumber than a box of hair. The wheel's spinning but the hamster's dead, and you're as smart as bait. You forgot to pay your brain bill. You're missing a few buttons on the remote control. 24 cents short of a quarter. You're surfing in Nebraska. You're as bright as Alaska in December, and you fell out of your family tree. You don't have all the cornflakes in one box. You got an IQ of 2 and it takes 3 to grunt. The elevator doesn't go all the way up, and there's a vacancy on the top floor. Your antenna doesn't pick up all the channels. You're several nuts short of a
You're Mr.
fruitcake.
Sensible, calm down, don't go too hard. You don't need the hassle of burying Flerfs in your backyard. You're a man of science, poise and grace. Mage 2 did everything to wipe the grins off the face. So Nathan, get away from those kids. The world is not flat and it doesn't have a lid. Recognize the differences between the textbook and the Bible and control yourself. Lay off your slander and your lies. You're a bunch of knobs poisoning the well of the youth, spreading lies that you like to claim as knowledge and truth. Stop spreading fresh bullshit like the butter on your bread. Maybe your musical assault will knock some sense into your head. I hope one day you'll hear these lyrics and smile, and you realise you used to be a 40-year-old child. Now it's time to wake up, open your eyes and see, and acknowledge the existence of.
You're a few clowns short of a circus. Your phone is off the hook. Your sewing machine is out of thread. You're all foam and no beer. You don't have all your dogs on one leash. An intellect rivaled only by garden tools. There's no grain in your silo, and your skylight leaks a little. Your belt doesn't go through all the loops. You couldn't pour water out of a boot without instructions on the heel. Your slinky's kinked, and you're proof that evolution can work in reverse. A few feathers short of a whole duck, one fruit short of a full bowl.
Airplanes in the night sky are like shooting stars. Should be wishing for a brain right now, brain right now, brain right now. Can we pretend that airplanes in the night sky are like shooting stars? Should be wishing for a brain right now, brain right now, brain right now.
You thought it was over? Well, I'm still standing while you're swinging, flinging feces, talking shit just like the human centipede. You got the mind of a chimp, and I'm here to expedite your shore leave. Cause I'm a seaman, but not the kind I rit up on your mom's gums. I'm the kind that sailed submarines and fired guns. I could float a boat across the ocean with my eyes closed, circumnavigate the globe with a compass and a bag of sausage rolls. Well, all you can do is nibble on your toes. I'll smack you with the hose that you call the water level. Sit and swivel, you nasal gazing muppet. You can stuff it harder than the wallet stuffed by Warren Buffett. And I don't care about your sauces unless you're serving them, and I don't care about your lines unless you're curving them. Now step away from me, you're sucking up my oxygen with the vacuum where your brain should be, you dumb fuck.
Remember, everybody, stupidity is not a right. Fight the flat earth. I should have had the button ready to end the stream. I've lost my screen. Oh my god. I'm a professional, honest. Good night, y'all. See you tomorrow.